Hello, everyone. Welcome to Renaissance City. Uh, we're just waiting for more people to come in. Jimmy and Marina are getting people from Clubhouse, and we're going to start anytime soon. So please hang in there and enjoy. Have fun while you. Also, this is the first time we are doing this. We plan on doing these events every fortnight, getting more artists and trying to help them exhibit their artworks as much as possible on all platforms, and also a lot more exciting things. For now, we put in a website on the top, which leads you to information on Renaissance City and the artists that we are exhibiting today on Renaissance City, and as well as you have a crypto voxel link, which takes you to the metaverse, which takes you to crypto voxels to the build that we have done over there, which is the museum. And just feel free to look around as of now. Look at the things that we made and also the artworks. The artworks are of different artists over there. And if you click on the artworks, it takes you to a totally different gallery of the artist himself or herself. And yeah, that's how it's gonna be happening. And we also uh, covering the whole event live on Twitch. Think there's a link on top. No, there's not. But Stargazer, where can we see the Twitch screen?
Yes, I put up the link up top and people can.
Oh, you can. Cool. Cool. And yes, hey, Anya's over here. Hey, Anya. Long time. So, Marina, so Nali was supposed to be the first one who was going to be talking about this. I think Rohan's after Sonali. Uh, so once people are here, I think we can ask Rohan to start talking about the artworks, I guess. So Rohan left. All right, I see more people coming in. Tejasvita, we were just thinking, not right now, like after we have more people. Uh, can you hear me, Tejasvita? I don't know
Yes,
if
I
I'm
can.
audible. Cool. So Nali was supposed to be the first one talking about it. She just hasn't made it yet. So we were thinking if it's fine, whenever we have like in some time, if we have more people over here, we can ask you to start off. Would that be fine?
Um, yeah, sure. I can try explaining
Ah,
first.
you're
Yeah,
the
yeah.
best. You're the best. You're the best.
Thank you. Thank you. You're the best, man. Thank
No.
you. Okay.
All right. Yes, thank you guys for joining. Uh, we are waiting for more people to come in so that we could start off the event soon. And thank you for coming. I would start off with that. Thank you. We are trying something new, trying our best and finding newer ways to promote artists and their artworks. And this is the first event, so just hang in there. We are also learning. Not most of us. I mean, all three of us, me, Stargazer, and Marina, we haven't had any experience with Twitter Spaces yet. Not that much is what I would say. Not at least not hosting any event so far. So we are trying to understand it as we're doing this and trying to make the best of it. So hang in there. We are trying to get in more people from Clubhouse. We have a room simultaneously opened in Clubhouse so that we could get people from there over here and start the event. So give us a minute and just hang in there. We have a link on top. That's the website. The website leads you to the crypto voxels parcel that we built for exhibiting your artworks. Also, you have information on there on who's going to be talking today and a little bit more about the artwork. So check that out while we are getting more people in. Our first speaker is going to be Tejasvita, who's going to start off talking about her artworks in a minute now. And then we have Rohan here as well. So you got the first two people who are going to be talking. And let's hope we start off soon. So just hang in there. Meanwhile, Tejasvita, I know you got one of my Iron Man suits for crypto voxels. How was that?
It's absolutely great. I so loved walking around and flying around in the Iron Man suit. It's just fun. And
I'm
then I
glad.
was like in front of SpaceX, and I don't know, I just felt like so Iron Man vibes because of that. Um,
I know. I know how it
yeah,
feels.
it's super exciting. Like, I just want everybody to see it, and then they'll be like, "Wow, I want one too." I'm just showing it off.
Nice. I see Yutika here as well. Hey, Yutika, long time. Long time.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, not you. I was saying my friend Yitika.
Okay, okay.
Jitika, that's how she's an artist, a photographer.
I'm connecting. Good morning.
Good morning, Yitika. How have you been? It's been such a long time.
I know. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Everyone's good. Everyone's good. Did you hear what we're doing today about with Renaissance City?
I think I have an idea because I went to your spaces not yesterday, the day before, and it looks amazing and I love all the art. So I just jump into the room on Clubhouse and they send me here to the Twitter spaces.
Awesome. So it's working. Yes, we want more people. We're actually exhibiting different artists from all around the world, starting with some from like 10 artists from India, and then we're covering more artists. It's mostly because the time of the day. We're trying to find out a best timing that can suit everyone. And today's the first event. So yeah. Let's see. Hopefully, we'll get you on there as well next time. But this is going to happen every fortnight. We're going to be changing artists on the in the exhibit every fortnight, and in the fortnight, in the 14 days, we'll be trying to promote all the artists that we have exhibited in various platforms like Instagram, Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse, and whatnot. So this is the first, and thank you for coming. It's, it's
No, thank
awesome to
you.
be able to talk to you.
I don't know, is Marina here?
She is here and on Clubhouse, so I don't know if she's able to hear me because
She's on both places.
yeah,
Yeah,
we realized you can't be on both
she
places.
sent me a link to the gallery, and I made a gallery too. So it was fun, yeah, making it and doing everything. And then I was floating in your space, and I went to Kane's space and
Uh,
Marina's, and I saw all the. It looks so cool. It looks beautiful.
yeah, so you see how you've been planning to buy a space yourself. I think Victoria's made a beautiful space, right?
I know. Yeah, Victoria has a place. Then she bought a stellar place, right across the street, and Jamie
Yeah.
is there, and I think Victoria bought another one. She wants to make like a.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. I just about it last night. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It looks good, and
Meanwhile,
it's. She was asking me how to put like a connect my gallery also to hers because she said you can make a, like a doors,
yeah,
like doors
yeah.
or something. Mm-hmm.
I'll help her out. I mean, I've been building on me and Marina. I've been building as well on Scriptworks. So I'll help her out. Put your link on her parcel. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
No, you are pro already. You're making all these outfits and everything looks amazing.
Thank you. Just learning as we go move ahead, right? Yes. Rohan, I'm trying to invite you up. If possible, just come up. Rohan.
Hello, hello. Hi, Tika.
Oh, you're already up. Hi, hi. Thank you for coming, my friend. We have a bit of ups and downs today, first event, but I'm so thankful you were here. Uh,
It's part and parcel of it, no? Especially when you start off at first, it's always a little bumpy and then it sort of smoothens out. So it's okay.
yeah, yeah. That's what I figured. And yeah, so I'm just waiting for more people. I don't know because it right now the people that are here already know each other. So I'm just trying to figure out how it would be better to get more people. So we have someone, we have Jimmy and Marina on Clubhouse to try and invite more people over here. And yeah, and our first speaker Sonali hasn't reached here, so we're asking Tejasvita to speak in her place while we try to get her here. And yeah, the usual, I guess.
Yeah, the hassles of uh, the place in general, I guess.
Yeah,
But then it's a great initiative. It's a great start, and I think that's more important, and the heart behind it is more important.
thank you so much, man. Thank you. Did you have any troubles making the gallery? How was the experience? If you could tell me a little bit on that.
It took me a while to figure out things, especially the building part, um, and I must say it's a lot of hard work. So I mean, you guys who actually build like really big places, like hats off to the amount of patience that you have.
Thank you.
Just
Yeah,
definitely not. You know how sometimes you look at something that's really pretty, especially as we artists, we're like, oh, this must be not too hard to make. But when you actually make it, that's a whole different story. So, yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I didn't do a lot of changes to my gallery. I wanted to be as simple as possibly can because my gallery is quite crowded. I didn't have enough places to put all my artwork, so I just managed to put as much as I possibly can, uh, and and just keep it simple so for people to sort of navigate. So I've left it as basic yet simple. But even that small changes Oh my God, it was not easy. And some of them have done some amazing job. Like I've seen Ganesh, I've seen Jimmy. Jimmy's is also really good. Tejasvita's is also really good. I think Sonali's is also really good. Like these, like you guys have really taken amazing effort, and I've been like struggling since the past 2 days to just keep it brain as basic as possible. So hats off to you guys. But it was a lot of fun. It was really a lot of fun, and I see how you can get lost building stuff, and like the time just flies. Um, I
Well,
literally
yeah.
days just like that.
Yeah, it is a pain with this. So even in free spaces, it's easier because it doesn't glitch as much in the metaverse. Like when you make it in this where there's a neighborhood and all the other buildings, believe me, it's more glitchy. It's just that they have been constantly working on upgrading it. It's in the first level. When you compare it with other metaverses out there, the other platforms, it's far more better and more inclusive of people. So that is why this platform, and it's easier. It's just that an artist doesn't have to be a game developer or metaverse developer to be able to get into crypto. So that is the best part. How much do you expect an artist to learn in this era? Well, so
But actually, Jigar, we have to tell Rohan that um, up until like 2 days before you got the gallery, we didn't even have handles. We had to do everything by numbers. So things were even actually a little bit
yeah,
more complicated back,
exactly.
a week ago. Because things
Yes.
are getting easier. They're making changes. And if that wasn't enough room for all your pieces, we'll get you a bigger one.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And yeah, like she said, the handles. You see those arrows when you click on an object to move them, right? You had to put in coordinates for all of them on the side, and and yeah, Marina's totally lost. She has been. She's a very. I mean, 80 to 90% of everything that you see in Renaissance City right now is done by Marina. She's been working night and day, and she's
And
been
after
crazy.
2 months of working like that, they give me handles.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's been quite a good journey, and we want people to learn about this. It's like it's crazy. I mean, you must have started building it, so you must have built this, so you understand how you can get into it. Once you can make things and build things, it becomes very addictive. It has become addictive, at least for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely an addiction.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys all have a lot of patience. I mean, especially with the glitches that are there, it can get really annoying. I mean, I think there's one art piece that's supposed to be a video in my gallery that I just can't get access to. I mean, if I right click on it, I just can't select it. So I've just left it that, just like that, because I just can't get to it, and it's too much of a hassle to do anything. So there are glitches, and for you to be
Rohan,
building, yeah,
sometimes it's maybe you moved it back a little bit and then you can't get to it. If you have problems with that, I can help you later. Don't worry
yeah,
about it.
yeah,
Okay, you might need to like delete a block just to get to an image because you moved it back by accident. Things like that happen.
aha,
Yeah. So
yeah,
if you delete like a block, if it's probably the image is right next to a block. So when you go to select it, it's not selecting the image because you can barely see it, right?
yeah, true.
Yeah, you need to delete a block to select the image and then replace the block.
Huh.
Select the image, move it, and then replace the block. But there's also a way of turning your gallery into sandbox, so we can actually get in there and fix it for you while it's on sandbox mode.
Yeah, I remember seeing the button where anyone can go and edit it, right? I mean, it's not a big deal. Like people won't even make out when they see what it is, but
But
uh,
that's the fix. You delete a block, you select the image, you move it, and then you put the block back in.
let me see if I can do that right now. Hopefully, I don't. Hopefully, it'll not all come crashing down. But yeah, it doesn't, right? I'm assuming it doesn't.
What?
the entire structure come crashing down when
No,
you.
no, 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 no. Don't worry. It doesn't.
No.
If it did, it wouldn't hurt either. Your avatar will not get smashed. Don't worry.
Even the coordinate thing, we were spawning right at the very center of the gallery. Anjika actually said me, he was like, go outside and then copy paste the coordinates as well. And for some reason, the coordinates for me was just not changing. Uh, so I
I
was still.
noticed that. I noticed that when I was putting your artwork in. I have no idea why. I can't figure that one out.
So what I did, I think, I don't know if it was Param's or someone else was having the coordinates over there.
Hmm.
So I actually went and copied their coordinate and added it to
Hey.
mine. But the problem is I was spawning in a completely different place in my gallery. So I had to like do trial and error and change the coordinates manually and refresh each time until
If you
I actually
look,
got to the front of the gallery.
if you look in the menu, the main menu, you know how you have items underneath the textures.
Uh-huh.
One of them is a spawn. I haven't used it yet, but I think you can pretty much place it in the place where you want to spawn.
Aha.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Again,
Huh.
I don't
There's
know if it works in the free space though. I think we've
uh,
tried that.
it says there is one, so it should work.
It should work. It should work. Definitely. So what do you think, Marina? I don't see more people coming up. Do you think we should start?
I think it's a first time, and we can start and see how it goes and see how it moves on. And if anything, we'll get to Hasvita another show in a couple of in a couple of shows.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Just a second. Just give me a minute. All right. So let's start. So guys, welcome to Renaissance City, Art WOMPS. Uh, Renaissance City. We uh, are trying to exhibit, promote artworks from around the world, artists, NFT artists, through the exhibition that we built in Crypto Voxels, and trying to get them as many eyes as possible. And this is the first event we're doing for that. Uh, we have a website on top that you click on, and you'll know more information about Renaissance City and the artists that we are have their works displayed today. Uh, there is a link on the website which leads you to Crypto Voxels, to the build, to Renaissance City, where we have a museum where we are exhibiting individual works of artists on there. But when you click on the art pieces, that leads you to a link where you can go through their own personal galleries and see all of their artworks. So we're trying to get people to talk about their artworks today. Everyone's been given a slot of 20 minutes, and as they speak about their artwork, you can hear it as well as experience it in the metaverse. So I hope everyone's got at least accustomed to how the navigation is working in crypto voxels. If not, I'll help you out. The experience is far more better on the computer. So if you still haven't, you can copy the link and take it to your computer and see it from there. We're also covering the same event on Twitch as of now, and we're going to do it on YouTube as well live. And you have a link for the Twitch on the top, so check that out as well. If you're not able to experience the thing in crypto voxels, you can experience the whole event in on Twitch as well. So check that out. Uh, Meanwhile, let me invite Tejasvita over here. Hello.
Hi everyone. How are you, Jigar?
Hi, Tejas.
I already asked you.
So
um,
let's
yeah.
start with
Should I
a
begin?
little about you. If everyone's, are you on Crypto Voxels right now?
I am.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you could take us to the to your artwork where it is
Sure.
on in the museum, and from there we could ask everyone to click on the link and then visit your gallery from there. And let me know if not this if something's not working or if you're having any problems between, and I'm here to help you out. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Okay. I'll begin then. Hi everybody. I'm Tejasvita. I am an illustrator and an animator. And if you have clicked the link above, please just click it, and then you will enter the gallery and just walk straight towards Muskan's piece and turn around. Like do a 360, look up, and you see the many eye. It's the image that shows a lady with her head cut open, and there's a lot of many versions of her inside of it. Just click on that, and then there'll be an open external link that will open up. And when you click on it, you'll come to my gallery. So I'll give you like a few seconds to do that. Uh, just to repeat, go straight into the gallery, like just keep on going straight to Muskan's piece, which is an owl, and you turn around, take a 360, look up. You'll see on the right there'll be an image of a lady with her head cut open. It's called the Many Eye, and you just click on it, and once you click on it, you'll enter my gallery. All right.
Yeah, but
So
if you guys are new to Crypto Voxels, you can press F on your keyboard, or if you're on the phone, you can press fly, and you can actually fly, and that's the best part. You can fly in the world, so in this metaverse. And go
yes,
ahead and fly. Have a closer view if you can't see it from the bottom, and check it out. Yeah, go ahead, register.
yes, yes, totally. So everybody, if you can like look around and find the person in the Iron Man suit, that's me. I won the Iron Man suit that Jigo was giving away. But yeah, so I'm right here. If you can follow me out the doors of the gallery, I'll bring you like from the beginning in and explain each and every art piece to you. Please make sure to like sign the guest book so that I know like you've been there. I mean, if you want to sign the guest book. All right. So if you enter the gallery, you'll see on the floor there's like a white marking that kind of shows you how you should go in. So once you enter, you can take a left immediately, and you will come across three pieces where there's some beautiful Indian women drawn with a backdrop of a certain flower. This collection was my very first collection as an NFT, was very, very first NFT collection. It's called Push Puras, and that basically means essence of flowers. It actually means juice of flowers, but juice is basically like essence. um, the first piece is called Chameli Ji. It's about the jasmine flower, and the jasmine is a flower that basically emanates pure love and is used to. Uh, uh, I'm forgetting the word, but to like dress oneself up in the Indian culture. It's also used as a flower to pray to the gods. You put it in front of the gods, the idols of worship, and it basically represents, pure love, and that's what this woman and her expression is showing. The piece in the middle is called Gural Neelkali, and that's basically a representation of the hibiscus flower. And for me, when I see the hibiscus flower, I think that it's very very wild, very vibrant. It has like it's full of life, and that's what this woman is representing. She's like laughing, she's screaming of joy, and she just is this wild, amazing, like Indian woman. And the last one is Bhulemat Began, and that means that's basically representing the forget me not flower. And this woman is just looking forlorn, like looking away from the viewer. She's thinking about her lover, as we all must have gone through some time in our life where we felt love and felt all the intense emotions that accompany it, like wondering whether things will work out, missing your loved one, and all of those things. You delve into all these feelings of love, and they kind of make everything very bittersweet. So that's what that flower and that image represents. That's the Pushparas collection, and if you click on it, you'll be led to the OpenSea link. These are on Polygon blockchain, and yeah, we can move on. Let's come down here towards the green area on the ground floor. Um, if you look at the piece that's on the outer wall, um, that's the piece on Rarible. Oh, the link is not working. I am so sorry. But this piece is actually on Rarible. It's leading you to my WazirX profile instead. Um, but I'll just fix it as soon as possible. It's called Veiled, the piece itself. And it's just, I was drawing after a very long time. And this piece was what came across when I was drawing, and I fell in love with it. I was really happy that my skills were up to the par that I wanted them to be, and it I drew something that was both like a mix of Western and Indian culture, and I wanted to make her whale because of that, and that's what I named her. That's what I put up as my Rarible piece because I wanted to put something up on Rarible really. Um, and yeah, that's that piece. If you turn around to the back where the stairs are, these are my Hikatnang pieces. The one on the bottom is called You're Watching You. And this piece basically started out as a mandala. If you guys remember, when a little earlier than this, around summer or fall of 2021, there were a lot of mandalas in the NFT market space, and or I was coming across a lot of them, and I felt extremely inspired because I hadn't made mandalas in the longest time. And so I just started out this piece, and once I started out making this new design for me at the time, something new, I found that in the end, I started characterizing the image, right? Like I started making these eyes and hands, and just a character started to blossom out of this whole design. And that's what this piece is basically about. It's called You're Watching You, and it basically represents that, like every time you move into something new, some new direction, there's a part of you that watches yourself and brings you back to who you are, the core of yourself, having learned whatever you need to learn in the new direction that you took, having leveled up. So it's kind of like a spiral. Like you come back to the first point, except you have leveled up a bit. I feel like this happens with every single interaction that takes place in our lives, every single thing. And yeah, that's why this piece is called You're Watching You. And it here there's a still, but if you click on the link that takes you to the Hikitnang link, you'll see that it starts from a void, it grows into the still, and then it moves back into the void, which is, a dark screen. If you look up to the right, there's this cute lady holding her stomach, squeezing it, and above her head is the caption "In love with my body." And this piece was one that was inspired after this moment where I just felt connected to every single cell in my body. I was working out one day, and I think all of us, every single one of us, has gone through this. If we're not going through this even now, I used to judge my body and judge myself a lot. I did this all of my life. I would look at myself, even when I was not so, I guess I was not overweight or whatever. Even then, I would like judge myself. I'd look at myself. I'd look at my face and like, um, acne and all of that, and I just like look at myself all the time and judge myself and hate myself like a lot. And I think sometime around the beginning of 2020, I just started working out. And um, in this one moment while I was working out and doing these yoga poses, I kind of started feeling connected to every single piece of my body, every single cell, every single I don't know, like it just felt like a lot of shimmering happening inside of my body. And suddenly I realized how cruel I was being to myself, how cruel I was being to this body that I was gifted. And I realized that if I didn't have this body that I'm inside of, I wouldn't be able to experience life. I wouldn't be able to interact with the people I come across. I wouldn't be able to do any of the things that I do because you experience life through your body. And that was a great moment of realization where I was like, oh my goodness, I'm being terrible to myself, and I cannot be like that. I have to love it, and I do love it because this is a gift given to me by whatever is out there that is given this gift to me. And yeah, that's what this piece, like immediately I don't know, something came to me and I wanted to draw something out, and this is what happened. And this, I just love this piece. It's absolutely adorable. It's so cute. Moving on to the yellows. So on the outer wall, you will see this piece where there's a couple holding each other's hearts, and one is taking out the pricks from the woman's heart, and the woman is kissing the man's heart. And this piece is on WazirX, which is an Indian platform, and it's called Vulnerability because it's about basically being vulnerable to one another. I think vulnerability is a very interesting concept. It's basically being fragile, being weak, being fragile in front of somebody, and doing that itself is such a brave act. It's kind of like a juxtaposed idea, right? Like it's opposites put together, and I feel like that paradoxical nature of this word and this aspect of life is kind of prevalent in every single aspect of life if you really like look into it. Anyway, back to vulnerability. So this is basically this woman, she's holding the man's heart in her hand and she's kissing it. But if you see, like, there's a little bit of blood trickling down her fingers. So she might be holding too tight to this man's heart. And he is basically removing the pricks from her heart, and they're both being affected by each other, in the sense like her face is lit up in gold and yellows that is radiating from his heart, and his hands are turning blue while removing these pricks and holding her heart. It's about basically how every time we all interact with anybody, I mean, here it's a couple, but I feel like in any interaction, we're kind of being vulnerable with each other in some form or the other, and that is affecting us. Sometimes we clash, and sometimes universes merge. It's a really pretty piece. I absolutely love it. If you click on it and you go
She
to the
get rubbed or
Wazir
is it just me?
site, I'm sorry?
Or did I get rubbed?
I think you might have gotten out. I was just talking the whole time. Did anybody hear? Was I rugged? Can somebody give us maybe?
I think Jigar got rugged. We were listening.
All right, that's great. I mean, not great for you guys. It was great that I was talking. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, I love this piece. You can just like click on it and go to WazirX. Here again, there's a still. I didn't put it up as a GIF. So it's an MP4 file, so you can see everything merging into one another on the
Hey
WazirX.
guys, can you hear me?
Yes, Jigar, we can.
Yes, we can, Jigar.
I don't know. I think I got rugged or probably you got rugged. I don't know.
No, we're all
You
fine.
got.
You keep getting
Okay,
rugged.
sorry, my bad. So
Sorry, Tejasvita.
It's okay. Yeah. Um, Moving on to the next yellow piece over here on the right, on the stairs part, is this lady that has a heart in one hand and has this orb in the other, right? She is This piece is called Deliberately Crafted, and it basically speaks about how each one of us, our hearts, our beings, they're very carefully created by whatever is out there that is creating us. I believe she's a goddess. And each of us is made of the same stuff. That's what she's holding in as an orb in her, I think left. This is left, yeah, in her left hand. And this is basically the same thing as all of us. All of us are this radiating, beautiful souls that are that have all the qualities, all of everything, all of possibilities within us. We're like crafted in a certain specific coding that is unique to each one of us. And we're dropped into this world. So the mandalas at the bottom, right? Like these little designs at the bottom that are clashing against each other, that is where we're dropped into. Um, which is basically the world where we once we're dropped into it, we see everything around us and we feel like everything is in chaos. The more we and then we try to fit in as well, because we don't really understand the fact that we ourselves are very uniquely crafted, when instead of like fitting in to what everybody else says is the way to be, is the way to interact with others, is to behave, we gotta like learn to accept ourselves and know ourselves and know the various qualities that we have at in and in what quantities we have. That's the only way that we have to observe ourselves, and that's the only way we can kind of like see the beauty in the way that we have been crafted, the beauty in the way that we have all of these qualities at different levels and how they merge and like work well with other qualities, and where we can hone each of these qualities to their best level and basically radiate this um unique coding that we each one of us has, because all of us are um different, because each of us has that one thing, I feel, that can really contribute to every single other person in this world, every single other person in this universe, and can like inspire others. I think the whole point is to like understand yourself, understand what you love to do and what you can get good at, and then just radiate out to the world and inspire other people to also understand that about themselves. So that's what this piece is called, Deliberately Crafted. That is what it's about. It was my first piece on Mazirex. So if you click on it and you go to the link, you'll see that it's also a slightly animated piece. Coming back and coming to my it was my latest collection on OpenSea. It's called Cut Open, and it's basically a collection about the path to peace. The first piece is this one, that is on the outer wall, with a woman with her head cut open, and a lot of mini versions of her inside of her head and inside of the part of the head that's in her hand. And this is basically the first step. The first step is to recognize yourself and to acknowledge yourself. A lot of times we look at who we were in the past, the way we behaved in the past, or the way we imagine ourselves being, and we immediately move into judgment. We immediately think, who the hell was I even? What was I even thinking? All of that. And when we try to imagine ourselves as like something or the other that we want to become, we sometimes judge that as well. And I think the first step is basically to not really move into judgment, but to just see what we see, how we see ourselves, right? Like just to see how we behaved at certain points, like whether it was some certain emotional reaction or non-reaction or something that we don't understand, but to just see that that was how we behaved in that moment and what we thought was the best way to behave in that moment. And it's okay that we behaved like that because it's done. And all the versions of us that we want to be, that we imagine ourselves being, they're also just different versions of us that we can basically move into, because we wouldn't have been able to imagine them unless that was a possible reality that we can move into. But basically, it's just about acknowledging all these versions of ourselves that are in our head, in her head, and acknowledging them, just looking at them, just recognizing them, not really moving towards judgment, just like seeing that these versions of me exist and they're all me. They're all uniquely me. If we turn around from this piece to the one that is center of attraction in this museum, um, it's the woman with her chest cut open. She's the one that you see when you enter this building. Her in If you see, she in the yellow and the gold, she's holding and embracing her heart, and she's lifting her up. And this piece is basically about the natural step after acknowledging yourself and looking at yourself. The natural next step is to basically be able to embrace it. I think it just happens when you just look at yourself without judgment, because you see that, yeah, there are like a lot of flaws in you, that there's also a lot of beauty. And there's a lot of beauty in the fact that there's a flaw, because it's again just very catered to your specific experience, your specific being, and it makes you you. And if we move on, just let's go round this centerpiece and go to up the stairs. If you guys can follow me up the stairs, you will see the third piece. Wait, I'm just gonna fly. Hey everyone. Yeah, hi. Okay. So this is the third piece of this series of Cut Open, which is basically the last step of liberation, of peace, and all of that. It's basically that once you're able to acknowledge yourself and embrace yourself for all the flaws and the beauties that are within you, you'll be, I think one part of you will be in this place of peace, of this space of stability, and you'll be able to watch yourself move through different experiences in life and different versions of yourself, and be able to basically see your own reactions and responses to the world, to the universe, to whatever you come across. Because life is basically input, output, input, output. Something happens and you react, something happens and you respond. And I think a part of you, once you're able to just recognize and embrace yourself, you will come to a place where, like, you can watch yourself move through these reactions and see yourself play out all of these activities, and be able to learn something about yourself through that, and alter these automatic reactions that you have to certain stimuli. And that's basically peace, I think. That is a place where you are good with whatever experiences you come through, whether they're sad, whether they're happy. There's always something to learn in every single moment in life, every single situation that we come into. And that's what this piece represents. It's called Duality Union. That is all of those. Thank you so much for coming here. Let's all go up to the second floor. So I'll wait for you all to join me to come up to the second floor, everyone. Okay. So up here is the emotions collection. This is a PFP collection displaying everyday emotions, and all of these basically are various characters that are displaying emotions that are quote unquote positive as well as negative. How I see it as like blissful as well as emotions that we can learn from. It's a PFP collection, and these are just a few of them. There are 15 out right now on Wazir X, and if you click on any of them, you'll be taken to the emotions collection on Wazir X, and you'll see that each of these emotions are, they basically have a description about what, how one can like understand these emotions and learn to like channel that energy in a certain way, so that you can come to a place of peace or let go. Uh, each I wanted this collection to be vibrant and of these beautiful bright colors, because sometimes the negative emotions, we take them a little too seriously and hold on to them too hard, taking us to not so great places. And I believe all emotions are basically meant to pass through us, and we're supposed to learn from them, and they can be taken a little lightly, something to learn from and then to let go. And this collection is, I find this utility about this collection really cool, that once the first 15 are sold out of which actually only 3 are left, um, there'll be one collector out of all the collectors selected who would be able to um, uh, basically tell us what the next 7 emotions would be. And these can be complex emotions, like basically different emotions put together. And I'll draw those out. And one of these will be airdropped to that collector, who gets the chance to tell us like what the next 7 emotions are. And this will happen for rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it'll happen basically 5 times. And once that's done, there'll be 50 emotions, 50 characters completed. And then there'll be one big piece that will have all these emotions on there, and they'll all be interacting with one another, basically displaying how they transition from one to the other. Like nervous energy can basically move from nervous energy can be channeled into confidence, as well as anger, as well as uh, pride sometimes. I mean, well, maybe not pride so much. It can move on to confidence, and it can move on to anger, and it can basically be channeled in a certain way, depending on depending on what people tend to move their energy towards. So it'll basically be like a big piece that will kind of show these characters interacting with one another and showing how these emotions basically move from one state to another. And that's my whole gallery, everyone. Thank you for joining me. It was a little nerve wracking because I went first. I'm not really like spoken about all of my NFTs together before, but this has been really, really lovely. I'm so glad that you all joined me and listened to me about all of these collections that I've put out so far. I had a lot of fun creating this gallery with all the colors and placements. I'm really, really grateful to you all for Renaissance City and everybody for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for joining in. If you have any questions or comments, please just like DM me. My DMs are open. I'd love to know and talk to you and hear any questions if you have any. And that's basically it. Oh, once you're up there on the second floor, if you want to go back to the Renaissance City page link, CryptoVoxels link, just look up. There's like a purple bit on the ceiling on the second floor, and there'll be like a little bit of a blue tint over there as well. That's where I've put up the picture. Just click on that, and you'll see an external link that will take you back to the main gallery. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tejasvita. Thank you so much. That was so apt, is from what I've heard. Sorry, I'm not on CryptoVoxes because I don't want to get drugged from here, but I thought you did it perfectly. Uh, and yeah, if there's, see, this is for everyone. We're doing this for the first time, and we intend to do it as much as we can. Try to promote as many artists possible in this way. Try to connect the NFT world and the metaverse world, and give everyone that experience together. Because sooner or later it is where we are moving towards. So thank you again, Tejaswita. Like I said, we're doing this for the first time, so we also need to get better. We know there are a lot of things that we need to understand and get better with. So if you have any things that you can tell us to make this experience any better, then do hit us up. We're trying to get good at it with as time comes and as much as we do this. But for now, for the
Well,
people, sorry.
no, I'm going to interrupt you just to say Tejasvita was the one of one, the first one of the entire show. So thank you so much. That was amazing. It was, I have to say, I was watching it on Twitch. It was incredible. It was incredible to get the whole walkthrough. It was very enjoyable, and you're adorable as always, Tejasvita, and thank you so much for being here. Please
Thank
go on,
you.
Jigar. Sorry, interrupted.
No, thank you so much. Yes, how well said. But yeah, if anyone's just come up the stage, I'll give you a little bit what we're doing. If you see the link on top, that's the website to the Renaissance City. We are promoting uh, artists in the metaverse, giving them a space where they can connect their own gallery to. So if you go on the website, you see some information about all the artists that are exhibiting today. This is going to be happening every fortnight, and the art pieces are going to be displayed for a fortnight starting today. And see, if you go to the museum, you see art pieces, individual art pieces of every different artist, which you can click on to go through their own personal galleries. So, like just before we saw Tejaswita, we went to the museum, we clicked on her art piece and went to her museum, to her art gallery. So that is how we're doing. I hope this is something we're doing for the first time. So I hope we're trying to be as clear as possible, as much as we can help people to guide them towards uh to showing them what we are doing right now. So do give us any tips if you think that can better the experience. We'd always be looking for that and trying to grow in the space with that. So yes, I think we're done with Tejaswita and we are with Rohan now. Rohan, I would start with, did you follow Tejaswita while she was explaining how's the experience? Could do you think it could be any better so that we could make that change before you start? Rohan. Okay, I don't know if Rohan is speaking or I don't know if I'm being
No, I didn't.
Rohan.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was speaking on mute.
audible.
Stupid.
Very nice.
Uh,
Well, a way to improve is to turn the microphone on.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's already a way to improve. Don't forget to turn your microphone on. But yeah, I think Tejasvita did a marvelous job. She walked everyone through on how to find a piece, led them to her crypto voxel parcel slash gallery, walked her through a little bit of a journey and her pieces. I mean, that's probably the best time an artist can have, right? I don't think so. You can really improve more than that.
Awesome.
That's great. That's awesome. If we can figure out a system like this that can we can get across amazing experiences. But we're gonna keep looking for ways to improve it too. So do send your comments.
Yeah, I think one really good thing that I saw with Tejasvita's, I don't know if it's gallery or the way she had sectioned out places. So if you were lost, you could always find it back because they were color coded. I think that was a pretty neat uh, trick to sort of move as a group within the space and not get lost.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
even the artists get to learn, right? Like they
Yeah.
could work on their galleries, and these galleries are yours, and you can, per MetaMask, you can build around 420 different spaces and connect them and make your own metaverse over there and build an experience. So you guys, if you started working on this, get down and get making more better galleries or something. Get make it as informatory, as beautiful, as awesome as an experience you can to add an X factor to your NFT sale. So go
Yeah,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
the galleries we designed so with a very basic format, so it would fit everything, just white and glass. But it's incredible what you guys are doing and personalizing them. I think it's important, especially for these shows, because it really gets your personality, your approach across. So awesome.
All right, so let's go to Rohan. Rohan, you could start off with how you want to take us from the museum to your art piece and then through your gallery. So please.
Yep. Yeah. Start off with a little intro to myself. For those of you who don't know, I'm Rohan. I'm from India. I currently live in Sweden. I'm a surreal and conceptual photographer, and I'm also a game maker. So if you are already at the entrance of the exhibition, and you are facing all the names of the artists, you have to just turn back. And if you look at the ground, you can see a silhouette of a person holding a bunch of glowy things that look like bulbs. And you will also see a lot of bulbs falling down like shooting stars. You just click on that, and you should have the CryptoVoxel external link. It's as simple as that. So I'm going to wait for a couple of seconds until you guys can do it. Boop. Oh, Jesus Christ, my browser's hanging.
All right. Before we move ahead, if you find your uh, the crypto voxels to be very glitchy, on the top right corner there are some scroller keys that you can click on to change the parcel audio and the environment audio. There on the bottom you would see uh, low graphics, an option of high graphics, medium graphics, and low graphics. I think if you're on high graphics and you change it to medium graphics, your experience is not going to change any much, but it will be very smooth. So you should try that. But go ahead, Ron.
Yeah. So if you have clicked on the photo that was on the floor that has shooting stars that look like bulbs, it should take you to the parcel. All you have to do is make sure you turn back and you should see the gallery. Uh, and you can see my gallery. It's so all my artworks essentially revolves around being an escape. I am someone who believes that magic is real, and I like creating magical experiences that are sort of tied into emotions and struggles and stories, and I like to sort of create them through this medium. It's essentially like a harmony uh, of stories, lessons, imagination, and all of those complex things sort of put together. There are, of course, different parts to this gallery. So let's walk in first. If you go in, straight in, you should see my entire collection of bulb series at the first floor. Each of these pieces and this is mostly my current art style with in terms of the bulb series. You can see a recurring color palette, a recurring theme. All of my artworks, like I said, are meant to create an escape. These are all magical parallel worlds that I absolutely love building, that are sort of meant to uh, say that you're not alone. They are meant to help spread positivity. And all of these sort of started from my personal struggle that I've had within my life, my queer status. So all of this was a form of healing. But then I sort of realized pretty quickly that what I do is much larger than me. So I started telling them as stories, as lessons. So each of these pieces really tell extremely deep, intricate stories. They're multifaceted, and I use a lot of symbology or symbolism and metaphoric ways to tell complex stories. Uh, just to give you an example, if you come towards the right side, you can see me. Of course, all of my pieces are self portraits, so they are practically me in all of them. So you should see me holding something of an umbrella, but it's a bulb carrying myself, where I'm actually reaching out to more bulbs. So it's this essentially this little take on I'm uh, deep down under in a lot of trouble and a lot of struggle in life in general, and I feel like I'm drowning. But then I'm actually lifting myself up, and that little umbrella that's in shape of a bulb is supposed to denote hope. And I'm lifting myself up to reach out to the stars, and I'm collecting those stars. So each of them have really intricate storytelling in every single piece. So if you go down, if you, of course, towards left, you have a piece called Depression. This is my darkest piece that I've ever created. It's just me, a silhouette of me sitting on a stump with just one light bulb up there. If you click on it and go to OpenSea, you can see the entire piece. There's a whole bunch of fallen bulbs on the floor. Depression is a really touchy subject for me because I clinically actually went through it, and it was one of the darkest times of my life. I'm not there in that space anymore, but I never speak about it either. So that one bulb really represents the only thing that kept me afloat, and that was hope. And if you see the entire piece, the fallen bulbs uh, on the floor sort of represents everything that I've sort of feel like I had lost at that given point in time. But what really kept me afloat was hope. If you come, if you go exactly straight, you should see me floating with a lot of bulbs in what seems like a jungle. That's called Spiritual Voyage. All of these pieces are, at least most of these pieces are actually animated, so they're a lot more deeper in terms of storytelling. So where usually you'll see that in the experience room when you go to the third floor. Uh, but all of these are also created with a sense of creating a photograph to create that experience. That's the reason here it's not animated. But this piece particularly takes you through this personal experience of uh, out of body experience that I had. To just to give you a quick backstory of what this piece was all about was uh, it was night. I had fallen asleep, and I just woke up. I literally just opened my eyes, and uh, I was looking at out the window, and I could see the stars. It was a beautiful night sky. It was really calm and it was peaceful. And for some reason, I just like sort of turned back, and I could actually see myself now. Uh, and it was really calm. It was not scary. It was not in any shape or form troubling, but it was very different, and I'd never really experienced something like that. I don't even know if it was just a dream, but this was a little take on that. There is also a conceptual version of this piece that was actually shot with balloons. This is the surreal take on it. That is also on the third floor in the experience room. This piece particularly took me 2 days to shoot outdoors, placing each of the balloons. There's also a making of video for this, which you can view on the third floor. So that's a little bit about Spiritual Voyage. If you come all the way back, you can see a whole set of black and white photos. These are my conceptual photos. You can see three hands. That's where one's holding a tea bag, one's holding a cupcake, and one's holding a cup. A cup. This one's from my series called Tea and Cake. It was really an emotional tribute to my mom, who used to always greet me with tea and cake. When I used to come back from school. So all of these places, like the cupboard, the behind the tree, which was called picnic, the garden, the playground where you can see a seesaw. All of these are actually tribute to places that we used to share this little moment, share this little memory with my mom. Uh, so it's really a conceptual take on that. It's also got like a bit darker tones to it. But since we're all speaking about positivity, I'm going to skip on that darker tones. But I highly recommend checking these pieces out because these are not just photographs. They also are poems that I have recited for each of these pieces and has in a video. There's also a slight gamification of where there's like a hidden secret within the pieces that you'll have to sort of search out as you view them. So I highly recommend checking them out. They're really fun to sort of spot what they are. So if you come a little bit ahead, you can see my latest piece, which is called Growth. You'll see three of me, where there's a really big bulb under the ground, and you will see a tree with a lot of lights. It's a little take on how we as people are supposed to nurture ourselves. We have to lay our roots really well, take care of them, and let them grow, nurture ourselves, and so that we can sort of bear the fruits of our efforts. So it's a little take on that. Uh, so if you come a little more ahead, you should see another piece where there's two versions of me, one on either side, with the bulbs sort of forming this shape of a heart. This is called self-love. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The funny thing about this piece is that it was actually supposed to be called Long Distance. And it was supposed to talk about how sometimes we fall in love with a person who is not with you for circumstances beyond our control. So I've been married for many years now, but I'm not with my husband because he needs to live in Canada and I need to live in Sweden simply because we are gay and we can't live together because of XYZ reason. So this was a little nod at that situation, but I eventually, and it was actually supposed to be my husband on the other side, but I sort of put myself there and I renamed it to Self Love. Because of two reasons. One, he didn't want to be photographed. Two, I also sort of eventually realized that I need to love myself a lot more. And I think a lot of us in this space has to. So it's a little nod to that. So if you go a little bit more ahead, you will see my piece. With a lot of branches, with a lot of bulb that looks like Christmas lights, with me reaching out to a little sprout with bulb. I think that's also pretty self-explanatory from the way it is. It's essentially talks about, again, loving yourself, nurturing yourself, how you have to nurture and give yourself love in any shape or form has even if you are starting off as a completely new person in space. It was actually an idea that I sort of got as when I entered into the NFT space. So you see there's a little sprout that is got this glowing bulb, and that's really supposed to be that gift for you. So I could go on about all of these pieces, and they all of them have really, really deep meaning. Uh, but this is my current art style. All of these pieces are on OpenSea. Uh, so yeah, let's go upstairs. So if you come a little straight ahead from towards the left, you can see a little arrow that says stairs. If you just get into the stairs and if you see this little piece with the red open door, if you turn back and see, this piece is not there in any place any yet, but that's a little teaser of what's coming on Known Origin for me. That's going to be my Known Origin piece. This is about 3 or 4 years old, and it was displayed in the Gallery of Berlin for a while. But I'm breathing new life into it, and this was the genesis piece for me on why I sort of took on this whole bulb style of creating art and the metaphoric meanings behind bulbs and lights. So this is going to be up on Known Origin. So if you also look straight ahead, there is a conceptual piece where I'm sitting on a chair, where I'm sort of wrapped myself around, and it looks like a little painting. That is, it's called Inner Spark. It's also the first piece I've ever shot, even outside the NFT space. So it's literally my artistic journey's genesis piece. This is the first photo I've ever clicked. This is the first photo I've ever minted. Uh, so this piece is simple, but it's very special for me. And it's already collected. It now belongs in a collector who with a collector who also owns uh, the first Indian actors NFT and also the first short movie NFT. So it's in good hands as of right now. So if you take the staircase up, you can see a little piece where there's the little cat sitting. So that was me when I created that piece. I love cats. That was me wishing that I had a cat. So that's a little sweet piece. So if you come all the way up, you should see my collection of foundation pieces. These are called Utopian Framework. They all have similar landscape, surrealistic reach to it. And if you see, starting from the one that's blue with the sun in between, where I'm standing on top of the mountains, and if you go towards the right, uh, the ice, and then you have the forest, you actually see me where I'm actually standing on top of the mountain. And if you go to the next piece, I've sort of jumped up a little. And then if you go to forest, uh, I've sort of grown this pair of wings and I'm flying. So if you go through the entirety of all the pieces, I actually go all the way to the center with changing landscape, and I end back the other side on a really busy metropolitan city. The reason I created these pieces is it was rather again a really sad experience. I actually lost a friend to COVID, and for the longest time, I sort of wished we lived in a utopian place where death and disease was not a thing. Uh, so it really is a journey from a calm, peaceful place until at the very center you see the landscape starts to change to more desolate and destroyed places, where and then we end up uh, in our current city-based sorry, I wouldn't say even say dystopian, but our current world scenario. uh, so it's a little nod to that. It's also the realization that utopia and dystopia is really what we perceive it to be. uh, and it's those little moments in time that we create as memories that really are the utopian. There is no utopia and there'll never be. Uh, it's sort of that travel and journey within that. These are all actual photographs that were sort of changed and manipulated to make it look the way it is. So they all have like a very surrealistic look towards them. And if you see three pieces at the helm of the stairs, that's from my collection called Emotion. It was actually the first set of NFTs that I dropped on Tezos. Uh, they were also pieces that really talk about my struggles of being a queer person and having to leave my country of birth, accepting myself, and coming out of it. So they're actually named vulnerability, sadness, and struggle, which are three things that I sort of had to go through emotionally and mentally to be in a state where I am currently. So those three pieces are uh, actually a nod to those times, and all three are conceptual photographs. So this is all of Utopian Framework is on Foundation. A couple of them are sold, some of them are still available. The Parliament pieces, the collection Emotion is sold out as of right now on Parliament. So if you go upstairs to the third room, which is called the Experience Room, I think this is also my favorite room. If you come to the experience room, you should be able to see all of the pieces animated, and you should also see a lot of behind the scenes photos of how I create these pieces. Uh, for example, if you come to where I am right now, if you as soon as you entered into the room, you should see like this really big text saying experience room. And if you go to the left, you will see a piece called Enlightenment, where I'm sitting on the flower with multiple hands. It's like my theme. uh, so that piece, you should see the animated version of it. There's a lot going on, like I said before. So it really takes some time for you to make the piece your own and take the story that you want to take from it. But uh, if you look towards the left, you can actually see the BTS behind the scenes of how Enlightenment was shot, how it was created. You can see the photo of the flower, you can see the photo of the ground, you can see me in a couple of photos posing. It looks hilarious. I know it looks like trash when you look at it that way, but uh, I love I love showing behind the scene pieces, because it sort of makes it really real, and it's really not easy and as straightforward as it looks in creating these pieces. A lot uh, because especially when you are in a category of a serial photographer, and you're really speaking from the heart and you're trying to tell stories, it's really a lot of effort in not just shooting them and not just editing them. It's really can be overlooked the fact that a lot of it can be done on Photoshop, and there's little credit given to the amount of effort that goes into shooting them. So if you come all the way to the right, you should see the animated piece of the sprout. And you should also see the behind the scenes of Finding Your Light, where you can see me actually bend down and make it look like I'm reaching out to the sprout. But then you can also see the layers of how the wood texture was actually created. It was actually shot. They were all real wood. that I actually collected, bunched up together, shot, to stripped it out, placed them as layers one on top of each other to make the, like this really complex bunch of layer. And I've sort of color corrected it and added in the bulbs, so you should sort of get an idea of how that piece was really made. Uh, and right behind that, if you remember, I was talking about Spiritual Voyage, which was me floating with a lot of bulbs. You should see the version with a lot of balloons. So each of those balloons that you see were actually manually placed by me and shot. So that's the conceptual take on the same photograph. So if you buy the surreal version, you get this has a bundle with that photo. So if you come a little straight ahead, you should see the animated version of Spiritual Voyage play towards the left. It's a pretty intense video where there's a lot of animation and a lot of things happening. So you really have to spend time looking at each of these pieces. So if you come towards the left, you can actually see the video of BTS of Spiritual Journey, of how these were shot, how they were created. It's insanely hilarious to see me hand place each of those balloons and take a shot and then run back and set the timer again and then take a shot and then set the timer again. And it was definitely not easy to do that piece. Uh, and right towards a little more towards the right at the very back of the space, you should see Discontent, where I'm signing this bunch of bulbs, and you see a lot of silhouettes. That piece is actually a nod to the current situation in the NFT space in general, I think, also other than our own lives. Uh, of how we you see me standing on this large bulb, but then I'm looking at everyone else. A little nod to how sometimes we can feel like we are not getting enough because we see a lot of people, or we feel like a lot of people are doing better than us. But then that might just be far from the truth. A little take on the grass is always greener on the other side. Right behind the staircase, you might also see a black and white photo of me bending down. That's called uh, Scars, and that was actually a Parliament piece that I sort of gave away for a really noble cause. If you go straight ahead, you should see my piece Self Empowerment, where I'm actually sitting on top of the bulb, and you should see the animated version of it. And you should see somewhere behind the scenes photos of not just self empowerment, but also some other pieces of things like growth, butterfly effect, and you should see some behind the scenes stuff of how some of these were shot, from where I got like the landscape photo that I had taken, and sort of how they all sort of came together. And you can also, if you like go really close, you can see how my kitty is also there, right next to the door. So yeah, this is the experience room. This room is really built for us to come here, stare at things, and spend time looking at these pieces. Take in the little stories that they say and make it your own, while also sort of going through how some of these pieces came to life, how they were shot, what it really takes to creating and doing what I do. Uh, so yeah, this is the third floor. Uh, I highly recommend going upstairs. If you go upstairs all the way, you should come to a video that YouTube video that plays, that sort of runs you through everything that I've achieved last year. It's a 30-second video. Uh, But yeah, I will give you 30 seconds before we jump out of the gallery. And we have three more faces to sort of go through. So yeah, 30 seconds. from now.
So while we counting 30 seconds, Rohan, I want to tell you, man, every time I listen to your drops and talk about your artwork, man, it lets me be a bit closer to your life. And man, I feel really honored to be hearing about your whole journey and see the strong person that you are behind your artwork. So man, kudos to that.
Thank you so much, Shikar. That means a lot. That really does.
Yeah, Rohan, I second that. You're listening to you describe your work is amazing. The details you put in, and just about your journey through life and everything, and where you are now. It's impressive, and I love your process. I love it because I do similar stuff too, and I know what goes into it. It's so much fun, and I love how you do the videos and you put the little SpongeBob in 2 hours later things. It's great. But yeah, awesome work, man.
That was an amazing presentation, Rohan. Thank you so much. I finally feel like I got to understand where you're coming from, seeing all your work, and you really honored that gallery that I was told was too large with your entire collection and retrospective into your work. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're 30 seconds up. So,
Yes.
which side do you want to jump? Do we jump down from the left side? Let's do left. Because why not?
Yours in the metaverse. Go on the terrace and all jump together. That's what you gotta do.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, it's a long way down if you take the stairs, so we might as well just jump, right? Woo! So I'm towards left. Boop, 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 boop. Yes, and you should see a bunch of trees, animated trees towards the left. Uh, you should see winter, summer, autumn, monsoon, spring, and something called helio. I hope you guys are on the right side. But these pieces are really special for me because these pieces were actually featured by OpenSea and they were literally flashed all over OpenSea's social media. And this also happens to be one of the first pieces that they put out in their TikTok, Monsoon specifically. So this collection is my most affordable pieces on OpenSea, but they also really started my journey as an artist. Has within this space. I was someone who didn't have a single sale on the Ethereum blockchain for nearly 3 months. And all of a sudden, I wake up one day and I have this whole bunch of OpenSea emails, and I was wondering what the hell happened. And uh, I was there on all of their feeds, and that's where my journey within the space, within the Ethereum blockchain, really started. Uh, and if you haven't guessed already, I am the tree stump for all the trees. Helios, the one with the revolving galaxy, is actually not for sale. Um, that is something that I have for collectors where if they pick up all 5 pieces, because they're insanely affordable, they're I think 0.015 each piece. So if they pick up all 5 of them, I had like this thing saying I would give that to a collector who would pick that up for free. So that's like a really rare piece uh, among this set as of right now. So that one's not up for sale, but I thought it would be nice to sort of have that there. And I understand that monsoon is really not a specific season, but I come from India and we have a lot of monsoon there, so I had to honor that. So if you go all the way back to the gallery, Boop, 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 boop. And if you turn back, you should see my current set of uh, Calumet drop. All of these are Polaroids. Uh, these particular pieces, I mean, of course, I think it's pretty obvious by now that I do use a lot of Photoshop to create my pieces, especially in the realm of uh, photography that I work in. It's a very thin line between um, an artist or a photographer, though my medium and most of my work really happens as a photographer. Uh, it could happen that a lot of people may not even consider me that way. A lot of people might just consider me as someone who, like an artist, right? Uh, so this was me trying to really not just let the world know, but also prove to myself that because in a certain way I was doubting my skill at a certain given point. I was like, am I really a photographer? Because I was just not being considered one by a lot of people. A lot of people were actually forgetting that my medium is really photography. So I went ahead, and I've always wanted to get into film photography. I was really finding it fascinating. So I started taking Polaroid uh, photography really seriously, and I have been for quite a while now. So this was what came of it. So all of these pieces that you see are actually created right out of film by using camera tricks, by using lens tricks. There's no Photoshop, there's no editing, there is no any form of post production. They all are just right out of the camera, just instantly printed on a film. And all of these are on Calumet right now. So this was me trying to tell not just to myself, but to the world, and also create this amazing uh, conceptual photographs that tell really deep stories, because, of course, I'm a storyteller. They all have really deep stories. So all of these pieces were sort of created with that intention. So yeah, I really love uh, these pieces. It just proves that you don't need Photoshop to create uh, surrealistic or conceptual photos. So if you come all the way to the right side, you should see a completely different take on my pieces. They almost look like art. Uh, So these pieces are photo or are on the lines of photorealism. All of these are photographs that I have taken at a given instant in my life. So just like how people have diaries of their day-to-day activities, I have a collection going on an Indian platform called WazirX, where I talk about my a certain instant of my diary entry and a photograph from that moment. And these are photographs that I have photoshopped into making it look uh, like an art piece. So if you go into the link for each of these pieces, you can actually read the diary entry that I had at that given instant of time, at what place, at what time, at what date it was, and what my diary entry was for that day or that time. Um, so these are a little take again on my personal life, my little journey that I love taking people through. So yes, this is my, I don't know. I think it's pretty exhaustive at this given point in time. But these are my pieces. They are a lot personal. They all speak of extremely personal stuff, and at the same time, I would love for people to make all of these their own. A lot of the times, I don't even tell the stories that are really behind them, because I really want people to look at them and sort of make it their own, uh, because that's what they're meant to do. I want people to feel positive. I want to spread hope. Uh, I like people. I would love for people to connect and take away something. And like I said before, I want them to know that they're not alone, in any shape or form, for anything at all. So they're all really emotional and connecting pieces uh, that I want people to sort of hop on and have this little journey, not for me, but for themselves. So this is my gallery. These are a quick look at not all, but most of my pieces that I have currently. And I really hope you guys enjoyed this little journey with me. And thank you so much for coming on this ride. And also, of course, Renaissance can't, for the sake of God, can't
Renaissance
tell
City.
you what. Yes, thank you so much for the entire team for giving me this opportunity. Uh, I truly enjoyed the experience. Sort of going back to all of these pieces, setting my own gallery up in the metaverse. I mean, can't get cooler than that. I mean, like, can you believe it? I can actually now post to have a gallery in the freaking metaverse. It's so cool. But yeah, thank you so much. It was really cool. I really loved the experience of building my own gallery, and also having to walk you guys through all of this. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Rohan. Like I said, it's an honor to listen to you, man. Talk about all your artworks, man. Kudos to what you've done. I wish you so much success, my friend. So much success, and keep doing what you're doing, man. Love your work.
It brought all your art together. It's amazing. It was an incredible experience to walk through it. I love it. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yes. So again, see, like I'll just do a reset. We are doing Art Worms by Renaissance City. We are trying to connect the NFT space to the metaverse space, trying to help artists to have their own galleries, so that it can be an experience for someone to be able to see those artworks in that space. For that, we've made a website which you can see the link on top. All you gotta do is go in there. We have information about the artists that we're exhibiting for the next 14 days, and that that link also gives you another link to Crypto Voxels, where we have a museum built, where all the artists, there are 20 artists from all around the world who have their individual pieces on there, and clicking on each of those pieces could lead you to totally a full gallery of the artists where all their art pieces are there. So meanwhile, we've so far covered Tejasvita and Rohan, and believe me, it's been an awesome experience. We're really seeing something awesome happening here, something new. And this is the first event, so we are open to as many advices or tips or points that you think that we could do to make this experience be better. And we're here to stay. That's all I would like to say. And moving ahead to Ganesh. Ganesh is over here. I just checked out the gallery that he's built at. Oh, it's just jaw dropping. So Ganesh, without any further ado, go ahead, man, take the space.
Hey, Jigar, thank you so much. This is such a pleasure to be, exhibiting in because I always wanted to learn, building something in the metaverse, get my foot dirty in crypto voxels because it seems intimidating to start with. But, I remember the session with you and Marina. You were so lucid in explaining the whole process. So I could immediately catch up on that. And it was a fun journey. I mean, of course, there are some glitches on CryptoVoxel, so I was not able to link any of my artworks to their OpenSea or their foundation links. I'll figure that out, after the room. But I am very excited to show you all the gallery because I really had a great ball of time designing it. And though the base element itself was out of the thing that you gave me, so I'm just going to log in and just give me a minute. And
Take your
once
time.
I log in, I'm just going to thank you for giving me this opportunity and featuring me as an artist. It is truly an honor. So, really,
No, no, it's you don't have to
We
thank us.
love your work.
We love your work.
thank you
Exactly.
so much. Thank you so much, Marina. That means a lot, and Jigar, of course. I hope Stargazer is here. I don't know if he is.
He is. He is.
He is.
He's recording the whole video of what you
He's
For
guys are
you.
manning the
displaying.
camera.
So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Ganesh, your
Oh,
gallery is amazing, dude. It's amazing. I can't wait to see you
thank
walk through
you
this.
so much, Jimmy. That means a lot to me. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. Well, of course, studying 5 years of architecture has to go somewhere. So I think Param, I was just checking out his work, his space as well as today, and so much fun to, see what people have done. Okay, now I'm inside my gallery, and I see someone here that's anonymous. I have a very weird just shirt, so please don't judge me. I don't have pants on.
Could could
It's a
could you start
photo.
off with from the museum? You know where they could see your artwork, and then from there
Yes,
we could start.
I would request you all to come out with me first. Uh, okay, so I'm the one with the colors of India, blue color. Okay, I'm just gonna wave. Uh, how do I wave?
Perfect. Hit G,
Wave.
and then there's an option.
Oh, here. Hi, Param, and everybody. Okay, so this is my gallery. Just come out a little further so that you can see my first piece. That is a Ganesha. That's called Vignaharta. That's a piece that was listed. Well, it is truly a genesis piece of mine into NFTs because that was the first piece I had dropped on WazirX. After because WazirX happens to be the first platform I got onto. It's an Indian marketplace, and after that I got onto OpenSea Foundation and all other marketplaces. But this piece truly signifies on a very deeper level what Genesis means to me because this is where it kind of all started. About how I wanted to um, go about my whole process. But before I take you all into the gallery, I want to quickly tell you and introduce about what I do and who I am. I'm okay. So I'm Ganesh.
Ganesh,
I'm artist.
can I interrupt you just 1 second? Just one
Sure.
second. Marina, once you enter the museum, could you just say from the main museum in case someone's not been able to find his artwork?
Okay, his artwork will be under the website under Ganesh. It will if you find
Oh, you're in the matrix.
the images. Can you hear me?
A bit matrixy.
Hello?
Jimmy, can you help? I think Jimmy is more clear.
I can hear you, Marina.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I could hear her.
Oh, okay. So he meant he's in the matrix.
Yeah, I'm in the
Yeah,
matrix.
pretty much.
Okay. If anybody needs the link, it is both on the website under the artist's images. You just look for Ganesh. That will link you directly to his gallery.
Mhm.
Or you can go into Renaissance City, following the links on
Um,
top, and
it is
click
an
the button.
artwork with the snake, being cut by a
Yes, if
sword.
you're in the museum, it is you go to the left, and it would be on the what would be the floor, and it's a snake in black and gold, and you can't miss it.
Mhm. Am I supposed to navigate you all because I'm just checking on the Twitch? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I see someone. It's the gold and black artwork that you can see. It's the one with the snake curling and the sword cutting through. So click on that and it will take you to my crypto voxel land. That's my gallery. It's
Perfect.
and in the entrance you can see me. If you are inside already, please come out.
Uh, I am in the one with the colors of India, blue color, only shirt and no pants. Please don't judge. So shall I just like, okay, so I see people here. I see someone anonymous. I see Param and many others. So thanks for joining. Firstly, this means a lot to me. For your time. I'm Ganesh. I'm architect and a designer from Hubli. It's a small city in India, and much of my inspiration for art comes from my architecture academia. But I have been practicing art even before that, with different mediums. But architecture kind of allowed me to uh, further look at and understand what it truly means to have composition, the whole idea of geometries and scale and proportion and all the things that kind of actually guide architecture also kind of came into my art. And so that's how my whole art style changed. uh, this series, the whole gallery is curated around one style of mine that's called CAD for Art. CAD for Art is a series of artworks done using a technical drafting tool called AutoCAD. If you're aware, it's mostly used by engineers and architects for drafting technical drawings, and so that is what I actually use for creating all these pieces in the series. There are other series that I work with. There's a series called Pixel Rupture, which is on the top part of the gallery where I've just displayed few of my works. And I also happen to, apart from all the digital work I do, I also do acrylic, pencil shading, and all the other mediums, physical mediums. But lately, I've been in NFTs. I have only been concentrating on this two series. So I'm going to show you some of these pieces. Some of them minted, some of them not. Some of them sold, and some of them are still available. So I'm just gonna, as take you through the different pieces, I'll let you know which one's available and which one's not. So I have currently minted most of these pieces from the series CAD for Art into OpenSea and Foundation. And so the whole idea of the series is to throw light on lost stories, mostly cultural and mythological stories from South Asia and Asia, as a region. So I look into archetypes, I look into symbols, I look into geometries, and kind of bring them together using this series to throw light on stories that are not seen in mainstream narratives. So without further ado, I'm just gonna go and start. So follow me as you go. The first piece that you see on the building outside is the Ganesha, which is uh which is an Indian god, uh, which is like an elephant. So I think you are aware. So that's my first Genesis that I was talking about. It's currently available on OpenSea. Um, I'm going to take you inside. Okay, do sign in the book if possible. So the whole idea of the exhibition and the whole thing is themed around my style of gold and black. It's a very restrained palette, and uh, very minimalistic in the way I kind of do. So the first artwork that you see here is called Love Nidhi, the one which is as soon as you enter. Uh, it's basically depicting the nine nidhis of Lord Hanuman. So this nine nidhis are basically different aspects of what Lord Hanuman portrays, and not more is spoken about it, except from its mention in Hanuman Chalisa. It's like a verse, it's a mythical verse, spiritual verse that people say. So this artwork kind of looks into that. I request you to turn towards the left and then follow me from there. Mm, okay, so the first piece called Vayu, if you go a little closer, you can see it's this very geometric triangle thing with different geometries. Uh, this is one of the artworks from the series called Panchabhutas. Panchabhutas are basically the five elements that we know in the nature depicted geometrically. Using all the elements of how Indian mythology sees them, combined with the very Western idea of them called as platonic solids. So different geometries are combined to form this. These pieces are actually animated. If you go check them on my OpenSea, I'm sorry, I'm not able to link any of my pieces into this gallery at the moment, but you'll be able to see that these pieces are kind of an overlap of different layers that I'm talking about. It's a five artwork collection, and it's my first Genesis collection collection on OpenSea, of which only one remains. Four of them are sold out. So Vayu is the first one. You will see them alternately placed. You know, as you go forward, you will instantly recognize which of them are in the series. The second one that you see, this huge square with kind of looks like a chessboard, but not the typical chessboard that we play with. So this is my foundation Genesis piece. It's called Chaturanga. Chaturanga is basically um, alternate word, Indian word for chess. So this is a three-part series that I am planning to drop on Foundation, and the first one was dropped last October. It's still available on Foundation. So the whole idea of the series is to look at the ancient geometries of play, because most of these board games that we currently look at, that is Snake and Ladder, Ludo, and chess, actually originated from the Indian subcontinent, and people don't know about that. So the whole idea is to look at those geometries, try and understand and learn about what kind of influenced them, because this was heavily influenced by the idea of Mahabharata and Ramayana. These are two mythological stories, very well known. So this piece, I can proudly say, took me the longest time to create, because there was a whole lot of research that went under. You guys can check it out on my foundation. There's an artist note below. So read it, and if there is any query and if you want to learn more about it, do DM me on my Twitter or Instagram, and I would love to tell you. So that's my second piece. I am currently working on the second one, that is Snake and Ladder, and that's called Moksha Pattam. I'm going to be releasing it soon on Foundation when it's completed. Uh, the research phase has gone. I'm just collected all the research, all my notes, and now I'm just going to sit and CAD. So the CAD phase has begun. I'm just going to take you next. Just follow me. Now we are going towards the right, and now you can see one piece, that is the one with, you can see some golden eyes, and it is a collaboration piece, and one of my most honored piece, I would say, because this is my collaboration with Soul Curry Art, that is Ishita Banerjee. She is someone, I think most of us know in the South Asian space and also globally. She's a phenomenal artist and someone I constantly look up to. So this is my collaboration with her and my first collaboration ever into NFT space. So I'm definitely very proud of this piece. This piece as well is available on Foundation. Uh, it's on her Foundation, so you guys can check that out. It's from Soul Curry Art. I don't think I need to say more, but I think you know who she is. So that's the piece. Moving on, you can see right on the right side of our collaboration, there is a thing called Knot of Gratitude. Knot of Gratitude is basically a piece that I did to thank all my collectors, on OpenSea and Foundation, whoever's got my work. Otherwise, I just airdropped that piece to them a couple of um weeks ago. Knot of Gratitude was that piece that was airdropped. Um, Moving on to, as you come towards the entrance again, towards the right, you can see the piece that's the one which is displayed currently in the museum of Renaissance City. This one, the snake cutting by a sword, that's called Poison of Karma. So apart from doing and working on mythological and cultural stories, I also happen to sometimes dig and create artworks that don't necessarily do that and look at the idea of lost. So this one called The Poison of Karma looks at that. This piece is as well is available on OpenSea. Check that out. And I think most of it, as you go, I think you can enter the staircase well inside with me. Oh, coming out just as you enter, there is one where Param is floating. It's the it's a bird with a red dot on it. This vertical artwork on this staircase. You can come out actually. Um, I think I can just sign. Okay, here something. I just signaling you all out. So this piece, it's called the Messenger Bird. This is one of those pieces where again I am looking at the idea of lost. This is currently sold out on OpenSea. It was a multi-edition piece that was collected by Rohan, Angad, Simran, most of my friends here, and this is a piece that happens to be one of the earliest pieces that I did in the series. So I'm going to enter the stake as well. Um, as you can see, there is the one with the butterfly. On the inside of the staircase, that's the same artwork I have put outside as well because there was some glitch I was not able to figure out because I was going inside the wall and stuff, so I don't know what was that. But the one with the butterfly on it, that is one of my recent pieces that I just dropped a month ago, and it was collected instantly by my hours. That is Himanshu Atre. So I'm gonna take you up. I hope I'm going with my pace slowly. If you think I'm going too fast, do stop me and let me know. But yeah, going up, you can see the Ganesha, just as you enter the staircase well. And as you look at the different things in the staircase well, as you come here, there is one, there is this mandala kind of a thing, the golden mandala, that was actually an artifact I designed for a project that I'm a creative lead at. That's Enchanted Valley. So that's where it's currently placed. I did not add the actual version of this artifact is colorful. It's not in gold and black, but this also happens to be one of the versions that I had created for that. So I just displayed it here. Enchanted Valley is one of the project that is that is a fantasy world created by Mayaverse and Charmin Hussain. That's Himanshu and Charmin Hussain. And the lead artist on that project is Violeta Melnikova. So we currently have dropped one order from that series, and it's a 5 order PFP drop. So do check that out as well because that's a project I am extremely honored and humbled to be a part of. You know, um, moving on as you go, I think I'm just going to show you. Here, I think I'm just going to wave so that you can figure me where I am. This is called Durga Mask. There is the four different versions: Durga Mask, Hanuman Mask, Ganesha Mask. These are the four different masks that I created basically to throw light on the slowly forgotten art of mask making in Purulia Chau. That's in West Bengal. So the idea was to recreate those masks in a very thematic way. So those four masks are available on OpenSea. It's a four four edition piece that's on OpenSea, and one of it is collected. So this was the piece that was exhibited in NFT NYC last year, and this is a piece that looks at the idea of how folk arts and the idea of different mask making techniques in India are slowly being forgotten. So I kind of use cat for art to bring that story to light and see how the whole mask making goes on and how people the indigenous community of mask making in Purulia actually create this. So again, I would um, urge you all to kind of read the caption below each of my pieces because more than the piece, I think the caption is going to narrate you. I sometimes call my art not art, it's just a graphic representing all the technical research that goes behind it. Yes, there is a visual aspect to all the things that I do, but I think my art is devoid of any sense if people don't read what it actually tries to mean. Yes, of course, people will say yes, it is visually all that all that is fine, but uh, this is in a more technical sense. This is art. I like to call them graphics. I don't even like to call them art because they are trying to narrate a very specific point. This is not open to this is not subjective as we call art, that we see. So do I urge you to definitely check out all the captions and read the captions, and because I want to kind of through this graphics, I want you all to understand and acknowledge the various stories that come from Indian subcontinent, because it's and Asia, of course, that are slowly being forgotten. So I definitely want to put my light on that and use my skills to bring the stories to light. Okay, so I'm just gonna go. I think Ganesha mask is one of the masks in the 4-part series. As you come, you might randomly see there is a board ape in the middle with two skulls on each side. So, like I said, apart from creating different mythological stories, I also try to bring in some fun and do additions. So, this board ape was a winning entry for Tech Bubble. That's Nick Kalyani. I participated in a board ape derivative contest that he owns, and I was one of the first winning entries in that competition. And again, this piece is animated. Check it out on my OpenSea. And if you can see the pink and golden skull beside it, that is those two pieces are available as well. They are called the christening. I also happen to um, really dig into the idea of dark and the archetype of Neuer. So I you can see a lot of my art having the themes of snakes and skulls, in some places. So I try to bring in that element of dark, something that I really, the occultism, symbols. I love digging those archetypes. So those two artworks are those. Oh, if you go back a little, I think there's someone anonymous stuck in that. It's this it's in the stairwell wall towards in the backside, right opposite to the board ape. You can see there is this artwork with a photograph in between. It was a collaboration that I did with my photographer friend called Ekans Goyal. It's called Patterns of Pashupatinath. Patterns of Pashupatinath is basically two-part artwork that's available on WazirX. It's listed long back, so you can check that out. It basically looks at the idea of uh, Pashupatinath is a place where different artworks have originated, and this one looks into the idea. You can read the caption on my Instagram again. Two of these artworks are displayed here. One being I think this got stuck. Let me just. I think one of it is stuck inside a wall. I'm sorry about that.
Is a person stuck inside the wall? Is that what you're saying?
Not the person. The artwork is gone inside, so I'm not able to. Okay, just a minute. Let me just see if I can bring it out. Um, I don't know. Can you see who is this anonymous person? I think you can see me as I do this. This is fun. Okay, I've just erased it for now. But if you come at the corner, you can see both these pieces together. Um, this two artworks look at the Pauba paintings of Nepal. So Pauba painting is basically a lost art style that is slowly getting commercialized. But if you really look at the very intricate style in which they are done, you will understand why I chose to kind of re-narrate it and revisualize it using this technique. Um, so it looks like a mandala representing the nine. Siddhis of the Pava painting. It's called a Buddha mandala. So a lot of these artworks that you see in this gallery are a visual translation of a lot of scripts. So again, you'll exactly understand what those scripts are if you catch my captions. I'm just gonna go and yeah, if you in between the masks, if you see those two squares with the circle, that's my logo for Cat for Art, the different versions that I use for it. And I'm gonna go up now. I think feel free. This most of these artworks are on OpenSea or on okay, I fell down. Okay, let me just go up. So most of these artworks are on OpenSea, Foundation, and on WazirX. Most of them. I also have pieces on Hiketnang and Kalament, where Jigar happens to be one of my collectors. gonna go up. So the last bit of my thing is called Pixel Rupture. I just wanted to give this small space. Pixel Rupture is another series that I dabble with. This is polar opposite of what I do with Cat for Art. Pixel Rupture is a series of digital textures and small tidbit animations that I do uh, using photo editing apps like PixArt, Mandel browser, InShot, and so many others. So it's a layered process where I take uh, things from I have a collection of different textures. If I just go out, my phone is filled with textures that I pick up from some tree bark or some soil or some rock that I found. So this whole collection in itself is a manipulation of those texturally using all these apps. So this is a very fun thing that I do. Pixel Rupture is a whole different account on my Instagram, so do check that out. Most of these artworks are currently on only WazirX and have not dropped them anywhere. And I would love your thoughts on what do you think about it, because it so happens that this whole series in itself is very distinct from CAD for Art, which people have luckily started recognizing me with the gold and black. So I was a little wary of should I just go all about with this series. So I'm just gonna. There's not much to explain here. These are very visually, fun experiments with textures. I like to call it a digital texture library. So I kind of use them on WazirX. They are dropped. Most of them are sold out. So you can see the ones that are remaining. You can check them out and let them know. So the series in terms of concept as well as its visual aesthetic is very different from Cat for Art, because this takes me probably like 10 to 15 minutes to create one of this, and CAD for Art takes me like months to create. So uh, from visual aesthetic to the concept to the idea, very two different kinds of styles that I usually dabble with. And also this happens to have a lot of color, which CAD for Art has only one. So that's pretty much the gallery and the kind of work I do. I mostly dabble with this, and do check out my Instagram. If you dig deep down below into my Instagram, you'll see that I also happen to do canvas painting and pencil shading and all of that other physical medium stuff. Lately, I haven't been doing that, but I should really get back onto that so that I loosen my grip with digital artwork a little bit and get back to that. So this has been fun. This has been fun to kind of create something aligning with my brand to displaying something in my own gallery. So I really appreciate the opportunity, and it's such an honor to be being to have been featured alongside such amazing artists that I look up to. So I was just looking at Rohan's work. Rohan is such an amazing photographer and an artist in his own right, that um, I love the whole process of him taking through each of his pieces separately, and how profound each of those pieces were. And same with Tejasvita. I think Tejasvita, I keep telling, um, you know, she has a I think her brain and hand is one organ. She constantly draws as she thinks, I think, and that's very fast. And something I'm totally inspired and a little bit jealous of, because I don't have that. And of course, I mean, the gallery itself was amazing. I really liked how well curated it was and how structured it was in terms of coloring, and those floor markings really helps uh, a person. That's like a museum experience, like we talk about, like MoMA or uh, NGMA. So that's the kind of thing. So Tejasvita, definitely, apart from being an amazing artist, I think you should also become an art curator soon. So this has been fun. This has been something exciting and new for me, and I thank you for the opportunity again. And yeah, so I hope I'm just going to connect all these artworks to their individual OpenSea, WZRX, and Foundation links after getting in touch with Jigar and Marina later. But this is it. Thank you for your time, and I'm done speaking.
Thank you
Ganesh.
so much, Ganesh. Go ahead, Maria.
No, thank you. Did I interrupt you again, Jigar? Thank you, Ganesh. I mean, that was amazing. adore your work, but the experience of going through your entire gallery and being able to see them in this setup is just, it was incredible. This is working out great, I think. At least what I'm getting from it is just, it's just amazing. Very different experience from when we were struggling between Instagram, Twitter, Linktree, and technology in general. This is above that, and the insight that it gives us into all of you and how it's all coming together is just moving. It's amazing. Jigar, take it on.
Thank you. Uh, thank you. Like I said before, man, awesome gallery and beautiful work. I'm so always happy to see how you're spreading more knowledge about the cultures and things that are being lost now, like you said, and to the world, and everyone's appreciating it because it's beautiful. The colors that you use, oh my god! So thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone. While I reset the room, reset the space. I don't know why I keep saying room. I think it's okay. But yeah, while I reset, please go ahead. I know Ganesh wasn't able to link all the artworks to the platform, so give him a follow. Check out his link tree, and you'll see where his artworks are. And I think they're beautiful. They're going a long way. So thank you. So for everyone who's just entered the space, we are doing Art Worms by Renaissance City. You can check the link on top, find out more information about Renaissance City on the website. But we are trying to promote artists in the metaverse, like having their own galleries. We've given out some basic builds so that they could start from there, or even build one from scratch, and make an experience while they're talking about their artwork. Really curate their artwork. When they come in these spaces, they have a link they can provide, and everyone can just jump in that gallery and experience the whole artwork that way. So the link on top is the website. From there, you'll know the names of the artists. You would also get a link to Crypto Voxels where the build is. And just a second. Am I audible? Can someone tell me if I'm audible, please?
And make sure to sign the guest books. I need to go back a couple
Yes.
times and sign all the guest books.
Yes. So if you signed in
Yes.
with your MetaMask while you're in Crypto Voxels, you can actually sign the guest books and, you know, write in there where that you've visited it. So the artist also knows that you appreciate it. So everyone should do that. The experience is far more better on the computer. That's what we've been telling people, but you could also visit it from your phone. And the links are right there. It's the artists are always going to be building up on these galleries, make it better as they go ahead. So keep these links. You could keep visiting them, keep seeing how they're growing. And yeah, uh, so our next artist is Param. Param, do we have you here?
Yeah,
Awesome. So, Param, could you start with telling a little bit about yourself, and then tell us how, from the start, from the museum, how we could navigate through your artworks?
yeah. Thank you. Like first of all, thank you to everyone for joining. And shall we help them navigate first, and then I'll introduce myself in
Yeah,
the
however you're
detail. Like
comfortable.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you can go on the Renaissance City website, you will find in the second row it's something in pink. The artwork is in pink. It's kind of abstract artwork, like besides Muskan's owl. Uh, I hope you are able to find it. If you click on it, you will be getting into my gallery. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. I am an architect from India, and I have been making 3D art like before NFTs as my hobby. Uh, Also, I am an amateur cello player, and I am like very much interested in Western classical music. And most of my artwork are inspired from science fiction concepts, movies, and books. my process starts with a raw idea, and then like I'll do trial and error in my 3D space. It's mostly like experimentation, and also sometimes use computational design methods and parametric techniques, like which is very popular in architecture. So and recently, like I have developed an inclination for abstraction. So I use my parametric techniques for making abstract art, and so I think we can begin now. You can see me in blue kind of top and blue hands, and we are in the entrance. And I have divided the floor like the ground floor is like kind of semi abstract art. The second floor is like my sci-fi work, and third one has some abstract works and upcoming work. So as we enter, I request everyone to sign the book if you want. And I would like first art is called Meta Life, Meta Truth. Uh, so basically, it's showcasing the dark side of metaverse. Like the art is like it's very enticing, and you want to stay in. Like it's very tempting, like how metaverse is. So you want to stay there, but it has few of dark side as well. So it's kind of ironic. The art is like very tempting, and you want to stay. And just follow me. It like the art is a video, so I would play for you. Uh, I'll wave from here.
Yeah. So if is it a video, Param?
Yeah, I'll just play it. So
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
think
if you play it, I mean, even if others, you'll have to click on the video to let it start. So when he says play, you could also play it together. Yeah.
okay. I have played it. Basically, we will not be able to hear the sound, but it's okay. So I'll just give it like it's 40-second video. So we'll just wait for a few seconds. And while it's playing, I would like to ask Tejasvita to read the idea or the narrative besides the art. So if you can just listen to it, like I have, with the help of friend, written a short narrative or a kind of story to showcase the dark side, like it's in first person. So Tejasvita.
Meta life, meta truth. I stand on my balcony, looking at the night sky, a dark backdrop with the moon in sight, a scenery quite usual for the eyes. The street is filled up with neighbors, children running around under a tall flickering streetlight, the next door couple taking a stroll in the park, a poor old woman selling toys while clutching onto her child. I look up to see the full moon night. My only hope on this gloomy night, as I tried to look away, something caught my eye. The moon seemed to be growing slowly and steadily as if it was heading right towards me. I want to look away because I know such a foreign association might come with its consequences, but my curiosity slowly takes over my fear. I continue to gaze at this extremely tempting sight. I am defenseless, slowly succumbing to this inevitable union of two entities. Frozen to the ground, I stand, glaring at it, with arms wide open, welcoming it to consume me. The light washes out, and I am overlooking a bright colored passage filled with unidentifiable things, something like a gallery. My curiosity tells me to take a closer look and discover that this place was designed for me, something right out of my imagination and tailored specially for my comfort. I am discovering new things I love and the ones I have always wanted. With growing excitement, I notice something changing around me and I cannot seem to understand it. An eerie feeling arises. This place knows me, can listen to my thoughts and understand what I want. I feel like I am in my headspace. I want to run away, but things I am surrounded by are gripping onto me. This is unsettling, a bit uncanny, and I try to walk away, but I hear someone calling out my name. It's my high school best friend waving at me. I cannot believe my eyes. We agree to sit down and talk at a coffee shop nearby. I know this place, I told him. They serve the most delicious cappuccino in town. The conversation is going exactly how I pictured it in my head. I try and take a sip from my coffee as he is speaking. Something about this coffee feels odd. I look at him and he is not drinking. The strangeness of this moment gets to me and I walk away. I look around me and everything is constantly changing with my every move, with every changing feeling. A dark realization comes over me. This is not real. None of it is. None of this has ever been real. I cannot seem to realize when this all began. The moment that reality blurred into imagination. The street, the view, my balcony. I remember it. I remember the happiness when I saw those children playing, the pity I had for that poor old lady, and the light, the flickering street light. A sudden rush jolted me out, back on my balcony, looking at the same view, left with a bittersweet feeling in my heart. Oh, how wonderful it was to escape into my world of imagination, to see places unreal than the one right in front of me, which now unexpectedly looks beautiful to me. Wait, this cannot be happening again. No.
Beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Hope like
Wow.
yeah, like this is a very cut down version of it. If you want to read, like I have linked. If you can see where I am standing, I have kept it, and I have a link to the Medium blog where you can find the entire narrative, like with where it goes much more darker. So the idea was like even mobile phone was not intended to be like get addicted and have some mental or health effects. So but eventually like it's up to us. So like if you don't learn from our past mistake and do not have a proper hygiene, like phone hygiene or like metaverse hygiene, then we might end up in the same thing. So that was my take on this work. And it has a this collection has two art, like the meta life meta truth has is on the foundation, and the other one was collected, the meta life meta reality was collected by Luna. And if you see like the blue one, it has been collected by Luna. And I would encourage, if you would go to like I have linked every art, so if you click and read the description, so I would encourage that. And I think we can go upstairs now. uh, so I'm standing at the staircase entrance. uh, yeah, I hope everyone is able to navigate. uh, so on the second floor, the first work, as soon as you reach up, you will see it's called Resilience. So uh, it's uh, just let everyone come up. Yeah. So the idea is, even in the art, this is also like there is a girl who is trapped on an island. It can be said as a metaphor for her own thoughts and negative feelings. And it's kind of tempting. The island is kind of tempting that you would want to stay there. Like it's easy to like and stay there and not to try and challenge yourself and come out of the island, or like try to swim the ocean. But the island is so tempting that you want to stay in your own thoughts. Like it's a metaphor for your resilience. So I'll just read the description quickly. While navigating the sea of life, she stumbles upon this island. Will she live forever on this dream island, or take a decision to move and die trying to reach the shore? The comforting and lonely island seems like a paradise, but in fact, it's a trap made of fears. Does she have the resilience required to battle her mind and get out of the fear trap and try to reach the shore? So that was the whole idea behind this. And this has like three different collection. This one which you can see in the front has been collected, and one on the left which on which you can see the uh, sunlight coming from the behind. It's still there, and yeah. So both of them are on OpenSea, and uh, if you come to cross contamination, like it's just besides resilience, I think I have labeled everywhere. So just come near cross contamination, you can see a man standing in a suit. So I like the idea behind it. This one is like the the more frequent like inter space travel, like we are traveling into space, or like in future we'll travel to different planets. There are chances of Earth getting contaminated from viruses there, or vice versa. So since this is a science fiction flow, like I have been reading very much sci-fi stuff. So the idea is like, what if something has been brought from the outer space and it has made a havoc over here. So like just for example, the pandemic hit suddenly. So like in future there are high chances that it could happen. So that's the whole idea behind it. And let us go through the cross contamination is on WazirX. Like this is my first Genesis work on the first artwork that I ever put it on any blockchain. The next one is called the Nomad series. So it's a collection of 6 different art. Like it's a continuously stitched story of a nomad traveler, and which also tries to depict the life, the cycle of human civilization, like how there is a nature is blooming when the human came. Then uh, they tried to progress by building industrial revolution, and we started becoming progressive. So then eventually, like we might end up losing our planet. So all the 6 artwork, like I have not displayed over here, but you can go and try to like the story, relate the story with all different pieces. So I would encourage, if whenever you are free, just go on OpenSea and read the description, like how the nomad travels from different kind of surreal scapes of the metaverse, and it's kind of metaphor for how human uses a place and destroys it and then moves to another place. So it's kind of cyclic process. So that I have stitched in 6 different works. So you can just see, like there are 3 total works over here of that series. One is Night, Day, and the other one is called the Nomad and the Metal Cloth. If you just come over here where I am with my hand. So it's, yeah, I think this covers the second floor, and we can go. So as soon as you enter, you will see on the front there is hostile planet, on the left there is suspended animation, and on the right there is my upcoming abstract artwork. So first of all, I would like to talk about suspended animation. It's an video. So if you are able to play it, play it. So suspended animation is about taking breaks. Let me just read for you. In the chaos and insecurities of life, I think it's very much important to go in a state of suspended animation and reduce your brain activity, because the amount of information that we are consuming on daily basis, have never been consumed before, like by any human. So it's important to step back from our individual bubble and observe the outside world peacefully. So that's what I wanted to uh, depict in this work. So yeah, and next towards where it's titled non-NFT work, you can see some neon colored work that is I have not kept for as an NFT, but it's kind of cyberpunk style dystopian world, like where capitalism is at its peak, like people are selling water, selling body part, objectifying, and you can see, like, if there are lots of detail, if you could take out time and go through it, like it has been inspired from the movie Blade Runner and the game Cyberpunk 2077. So like all of those who are interested toward this dystopian world, I highly encourage to go through it, like, on my Instagram, or yeah, it's on my Instagram. So that's my non-NFT work, and right behind it also it's for non-NFT. Like you can see a stormtrooper from the Star Wars. So it's what, like, I have been doing, like, before in coming into NFT. So I have not put it on a sale, and yeah, if I can have your attention towards my upcoming abstract artwork. So recently I have developed so much inclination towards abstraction. So I have been trying to, like, make some abstract work and do a lot of more research, ask many artists, and these are called the blues. I would not talk about it much for now. You can have a look, and I think that will end my space. uh, on terrace there is, I guess, nothing much, only a video of cello. So yeah, I think it's done.
Hello. Am I audible,
Hello.
guys? All right.
Yeah, Jigar, you're audible.
Awesome, man. I was just reading a message that you sent me about the image, and I'll get that changed as soon as possible. But awesome, man. First of all, what the written part, I see that different side of you, the what Tejasvita read, and how beautifully did she read that. In fact, did you guys do this before? The way she read it was so spontaneous, I guess.
No, I heard Tejasvita, like, have many times, so I was sure, like, she would give everyone's interest. I asked Rohan before, like, but he had to leave or something. So I am not very good at, like, speaking, so I asked her.
No, but I thought that was something very awesome that she did for you. But uh, thank you. Uh, I hope everyone's enjoying the experience, first of all, because this is something different we are trying. We are trying to connect the NFT space to the metaverse, build, provide galleries or the knowledge how to build your own gallery in the metaverse. So we are Art Worms by Renaissance City. If you click the link on top, this would connect to you. This will give you information on the artists that we are exhibiting for these 14 days. And there's a link to the Crypto Voxels uh, museum where we have individual pieces of every artist out there, which are again further connected to to their galleries of all their artworks that they could possibly portray with the help of that gallery. So thank you, thank you,
Yeah,
Reina.
and I would like to thank everyone, Jigar, Marina, Renaissance City, and Tejasvita, and even Ganesh. Ishika has helped me multiple times to figure out things. So a huge shout out and thank you, Jigar, and thank you everyone for your time. And yeah,
It was it was our pleasure. It's what's making this happening now, and we hope it keeps going because this could be really nice. It adds depth to every artist. It brings everything together. It gives you an opportunity to show your work in a different dimension, to interact with people. I think it's upping the game, and we hope we can take it even further. So, Jigar,
I think I'm getting rugged. Your voice is totally breaking for me. I don't know if you can hear me.
It was breaking for me.
yeah, same.
That's actually all your voices are breaking for me. I just hope my my voice is being heard.
I can hear you fine.
Awesome. All right, all right. I think she was complimenting you, and I would do that as well. I already did, in fact. But yeah, I mean, we the next person who was about to say, speak, or shill or exhibit or curate, has some unavoidable circumstances not able to join. I was Muskan, but so she is a very wonderful artist. I would really like to speak a little about her. She lost her, yet she compromised her wallet and lost all her ENS or tokens or ETH and everything. So she was giving up, and I talked to her and I told her that, dude, you can do it. And within 2 days, she came with an art piece that was so beautiful. I'm like, oh my god, mint that on foundation, and within a week that sold off, and she covered 80 to 90% of her works, that of the money that she lost, at least the ETH. So I thought that was a good inspirational thing, that you should never be down or something like that. And I thought, her talking here would make a difference. But yeah, I think while I did want to say that we do have this slot, that she's
Well,
not going to speak. So
what we could take a peek at our gallery and sign
yes,
her guest book.
exactly, that is what I'm getting. So while I asked some questions from the speakers that have already spoken, you could just, it's the owl right in front of the museum that you can click on and go through the gallery, while I ask some questions of the people who have been here to know how the experience was so far, so that if there's any way we could change this or tune it to being more comfortable, I think we would love that, right? So Tejasvita or Rohan, is he still here? So how did you feel this was so far? Then I'll come to Ishika as well.
I loved it. I think this was such a great experience. From like, the provided building that we worked on, and to like actually working with it, to like all the help that you all gave to us. And um, this whole experience has been great. And then coming here and then talking about it, and looking at everybody else's galleries, it's just been absolutely fun. And like I've learned about so much more, right? Like there were so many pieces of Rohan's that I did not know about, of Ganesh's that I did not come across, and Param too. Like it's so nice having a gallery that you can just go and visit and just look around and experience with other people. I really really enjoyed this experience. Yeah, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. What little bit that you think we could change? I mean, really change, and make it more easy or something like that. Anything like that you felt?
Let me think about that. Hmm. I think
That
mostly
that,
it's
that
just
could be, yeah.
speaking. But okay,
Sorry.
maybe the names that have been put up on the walls, if those could also link to the galleries, that would also be awesome. Like our names on the
Yeah.
walls. Yeah. That's it. Otherwise, it's
Yeah,
all like
no,
just
they don't link.
points.
I know. I wish they could too.
Otherwise, it's all just really fun, very fun experience. I loved it.
Thank you.
I'm glad. I mean, there should be some or the other work around that, and we could get that done possibly. So we will take note of that as well. How about you, Ganesh? Or yeah, Ganesh, what do you think?
Oh,
We can
well,
add
for me,
images.
oh, sorry. Sorry to cut you off, Marina. Go on.
I said we could add images, but it becomes complicated.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I mean, yeah, we could do that later. Find ways. Yeah, but yeah, Ganesh, go ahead.
For me, I think the experience was in itself very smooth. I think most of it because I'm used to modeling on 3D software, so it was pretty easy that way. I think experience for as a Renaissance city, the whole exhibition itself was I loved it a lot. I like the whole concept of having our own portals in a museum that you guys have curated, so that way individually we can see each of the artist's portfolio, so that's good as well. There's this little glitch thing that I had issue with, but that's nothing related to Renaissance city. I think it's the crypto voxel glitch, but I love the experience. It's a beautiful way of curating and showcasing art, and artists. So definitely, um, I don't think there was any issue as such. So I really enjoyed this whole thing.
Awesome. Hey, Shika.
Hi, Jigar, and hi, Marina. What you guys are doing? Oh my gosh, incredible, incredible. And like for me, I couldn't be doing it without my friend Galiano there. Uh, oh my gosh, this he did it all for me. He did it all for me, and the way he supported, I was like, I'm not techie at all. I'm not techie at all. So I was like, Galian, I don't know even how to do even little bits. He did it all. Galiano, thank you so much. And wow, Param, I love your gallery. I was actually going around. I don't know, Jimmy, if you saw me. I was going around your gallery as well. I was going around all the galleries. Oh my gosh. Param, I love your work. They are so modern, they're so unique, they're so contemporary and playful. I love it. Some of them they are provoking, some of them they are refreshing, very refined. It shows your skill, Param, and Ganesh as well. Ganesh, I was going around your gallery, Tejasvita's one, and yeah, just incredible, incredible stuff. I'm running out of words, Jigar. I don't have enough words. What you guys are doing, incredible. Marina, thank you for all these.
Oh my God! Thank you for joining us, Ishika. I'm thrilled that you love the idea and as much as we do, and let's make it happen. I think it's a great way to display art for everybody, and it's a
Absolutely.
great way to tell a story because the artist, yeah, you're not bound by space, you're not bound by a gallerist, you're not bound by money. You can add walls, remove walls, add spaces, remove them, turn them, customize them, or start it from zero. And there's no cost. So, let's use it. Let's make the best of it. To those that don't know, you can have up to 420 free spaces on CryptoVoxels under one MetaMask. So if that's not enough, you can get another free MetaMask and, probably just another account on your same MetaMask. I'm not sure. I think so. Different number. And get 420 more to experiment on.
Marina, you are getting a bit ruggy there. I couldn't
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
hear you properly.
Ha, so this was not just me this time.
Haha.
So yes, thank you. I don't know if you've seen Muskan's works in the gallery as yet. I think we should move ahead. I think Samim's here. Samim. Oh, I didn't even invite him up. So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, please, guys, if you're listening to these artists, give them a follow. Give Renaissance City a follow. We are going to do this every fortnight. We're going to keep these artworks, these galleries. In fact, we're going to keep these collections of galleries forever in some or the other way, and add more artists every fortnight and try to help them promote their works in various channels. This is being the video part of it in the galleries, while the artists are speaking about it, is being covered as well. And we try different social media platforms to help promote these artworks as well, put in links of these artists wherever it's been shown. So yeah, uh, another reset just before that. If you've just joined in, there's a link on top. This is the Art Worm. This is Art Worms by Renaissance City. When you click on the link on top, you come to a website where you get a little info about us and the artists that we are showcasing today. So when you click on these artworks on the artists, it takes you to their gallery. If you The link to in the website also takes you to the crypto voxel Renaissance City built, which is there are individual uh, artworks. I'm so sorry about the background voice. There are dogs. So the link takes you to the Renaissance City built in crypto voxels, where in the museum you would see individual artworks of all these different artists, from where you can click on these artworks, and that will lead you to a whole gallery of that particular artist where you could see all these artworks. So, and these artists are speaking about their works over here right in front of you. So we're trying to making a different way of talking about your artwork, more curated way, and trying to take it up a notch. So help us get more artists. Thank you. Who's next? Samim, did you join yet? Samim. Jimmy, you want to say something? Please.
Hey man. Yeah, no, I was gonna add to before, just like, we spend a lot of time in Clubhouse. We spotlight artists, we talk to people, and thinking back, like how we get people up and we say, hey, go to their link, check out this, whatever. Like, to me, that was web. Hey, okay. Yes, you are. Can you hear me, guys? Am I rugging?
No, you are not.
Oh, okay. So no, I was just saying, like, to me, that was like Web 2. What you guys are doing here now is totally Web 3. I mean, this is insane to be able to like spotlight an artist, but then have that artist walk you through a physical gallery and step by step show you their work, talk about their process. This is nuts. Like, I could see this taking off hugely. I mean, you guys are genius, all of you, and wow, I'm just speechless.
Well, I'm going to give you another idea to that. You can tie one free space to another just by adding a link from one to another. Okay.
Right.
So you can also have an artist studio besides the artist gallery if you want to take people through the process. Just a thought.
That's amazing. Yeah,
you could build your own metaverse.
Right.
You could have your own metaverse in
you can have the artist store, the artist studio, the artist gallery, and you can have them all tied together. So you create your small metaverse, and somebody sends someone to any one of those spaces. They're all tied together.
Yeah, this is like how they added these little emojis. We need one that has like a mind blown one, because my head is exploding right now just thinking of all the possibilities that we can do here. But yeah, no, this is insane.
And you want to talk about creating community, how you tie them, how we tie them amongst ourselves. That's why we want to keep every artist first for 2 weeks on exhibit. In the middle, we'd like to do meet the artist. So it's no presentation. It's just 2 hours that everyone can show up just to meet each other, chat, show them their gallery, whatever you want to do. And when the exhibit's up and we're putting the next one up, we want to keep these portals to everybody's spaces, so that we
Yeah.
don't lose the connections. Yeah, so that we build a network of vetted artists through these connections. We actually to one of the second one, the smaller gallery, we added a bus stop that takes you to Renaissance City. I don't know if you saw it, Jimmy.
No, you rugged a little bit there. I didn't really catch what you said on the end.
I said to the second gallery, the smaller one, we added a bus stop to Renaissance City.
I'll have to check it out.
And it's all about creating that network. Besides offering artists a place where they can meet with more than 5 people at a time, but now we see that you can see more people that can't see themselves amongst each other. So basically, if you want to throw any parties on the by the water, just let us know. On a rooftop, just let us know. That's what the space is for.
I love it. Ishika, you had a question? Or
yeah, I was just going to say, Param, cool dancing. I can see you dancing in front of Samim's gallery. Cool dance.
All right. So
and quickly, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
No, go ahead. I don't want to take up any more time. Let's move on to Muskan.
All right. So move ahead to Samim, actually. Muskan, I hope everyone's visited a gallery. Give her a follow as well, in case. But Jimmy, you got to work with Muskan. Would you? I don't know if you would want to talk about any of her works or something like that.
I will. I have a piece, one of our collaboration pieces in my gallery, so I'll talk about that later.
Awesome. So go ahead, Samim. Samim is one of the wonderful people that I met on the NFT space. Let me start with that. And he's even he's a gem. That's all I would say. But go ahead, Samim. I would like to hear more from your mouth. Go ahead.
Hey, Jigar. I'm audible, right?
Definitely.
Thank you for hosting this space. I mean, finally I got the push to actually work on crypto boxes. I mean, like building stuff. So thank you for this opportunity. Jigar, Marina, everyone, like thank you so much. So I think let us first go to our my space. I'll tell you how to navigate from the Renaissance City
Perfect.
museum. So if we enter, we go to the right side of the stage, so to say, of the museum. Beside the stairs on the floor, you'll see a chimpanzee with its tongue out. So that is the portal to my space. So let us go there. You can take your time and roam around a bit while I maybe introduce myself. Yeah, so I'm Samim. I'm from a place called Assam in India. The kind of artwork that I generally do, or I started out doing, were artworks that were generally inspired by nature and culture. Because being from India, especially the northeastern part of India, I've always been surrounded by nature, like diverse landscapes, and then there was also this diversity in culture. So these were those things that influenced my art, influenced my colors. I started out with that. I still draw artworks related to those topics, but then recently, due to some events or due to some things that I heard, some things that I try to empathize with, I have been trying to talk about body positivity. So yeah, right now I'm doing that. Talking a bit more about my background, I'm a software developer by profession, but I've been an engineer because I like the concept of creation, and that same craving for creation led me to become an artist because it is the creation that kind of keeps me going. So as an artist, I tried out different things because I don't have any formal education in art. I started out trying graphic design. I started out trying UI UX design, website design, all those stuff. And then finally, right now I'm doing, so to say, freestyle. That is what I like to call it, freestyle paintings. And but like because of that journey of exploration, exploring multiple things, I came across concepts like, because when you talk about graphic design, there are some fundamental things that you talk about. You talk about symmetry, you talk about balance, you talk about hierarchy, um, you talk about, I think balance is one key thing that always influences my art. So those concepts or those ideas, one thing I missed out is minimalism. So these all these things carried over to my current um, art style. um, so now I'm exploring using those influences and exploring the world of 2D art currently. So I think that that is all about me, and maybe we can start a tour of the gallery that I built. I already see Param and I think this is Ishika here. So let us start. Let us all come to the door or the gate of the gallery. So if we go in, so at the center space, what we see, if you see on the either side, on the left side and the right side, you will see two helmet kind of thing, motorcycle helmets. So this was a fusion kind of project that I did some time back, inspired by uh, the cultural aspect, the diverse cultural aspects that we see in India. As I said, I have been always been influenced by culture, more particularly the visual aspects of culture. So the colors that different traditional dresses, the patterns that different traditional dresses are something that always fascinates me. So with that influence, and also being a motorcycle enthusiast myself, I do a bit of a riding myself. So I did this fun series or project which I call Headgears of India. So this is a fusion between motorcycle helmets and the traditional Indian headgears. So I have displayed two of those here. So on the left is the one in red that you see is the hornbill warrior cap. So this is one, and on the right side you'll see a motorcycle helmet designed as a Haryanvi turban from the Indian state of Haryana. So both of these, what I have put on the walls are 2D paintings that I did, and then based on that, I made these actual variables, crypto voxel variables. Obviously, with the help of Jigar, I got them minted, and so you can see those variables. And actually, one of them I'm myself wearing right now. So these series is minted on OpenSea. This is the Headgears of India series. Currently, there are 3 of the headgears that have been made so far. And yeah, I think I'll add a few more there, but currently 3 are on OpenSea. And I have added the link to the OpenSea, like the OpenSea links to these images here. And every collector of the 2D image actually gets a 3D voxel free with the 2D artwork. So this is the Headgears of India collection. Now, if you go, so Jigar, I've been audible so far, right? I'm just checking.
Yeah, crystal clear.
Thank you, thank you. So now, if we go ahead, you see the Trapped in My Body collection that I've been currently working on. But I think I'll talk about this at the end because this is something that I'm currently working on, and I want to like talk about this at the end. So what we'll do is we'll move ahead and go to the right side of the gallery. So if you come to the right side of the gallery, um, behind the wall, you will see a collection, a series called Claws and Blades. I think I messed up the writing the titles because I think I did not expand the text box, so you can only see the blades part, I think. So this is a collection that again is inspired by different cultures, different traditional dressing, different traditional um, ornaments and everything. But here these are basically warriors. So there are different, like each of these artwork is inspired by some warrior uniform, so to say, like samurais, like the Spartans, like ninjas, like Persian warriors. So these are again in this in that domain of fusion art that I call fusion art, at least in my own words, where I kind of mix and match things and design some characters, so to say. So this series started off as a single piece that was drawn casually, but then uh, a conversation with some of my friends led to a bigger discussion where we discussed about the plight of the street dogs in India. I mean, I'm talking India, but the situation might be same elsewhere also. But generally in India, you'll see a lot of street dogs who do not get enough food. Basically, every day of their life is a struggle. Every day of their life is a fight, and that is where I felt that these one piece that I made um, in a little witty manner gives a very, I'm not sure if witty is the right word, but in a funny or in a casual manner talks about their struggles, because I feel that the street dogs are warriors in their everyday lives. So I kind of continued this series and made 10 of these. 10 more will come because I plan to make 20 of these. And each dog that you see here is actually inspired by some local Indian breed that you can actually see on the streets of India, like different, because every state has different local dogs. Although obviously there has been a lot of stylization with each of these characters, so you might not at the first sight be able to recognize all of these. But then again, yeah, these are inspired by the local Indian street dogs. And 10 pieces are up on Wazirex. Only two are left unsold. Others have already been sold. And since this was inspired by the thing that I talked with my friends about street dogs, actually 50% of the primary sales of this collection will actually go for the benefit of or the welfare of street dogs in India. So this is that collection. Um, yeah, I think I hope I'm not going too fast. You're getting time to see the artwork. Now I'm moving to the left side of the left portion of the gallery. Um, so if we enter the gallery and we come to the left, I can see Param walking towards the left. Yes, yes. So we are on the left side of the gallery, and these are artworks that do not fall under any particular category, because as an artist, I don't like to limit myself to just one topic or just one emotion or one style of art. I mean, style can be obviously something debatable, but generally for the topic itself, I don't like to limit myself too much, because every day, because we're artists, we feel things every day. We kind of draw different things, we feel different things, we see different things, and we draw different things. So these are artworks that were done on some particular day to express something I saw in the news or something I felt on that day. So the one on the left, which is tight, which you can see the text under it, just another day, which is on OpenSea, and then on the right also there is another one which is called just another day. So these two are artworks that I did. So the and minted on OpenSea. The one on the center, Enter the Taxman, was never listed for sale anywhere, but it was given out as a POAP for Colors of India. So at Colors of India, we do these events now and then. Almost every week, we do one event or the other. And this one was actually given out as a POAP on the day when the crypto or NFT tax was introduced in India. And we were all going through, as artists, we were going through this mixed feeling of kind of getting saved from the uh, fact that cryptos are no longer, so to say, illegal. But then again, we have this huge tax burden on us. So that kind of mixed feeling where your savior is also kind of harming you or hurting you. that kind of mixed feeling or dilemma I've tried to portray in this artwork that I call Enter the Taxman. The one on the left, the one with the lotus, kind of um, talked about a little bit of the political situation that we have in India right now, so to say, at least my interpretation of a few things, and it is kind of abstract, so it is still up for um, interpretation by whoever sees it, how they want to perceive it. There are elements like the lotus, there are elements like a golden tongue, there is the element of, I don't know, self-suffocation or choking oneself. Then there are these colors which might also mean something to someone. So these are artworks that I don't explain too much. It is a little bit up for interpretation by people. And in each of these artworks, there is the date on which they were drawn also exactly in the artwork above my signature, because these carry significance on the day, like they correlate to the day on which they were drawn. Similarly, the just another day on the right, the one with the television, so that also talked about basically media. I mean the news channels that we currently have in the so to say Web 2 world. We have a lot of manipulation, a lot of what do I say, propaganda that is happening around us, that I feel. And then there are also aspects of elections, votings, war, all of those mixed up and then vomited on this piece, so to say. So these are two that were minted on OpenSea, but I have not listed them. I just minted them and they're kind of up for offers, so to say. So this is just another day collection that is going on, drawn on different days to show or express basically kind of like a vending, like me venting out and just drawing something that I felt on that day. So that is my just another day collection. Now I think I'll come back and finally talk about, so we'll come back to the center of the gallery. So the two pieces that you see as soon as you enter the gallery, those are from a series that is an ongoing series called Trapped in My Body. This is two pieces that I drew. The third one is in progress. So this talk about body positivity in general, or that is what my intention was, to talk about body positivity. I started out, I mean, I never talked about topics like this, but then it was triggered by one of those Twitter spaces where I heard about this topic from people who face this somehow, somewhere in their life, or were in general talking about sensitizing people more to topics like these, and to stop the over sexualization of women. I mean, the whole space was centered around women, but I took it as a general topic and talked about basically over sexualization of anything or any gender or anything in the art world. And when I was going through that, or when I was listening to that space, it triggered a sense of guilt in me, because as an artist who has always been fond of comic books, I always used to draw people in a so-called ideal proportion. Like if the head is X width, the body should be like 7x height or 8x heights, those sort of formula. So I'd always end up drawing ideal bodies, so to say, even for the male and both for the female. So I tried exploring, and so I kind of felt guilty that maybe in some way or the other I am promoting what I'm promoting the whole stigma around body positivity in some way. So I felt guilty, and I kind of went on a path of self exploration, where I was drawing more body types and trying to explore and kind of maybe like make myself better as an artist, as a human being in general. So this whole series came out of that, where I'm trying to portray different physical aspects that might cause some sort of, I don't know what the exact word is, but some sort of pain or some sort of trapped feeling, So basically, that is why I called this series "Trapped in My Body." I keep it. I try to keep it very organic, where there is not much external force, where the whole trapping is happening from elements of your own body. These turned out a little abstract. I have added in a little some other elements. For instance, in the first one, I've added elements like the rose and the thorns. I mean, kind of separated. In the second one, I formed an abstract shape that would kind of resemble a heart. And then there are these contrasting colors. Although the overall template is very muted, but then I've added a little bit of color here and there, and also, I mean, it is still up for interpretation by everyone. The elements that you can see, but then these are my intentions or my interpretation of what I drew. Yeah, I think that is pretty much it. Those are the things that I thought of highlighting or talking about in this session. And if you go upstairs in my gallery, if you come upstairs, this is a fun section or a chill section of the gallery, where it is a little magical section where trees are growing upside down, and you have eight sofas where you can just come and chill. Thank you, Param, for coming up. So yeah, this is a fun, mystical, cheerful, green section of the gallery where you can just come and chill with your friends. Maybe someday we'll have some parties here. So yeah, I think that was a tour of my gallery. Thank you, Jigar, Marina, and thank you everyone for staying in and listening and taking a tour of my gallery with me. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Jigar.
Thank you so much.
Samim. Thank you. Oh man, what an amazing experience to be able to see this and to get the walkthrough and to get the in and everything.
Is
It's
Marina
really
getting
nothing
rugged, or is
beats
it
it.
just me, Jigar?
Yes, no,
I'm getting rugged.
yes.
No. Okay.
The awe and I'm getting rugged was pretty clear. Oh. But yes, I mean, man, I just love the way you've been growing on the space, man. I do it. I mean, the first time I've had the chance to meet you personally, and I think I pretty much knew the first time I saw your art, but you do pretty good. You have that the insight, so keep growing, my friend. And yeah, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jigar.
So yeah, for everyone, I hope you had a good experience with Samim's gallery, and it was comfortable. We from the Renaissance City are trying. This is the first time we are doing this event, and we would love to have inputs or feedback on how you think the experience could be a little bit better. But so far, I think I'm loving it. I just love how the artists for the first time have been able to speak about their artwork more curated way, and it's not a shell. It's actually an experience, and I see this going a big way. So kudos to all the hard work that Marina has put in. She has worked so much towards making this happen. Even the builds that we are giving out, the pre-build galleries was made by her. She's been working night and day, and we love to work together. Yeah. So moving ahead, after Samim, there was Scorsese and Malvika, I guess. But both of them don't seem to be here. So wait, let me go back to the list. We've covered today.
Jigar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Here it is 1:40. So it's time
Oh, it's
for Ishika.
140?
Yes.
Oh, it's already 140. Perfect. Perfect.
So it's time for Ishika.
Then we're right on time. We're right
Yep.
on time.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, before I start, I have to. Wow, Samim, that gallery, especially the pieces. Every piece had message in them. Um, some of them like, wow, the helmets. I was like, yes. how you are talking about tradition, how you are bringing your roots into blockchain with your amazing creativity. Those are bewildered pieces, very sincere. I love the pieces where you talked about body, different bodies, and how detailed, how focused your speeches and your passion really. I could sense your love, your passion for your art and your stories. Loved your gallery. So yeah, I just wanted to give a big shout out to Samim before I start. So Jigar, Marina, and Galiano. I don't know where to start because I am so grateful. I am so humbled just to be here. What you guys are doing, and especially Galiano, what you did for me. Oh my gosh, my friend. He did it all. He did it all. He We even talked about music. He even added music. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm really grateful, Galiano. Yeah, I'm talking a lot before I started. Um, let's go to my gallery. Okay, from my, oh wow, everyone is waiting here. So if you see me, I am still the anonymous one. The I'm not colorful. I'm just the normal one there. I see Jimmy, I see Param, and I see someone there. Yeah, I yes. Let's get in. Welcome to my gallery. My friend Galiano did it all. So welcome to our gallery. This is where yeah. In the beginning, I have my Twitter page where you can see all my links, see my foundation link, known origin link. If you press it, actually it takes you to that external link of my Twitter. Amazing job, Galiano. And then if you see on the left side, that's the piece, a very special piece. The title is, let me quickly check the title. I'm so sorry. Let me quickly check the title. It's yes, the title is Just Woke Up. So that colorful piece you see, literally, I was painting after just waking up one morning. It was last year summertime. So yes, some really expressive colors. You can see the the way I used red and blue and yellow and everything. I just poured them all down and I start playing until they make sense for me. I paint mainly for myself. I don't care if they make sense or not, or if they're very pretty or very beautiful or not. I just keep playing until I'm satisfied with the play. So that's a piece that's already been collected. Just woke up. It's on secondary now, and yeah, it was collected from my foundation. And then on the right side, we have another piece, very bright, very colorful. It's called Life, because yeah, it's another happy piece. I was happy. I was painting. I was trying to create a sea beach memory. Like before COVID, I used to visit my family a lot. My sister lives in Florida, so I was actually trying all those lovely beach memories of yeah, of those Florida days came up, and I started painting. So that's another abstract, Life. The title is Life. And then, how do I do this? Can you guys follow me? I'm going on the right side now. On the right side, there is, I'm not good at this. I'm so sorry. I'm not good at this. So this piece, I have here the title of this piece is Falling. Yes, another piece. I I had when I'm painting, I try to bring out all those emotions, feelings, and memories. Especially all my abstracts are memories, the people in my life, the stories. So this piece, Falling, um, although it looks very bright and kind of probably happy, but I wasn't too happy when I was painting this. I started with, of course, darkness, the black, and then I poured some yellow, means happiness for me. So I tried to be happy with my colors. Although in reality, I wasn't happy that day, but I was trying to bring out some happiness in me using my acrylics, using my colors. So that's black, and then all those colors playing there. And the title is Falling. It has been collected. Yes, most of the pieces, actually all of them pieces, apart from one, have been collected on foundation. So that's my piece, Falling. Yes, and now I'm going right. If you can, if you guys, I don't know if you guys are following me. Yes, please. Yes, I see you guys coming. So here I will, yeah, more right. Galiano very kindly put one of my unsold pieces. That's the only unsold pieces on my foundation right now. That's one of my abstract. The title is, wow, I'm so bad with my titles. Uh, this piece is Sky Deep Blue. Sky Deep Blue. Again, beach memories. Again, Florida. Again, some summer happy days. I try to bring out onto my canvas. I used some orange. I always try to create something like, I don't know, probably like, I like playing with colors. So when I'm playing with turquoise or blue, suddenly I put some red or orange sometimes, just to give that shock. I like shocking. I like the shock. Yes, I put some bright colors there just to break up the, I don't know, the regularity of that piece. So that's another abstract. That's the only piece on my foundation. Still waiting for collector. And when I'm moving up here, I'm so sorry at this. I'm so sorry. This is another piece I have. Yes, I'll quickly check that title of that piece. That has been collected. Dreams and Deluge. Again, yes, some color play. Some color play. I added lots of bright colors, and then I tried to put some, like, I wanted to shock again, so I put some very very light colors to cover it all up. Yeah, that's another color play. Dreams and Deluge, again, kind of happy piece for me. It's 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 happy for me. I don't know, abstract is how you see them. So for me it's happy. So I'm going upstairs. If I'm going upstairs, I really love this gallery. I really love this gallery. Galiano, Marina, Jigar, I really love this. So
Oh, so happy.
I am inviting all my friends, like on my Instagram, on my Twitter, on my LinkedIn. All day long, I'm inviting friends. This is something exciting. So yes, here I have another unsold piece from my known origin. That's the only piece left on my known origin. It's let me quickly check the title again. Full Moon Ghosts. Yes. It's kind of dark for me. I don't know how you see it, but it's kind of dark for me. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy when I remember creating this piece. So Of course, I use black and red as a sense of anger or frustration. And then that shocking blue is there to break the cycle for me. The whole piece, actually, that's the partial part of the whole piece. The whole piece actually looked very looks very ghostly to me. Looks like there are some ghosts around. So yes, that's Full Moon Ghosts, my abstract unknown origin. And if I move around, if you can follow me, please. Wow. Oh, I missed this piece. Another blue. I love how Galiano chose the blue ones together to keep the harmony there, to keep it all in sync. I really love it, Galiano. So the blue, again, another blue and red and black and white. That is actually, the title is Skyfall Bracelet. It's I have this bracelet. The beads are exactly this color. My ex gifted that bracelet to me. He's not with me, but the bracelet is still with me. The colors are still with me, and the memories are still with me. So I wanted to create all those happy memories with him on this piece. So I put all the colors I see on that bracelet. I put them all in there. So bit very, very colorful again. Again, I started with black. Sometimes I do start with black and then go all over with other bright colors. So that's my piece, Skyfall Bracelet. Already has been collected. And now I'm moving up to another piece, another blue and red. So this is This Bloody Valentine. The title is This Bloody Valentine. Yes, yes, it's about the heartbreak. It's about the heartbreak and the bleeding part. So let's move on quickly from this piece. It's a very, very emotional piece. It's a very, very sensitive piece. So I want to move on quickly from this piece. So if you guys follow me, I have another piece here. I'm so sorry. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but it's all very new for me. So this piece I have here, it's Lights Out Dollhouse. The title is Lights Out Dollhouse. So I wanted to create something ghostly. At first, I wanted to create something ghostly. So I started with, of course, again, dark colors. But then I wanted to break the chain. I put all the bright bluish. I mix colors. I mix 2 or 3 colors together sometimes to create, and until I create something I like. So I was mixing colors. So that blue, bit strange blue, it came up, and it created this piece, Lights Out Dollhouse, the title. So that's another special piece. All of the pieces are actually my subconscious speaking up about, yeah, all the stories I have, all stories. So I'm moving up again. Marina, I see you. Yeah, I'm there. So this piece, yeah, it's actually one of my very favorites. My friend Mari, she's also abstract artist. She collected this piece, Autumnal Delirium, because it has that autumn vibe. It has that some kind of, and it was autumn when I was actually creating this piece. The burnt orange, the brown, and everything. It gives me autumn vibe. So I named it Autumnal Delirium, and yeah, it's another piece inspired by nature, inspired by my nature hikes in autumn. I love those. I love autumn just because of the leaves, and yeah, that's my favorite season. Fall. That's my favorite season. So that's my piece. talking about
It's
fall.
absolutely gorgeous.
Thank
I moved ahead, I
you.
know.
Thank you. Yes, it's one of my favorites. So yeah, that's autumnal delirium. Let's move up. I think I covered it all. Wow. Yes, I did. I'm I'm done here. I did covered it all. So these are all my abstracts hanging around in this beautiful gallery. All thanks to my friend Galiano once again. I can't thank you enough for this. And yes, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for joining my gallery. Thank you for all these. And thank you for listening to my stories, Marina.
Guys, make sure to sign the guest books. And absolutely, absolutely beautiful. Not just what Galiano did, your works, to see them like this, it's beautiful. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you,
Thank
Galiano.
you. Yes, thank you, Galiano. This is actually our gallery, Galiano. This is actually mine and yours. But thank you so much,
No,
guys. Thank you for doing this.
seriously, Ishika, thank you for joining us and giving us this amazing into your works. It was a pleasure. I'm liking this more and more. We need to keep doing it.
Marina, you are rugging. I couldn't hear you.
Am I in the Matrix again?
You know, the funny part is when my friends ask me, can you hear me? And that part we can hear. But after that, we can't hear
Uh-huh.
anything. So we did hear you there.
I keep trying to explain Jigar that one because he always says the same thing. Can you hear me now? And then he goes back into the Matrix. It's like, yeah, I can only hear you when you ask that. Um, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Just wanted to thank you, Shika. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for the walkthrough. Keep working on the gallery. Update it as you create new stuff, because it's amazing how it's changing. Uh, our tools for presentation, just with the fact that you can do this, I'm still mind blown. Mind blown.
Thank you.
It's another experience to hear you describe your paintings that tweets and and Instagram don't give you. So I'm blown away. I love it. And I love that you were in our first test at this. Jigar, are you with us?
Jigar is rugged.
Yes,
Marina, I
in,
see
Oh,
Jigar rugged. Param, you had hand up. Do you have any question for me?
no, like I just wanted to say that I have seen you. I heard you in multiple spaces, like, but I have never heard you talking about your work. But like, I have been looking at your work, going on the foundation and reading the description, and like even before this space, like multiple time I have stared at your work, and I have never thought that I would be kind of diving so much into abstraction, and today like we got to know so much about much more, like you never talk much about your work in spaces as far as like whenever I have attended them. So it was very much like you talked about it and gave us your personal feelings, so that was wonderful.
Yeah, Param, you said it right. I don't talk much about my work. There are few reasons for it. First of all, what I said, I paint for myself. Those are all my raw emotions, struggles, pain, sufferings, and especially all the dark times I went through. Life happened. Life did brought me down. I did hit the rock bottom, and I started painting about all those traumas and memories. So talking about my art, it's very emotional for me. Sometimes I can't even describe few pieces. they have so much of my souls in it, so much of my emotions in it. I'm like, I can't even talk about them. I can't. It brings back those traumas. So that's why sometimes I don't talk much about some pieces. I have some happy pieces, of course. I have some. So when I go around spaces, I do choose, like, sometimes, if those are the happy ones, I do. But again, how do you describe your art when it's all about your emotions and stories? It's really hard, trust me. It's really hard for me. For me. Jimmy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Ishika, I just, there's one thing to see your work like on Twitter or, whatever, but when you see it in this space, I actually got to see the textures, like almost like I was in a real gallery. Like that's the coolest part about this. And just seeing more of your work and hearing you talk about it. And how do you describe your emotions? I get that because a lot of my stuff is very abstract as well. And it's kind of hard to put that into words. But dude, beautiful, beautiful stuff. I love the colors, the textures, and you can feel the emotion in each piece. I'm so glad I got to see this because, like everybody's saying, we see each other in different spaces, but we don't get to really, see people. And this is such a cool way to do it. And again, thanks Marina and Jigar and everybody. This is so wild.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. Yes, very kind words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Ishika, Stargazer, who's our behind the curtain guy.
The cameraman.
The cameraman, yes, wearing the hat, staying quiet. And thank you, Jigar. And it's awesome. We're testing this out, and it's great. I'm blown away. I'm blown away at the experience that it brings. It's just like Jimmy was saying. We can see tweets, we can hear you in spaces, but this kind of brings it all together. Because even if you don't have to explain the feeling behind each painting, just hearing you talk and realizing that it is based on feelings, but hearing your voice, hearing you tell us just a little bit. You don't have to go into detail about your feelings, but that brings it all together. The artist and the painting, it helps us understand it a little bit more. And I love the setup because it's like Jimmy says, for some reason, maybe because there's no text around it, maybe because it's a perceived large size, we pay more attention. It helps our focus and we realize the details in there, what we're really looking at. So it's been incredible, Ishika. Thank you so, so, so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Galiano, you came up and I saw your hand. I think Galiano came up to say something to me.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ishika. Nice that you are here in this first exhibition. Thank you to Stargazer because you rock always. You rock with the ideas, and you see here the result. And well, just listening to you, Ishika, and your happiness, I feel the same, just building yours and with mine. And I told to Marina some many times that this is a really fantastic idea. Even this morning, I wake up and I make 3 floors to the same gallery to have another gallery ready for more space. But yeah, just with all of you, your exhibition were fantastic. But I would like to say that I paid the paintings in the gallery of Ishika are videos, are MP4, so the resolution is even better for all of you. You want to try instead of that GPG that maybe can pixel or distort the paintings. You can create in MP4 and put it in as a video. You cannot link in that way, but the resolution is much better. Regarding the sign book, don't worry to tell your friends about to sign in your sign book, because it just works for the session that you are in. When you go out and you enter again, the signboard is empty. Just work for parcels on the CryptoVoxel metaverse. So, but yeah, it's a fantastic idea. You know, they give us this gallery just to spend some ETH on CryptoVoxel, but well, it's normal that we have some limit features, but well, happy to create your gallery, Ishika. You know, we spent a funny weekend with the music and everything. And when you post on your feed, and I saw a lot of people coming that day. Meanwhile, I was feeling the music, and yeah, this is as Jimmy said, this is the real Web3, and thanks to Renaissance City to make this possible. Yeah, it's
Thank you,
thank you very much.
Galiano. And now, who's next? Who is next? Jimmy. Jimmy.
Hey. All right, sorry. It took me a second to get to the mic. First of all, I want to apologize for my voice right off the bat, because I have some very bad allergies going on right now. So I'm very scratchy. But yeah, so let's jump into my space.
Hello. Am I audible?
Hello. Now you're audible, man.
Hey, let's tell people how to jump into your space, either from the website, from his image, or you can find it when you first enter the museum.
Is it
in the
my turn?
center to the left. What's that?
Is it my turn?
It's
No,
Jimmy's
it's my
turn.
it's yeah. It's
Oh,
my turn.
exactly. There you go. I thought you were up. Go ahead.
So yes, when you walk into the museum, straight ahead you'll see Muskan's, and to the left of that is mine. It's the woman with her hands, or the bare back, and the flowers on her back. So if you click on that, it'll take you right to my gallery. Excuse me. And mine is loading. Okay, here we go. So this is not typical to what you guys have. This is a separate gallery. I wanted more like a warehouse feel, so I just kind of put this up together like this. So let's see who's here. A lot of anonymouses I see. And anyway, if you come into the gallery, we're going to start to the right, and we're going to come right straight to this. So if you see me, there is a piece where you just see a woman's eye and the rest of her is covered. So I just want to give you guys an example of my work, because a lot of people don't understand, or they misinterpret it as digital art or as paintings or whatnot. So what I do is I'm a photographer, and I'm a mixed media artist in real life, and I work mainly in cyanotypes, which is a nearly 200-year-old photographic process. It's basically two simple solutions, which are iron salts, potassium ferrocyanide and ferric ammonium citrate. And once they're combined, they become UV sensitive. And it's a photographic process. So you coat a piece of paper as you would, photo film or anything, and it becomes UV sensitive. You could put negatives on it, you could put materials on it, expose it under UV lights, and what you're left with is this, anything that the light didn't pass through will be white, and that'll be your photo positive, and then the rest will be blue. It's this beautiful Prussian blue. So a simple photogram is basically where you can take a flower or something and put it on it, and you get this silhouette of the flower in white against a blue background. It's beautiful. But what I do is a little more advanced than that. I've been doing this for years, and a lot of my physical work is based on not only cyanotypes, but I use photo negatives of my photography. I use materials, the materials I use to make the prints. I actually work back into the prints, which I'll show you in a minute here. I resin them in. So I do a lot of different things. So coming into NFTs, I was kind of struck with the idea of how does an analog artist get into, NFTs? And I was at first doing all my my gallery work. I would mint into NFTs. And if you follow me up here to the right, we're just going to skip ahead of this stuff for a second. If you can see me, I'm flying up, and this piece right in front of me right here is called The Dress. It's framed. If you look up to the right on the wall, it's a framed piece. It's 2 feet by, actually, I'm sorry, it's 3 feet by 4 feet. It's a large, it's probably one of the biggest cyanotypes ever made. And I actually, so I'm using 2 different processes here. There's another process called anthotypes. Anthotype is when you take plant materials and you extract them using a alcohol tincture, and they become UV sensitive as well. They don't react similarly. I mean, they react similarly to cyanotypes, but the process may take a little bit longer or whatnot. So the hues you see in there that are amber or yellow are actually turmeric spice. So I made a turmeric anthotype out of a turmeric tincture. And the idea behind this physical piece was to create what looks like a dress. It took me 10 tries to get this almost nearly right. And if you zoom in closely, you'll see like a silhouette of a woman's dress. And I adorned it with flowers. The physical piece is in my studio right now, and I'm staring at it. It's right in front of me. The flowers and everything are real. I reincorporate the materials that I use in the work back into the actual physical pieces by using resin. So the piece is actually, all the materials are resin back into the piece. So having the physical gallery pieces, and that was kind of my first introduction into NFTs. I thought, I'm going to make my physical pieces NFTs. I'm going to sell them separately. And then what I do is when I have a piece in a gallery, I usually use a QR code, and I'll QR code that piece to the NFT so people can see that there is a physical piece, that there's an NFT, they're sold separately. I'm not about to get into combining the two. We know a lot of artists who've had issues with that. Pose Young was one of them. She had to destroy her physical piece because the collector of the NFT didn't want it. So I'm going to come back down over here to the first piece we were at with the woman with the eye. This piece is called Peering Through the Universe. So a lot of my work has to do with, so I think a lot. I'm in my head a lot. I am fascinated by science, quantum physics, the ideas of multiple dimensions and different realities, and anything that is like freaky deaky, any concepts, I'm like so in. Like I'll entertain most anything. I mean, but when it comes down to it, it's the science that really hits me. Because in a way, I'm like a mad scientist. The work that I do is I have my own little lab here, and I'm mixing chemicals and I'm doing different things like that. So this piece is actually part of a portrait that I had done a couple of years ago of a woman holding a leaf in front of her face. What I did is I looked at this piece and I thought, how it would interpret into a woman, or our physical beings. We're basically the embodiment of the universe, and we look through the universe at the universe, and we're trying to figure it out. So this piece is, there's a tear in the fabric of the universe that we're looking through as physical beings, and we're trying to figure ourselves out. Now, the composition of this is actually multi-layered cyanotypes and anthotypes, so on her skin, I layered a layer of a base cyanotype that I make. So I make I make a lot of just base cyanotypes using a process called wet cyanotype, which creates these incredible textures and colors and variations in grayscales and toning. And so I have that print superimposed on her skin, and then I have another base print, which is actually combined on the outside of her, so it makes it look like she's looking through a tear. Above that is a similar concept. That is one of my known origin pieces, and it is, oh my gosh, drawing a blank on the name. Spiritual growth, because it's about how, we connect with nature, and everything in it is growing in a way on a molecular level. And I always have this idea that if you could see the quantum world, like, most of it would look like what I create in the cyanotypes. These like striations of like, what do you call it? Like textures and tones and different, like, grainy things that kind of like pop out in the prints. It reminds me of like what would it look like. So again, that was a piece that was just, it's multi-layered. I actually used, so the flowers in there were pieces that I used to make the prints, and I photographed the cyanotypes in different stages of development. And if you look to the left, right past Victoria there, there is, whoops, let me see here. This is spring emergence. It's kind of like my take on Mother Nature. It's the hair. You see the black hair, and then the flowers kind of growing out of her hair. And if you look closely, there is actually a layer of cyanotype on her skin, which is a different layer. But the flowers in this piece, I actually photographed this process in 3 different stages. So I photographed it when I first created the paper with the physical flowers on it. And then when I pulled it out of the sun, which gives it like this greenish hue, and then the blues and the whites are when it was actually developed. And then I took the 3 images of this and transposed them together onto or over this image of this portrait that I had taken a couple of years ago to give it like the effect that the hair was like, growing the flowers out of it. So I actually created the cyanotype specifically for this print and position the flowers as, they would fixate over the points in her hair. So that is that. I'm just going to go around quickly because a lot of these are from, if you notice the half naked woman, I mean, it's part of the series called Body of Work. And the whole idea behind this was to be able to transpose my work on the human body. And if you go to the actual links, you can read the different concepts behind each one of these. Like this piece over here where the woman is laying on the ground and the wings are coming out of her back is kind of an idea of metamorphosis. And how not only, in the insect world, you have different levels of metamorphosis, but as human beings, we do as well. And chemically, and there's all these systems in the body that we don't even know about that physically work on a level that doesn't need our assistance at all, but it just runs. Right above that one is where you see the white silhouette of a woman falling and you have strings. That is actually a collaboration that I did with Muskan Rana. And so what happened was she had no idea what cyanotypes were when we were talking about this. And I had sent her a bunch of base prints. And I said, I just go nuts. I want to see your work on my prints. I want to see how you interpret these. So she sent me back 5 different pieces with these white silhouettes, having no idea that the actual concept of cyanotypes is, the positives being the white silhouettes. So it was really amazing to work with her on these 5 pieces. And if you, later on you can go to my link tree and you could see this collection is on OpenSea right now. And it's such a beautiful piece, such a beautiful collection. Going up to the left of that, right on the wall up there, is a physical piece called Thicket. That was in a gallery for 3 months, part of an alternative photography exhibition. The physical piece is right here with me in my studio. Again, that was a combination of using a base print then I watercolored it, I inked it I used white ink pens, and then I put the physical pieces of material, resin, back into the work. So that was part of one of my first collections on OpenSea. I had 100 pieces, and they're all in the hands of collectors now. And I was stupid coming into the space. I did it different. I do things so different now if I could, but that piece is in the hand of a collector, and I can't take it out of that collection, because I now have a collection called Gallery Art, which is my physical pieces, and that is one of my physical pieces. The two on the walls facing you on the right and the left, the brick walls, are part of my known origin pieces. Again, they explore the ideas and concepts between science and our own existence. And I'm just going to move ahead really quick here. The big piece on the back wall is the first in my body of work series. That piece is oh my gosh, the names. I am drawing a blank on the names because yes, that one is Communing with Earth. That is 4 different layers of cyanotypes actually worked into the print in different places. And going up to the left on the wall, you'll see it looks like a weed. It's actually a pennygrass. That's another physical piece. The actual pennygrass was used to make the print. It's actually resin back into the print. The one to the left of that was where the woman has the orange rind in her mouth. That's a piece called Pulp. And Pulp was one of the pieces that was featured in Ars Electronica back in September in the Plaxel Gallery in New York as part of the NFT Menagerie. I was lucky enough to be part of that, and that was kind of my introduction into NFTs, and I got to meet a ton of artists, and I'm very proud of that piece. Again, that's another one that's in my studio right now. It's a physical piece. That is a cyanotype that I used a photo negative on. So the actual piece is a physical. There's no digital involved in that except for the animation. So everything in that is in the physical cyanotype using a negative. To the left of that is another concept of physical piece that I do, incorporating pieces back into my prints. And going all the way to the left front, the top. Well, let's start with the 2 bottoms are also continuations of my body of work collection, but the one up top is a part of my known origin pieces, and that one has to do with. So I have a person in my life who's going through some issues as a caretaker for a person in her life that is dealing with trauma, and it's basically the piece is called Smiling Through Darkness, and it's about how I see her as a caregiver, just with her energy and her light, and she's always smiling, but hiding behind that is the worry and the doubts and the fears and everything that goes with being a caregiver to somebody with trauma, and having to always trying to look for ways to help that person and do stuff. And we don't really focus much attention on the caregivers as we do on people who are dealing with the mental issues, the mental health issues. So this piece is my interpretation of a lot of different aspects of her, and I put a lot of symbolism into a lot of my work. And if you look at her heart, there is a piece, a flower that is actually half a heart. So it's the right side is connected and the left side is open, and it's it has to do with part of it that's hidden is the broken piece. And this was another one where I used multi-layer, the physical cyanotypes, the flower, was actually used to create the negative, the photo positive, and then there's like 3 different layers of that, and they just put them all together on top of this portrait that I had taken of this person. So yeah, that's my work. I deal a lot in different aspects of alternative photography, and I'm really pushing to get a lot of people into the space in alternative photographies, because I mean there's so much great different processes out there, the palladium prints, Van Dyke Browns, so many different beautiful pieces, and not many people are in the space who do what I do, or that type of work. So I really am advocate of that. But yeah, that's it. I thank you guys so much for walking around and listening to me ramble for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Oh my god, I overstepped my time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy. That was awesome. That was incredible. I'm loving this system. I never got so much from you at the same time. It's always a jump around. It's great to see how...
Oh, you're rugged, Marina. I can't understand you.
Oh, God. Can you hear me? Hold on.
Try talking closer to your microphone, actually. That might actually help.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Did you just send me to talk with the microphone off?
No, closer. I said closer to the microphone. Yeah, with the microphone off.
Watch it. I'll try it. Oh, that was amazing, Jimmy. Thank you for sharing all that. I love this system. Really allows us to get an idea of what you're doing, what you're thinking, what brought you here. Because you started with photography, then you moved on to the use of the plants, and then you mixed the two. And I love this. I love what you're doing. Jigar, are you with us? Okay.
Yeah, you kind of broke up there, but yeah, no, it's and I'm glad, because I've had a lot of people, who always misinterpret my work, and they're always like, oh, I love your paintings, or I love your drawings, and I love this, and I'm like, it's actually this. So I started doing some lives on Instagram of me going through my process and doing the physical stuff to get to this piece. And I'm going to be doing more of that, just because I want people to understand, like, this is 200 years old, man. This is the best. I love this. I'm very passionate about it. But
I
yeah,
think
thank
you
you.
need to. I think that you need to build the space where you have the artist studio.
Right.
Tie it to the gallery, the artist studio, and that way it doesn't mess with your presentation. But then you can show people what the process is, so that they understand.
Absolutely. Hey,
Yeah.
I don't know who had their hand up first, Ishika or Victoria. I saw hands.
Victoria, go first. Victoria.
Thank you. Jimmy, I have been following you for a while, and I saw your work in the Renaissance space, but I didn't realize it was photography, and now I'm kind of kicking myself because my Stellar show is pretty much full, but like I'd love to have one of your pieces in it. So if you're open to that, I'm gonna go.
Oh my god, dude, absolutely.
All right, awesome. I'm gonna look and see if there's a space I can maybe make in the gallery or whatever, because yeah, your work's really fantastic, like so unique. The little piece, the one near the back that you said was the physical one, I absolutely love that. That would actually look good in my house. But
well, it's for sale.
Is it? I thought it was sold. I thought
No. I mean, I have a lot of my physical pieces are sold, but I do still have a bunch. I'm horrible with getting my stuff on the websites and everything. But dude, like, so first of all, like, your work I've been stalking for a long time, and is insane, absolutely insane. I was showing my girlfriend before, and she's like, "Wait, that's photos?" And I'm like, "Yeah," because they look like oil paintings, like classical. So for you to say that, it really means a lot to me. So I appreciate that. And yeah, thank you so much, Victoria.
What an amazing connection. And Victoria, you're next.
Sorry, did you say I'm next? You are rugging a little bit.
Yes, I said that.
Are you ready for me? I think Ashika had a question too for
Oh,
Jimmy.
I'm sorry, Shika.
Yeah, quickly for Jimmy. Jimmy loved your gallery. Loved how fascinating the pieces are. How they are blurring the boundaries between fantasy and realism. I'm like, wow, the process, the story, the colors, everything. There is a sense of timelessness for some reason. Very delicate, unconventional, and enchanting, of course. The whole gallery loved it, Jimmy. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much, Ishika. You know, it. The thing I love about this is, like, the artists that the work that I admire are admiring my work, and that's kind of insane. You know, it's from a geeky, sciencey kind of guy point of way. You know, it really means a lot to me that you guys are that you see my work like this, and I'm really glad that I got to actually talk about it. You know, because again, it gets misinterpreted. You know, that it's one thing and it's something different. So I think I need to work on that more, getting that point across to a lot of people. But thank you, Ishika. Thank you, Victoria and Marina. Dude, this is insane. This whole thing is just insane. I'm just going to keep saying that. But I'm going to shut up.
I think you could say magical photography.
Magical photography. Yeah. But I'm going to shut up because I want to see Victoria's. I'm dying to hear you now. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you for sharing. That was incredible. And Victoria, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Awesome.
I guess everyone can get to my gallery by just clicking on the two giant naked men. It's hard to miss. You've probably all seen it. Oh, here we go. All right, so I got obsessed with the metaverse about a month ago. So you guys are going to come into my gallery space. Right next door to it is the Stellar Gallery, which I was asking Jimmy if he wants to be part of. So if you have time after to stick around. And that gallery is mostly put together. It's not my work, it's other people's work. And that show will be starting on Sunday. I think we're going to do the grand opening over there. So right now it's photography, but it will be lots of other things. So if any of you artists in here want to follow that, it's in my Twitter profile. It's Stellar Gallery. You can just go there and give it a follow, and then you'll be up to date. I also bought another space. I have a problem. Okay, I have no ETH, but I have 3 crypto voxel plots now. And I've also been dragging my friends in. Janie's here. She's got a gallery just next door to Stellar too. You guys should definitely check her work out as well while you're here. All right. So welcome to my gallery. Just like Jimmy, people are always confused what my work is. So in big letters, right when you walk in, it says, "This is photography." Jimmy, maybe you want to take notes on that. So maybe we'll talk about the naked men one here when you first walk in, since that's the one that's also been featured in the Renaissance City gallery. So this, it's called Exsanguinate. It is based off of a really famous painting called Dante and Virgil in Hell. And essentially the pose is from that painting, but you can't put real people in that position. Well, I mean, you could, but you'd have to like break an arm. And it would, it'd be pretty violent, I think. So I try to avoid violence in my life. So I made this with about, I think it was like 21 photographs, and it's one person. It's actually one model who is my husband, and he will not model naked with another man. So I'm constantly multiplying him you will see him throughout this gallery. He's my favorite model, much to his chagrin. But he has to do it because we're married and he literally cannot say no. It's part of the job, is in the vows. Okay, so yeah, this piece, Exsanguinate, it was a really important piece for me in my career. It actually won a bronze medal at the World Photographic Cup in 2019, which is like, for photography competitions, it's like the Olympics. So that was like a miracle. And I went to Norway and I like stood on this podium in this amazing gallery and everybody was clapping for me. And my husband was on like a giant movie theater size screen naked behind me. So that was also another experience. But it was sort of the beginning of a lot of like changes in my life, that this picture is sort of it's like the beginning and the end. So it was like the end of what my life used to be, and then the beginning of what my life has sort of since become. The same time when I was in Norway to get my award, my mom called me and told me she had terminal cancer. So it was like, and then then she died, and then there was COVID, and then I found NFT. So it's sort of like this. Yeah, it's like a line in the sand for me. That's what this picture makes me think of. So when I was accepted to Super Rare, I had been holding this for something like special, and I thought that was it. So it's my Super Rare Genesis. I don't have a price on it right now because I want a lot of money for it. And I probably won't get it now, but that's okay. It's going to sit there until its time comes. So that is exsanguinate. Exsanguinate means to bleed out in Latin. He is a vampire, in case you didn't notice all the details, but yeah, there's that one. And maybe if you guys want to backtrack with me here, just out the front door, maybe I'll talk about the piece that's on the wall in the front. So this piece is called The Climb. And the model, who is a client of mine, like a regular portrait client of mine, she had contacted me in the summer and told me that she had been like really battling with PTSD and mental illness, and felt like she was finally kind of getting somewhere, and she really wanted me to create an image about that. And I told her, I don't know. I don't usually take like creative commissions like that because I can't create on demand. Like I have to like have a vision of it, and I can't do that because someone's paying me. So I told her I'd think about it and let her know if I came up with something. And then I was just like driving, and this image popped into my head, kind of like out of the fire, so to speak. I tend to be like very blunt and literal, and I feel like my work is also blunt and literal. So she is literally climbing out of the fire. It was shot in the studio, and I built the whole background around her with pieces that I photograph, because I don't use stock photography. Not because there's anything wrong with that, but mostly because I can't enter that into competition. Everything has to be photographed by me, so it makes things a lot harder, but worth it in the end. So that's what The Climb is about. That one is the only piece I have left on Maker's Place that's for sale. So if you guys want to come back in. Oh yeah, I should also mention there's a video on the top of like the top floor that shows behind the scenes, like how I made some of this stuff, and Exsanguinate is up there. You can go watch it if you don't want to walk around here and just stare at the wall after you've seen the photo. But yeah, in this little front room, I have another photo on the wall here. It's called The Battle, the one I'm looking at, with the woman reaching to the light. So same thing. She's got her demons are trying to wrap around her, and she's reaching towards, the better place. Again, pretty literal. That one is sold to Mondor, which is great. He's a wonderful collector. And then I've got Spanish Rose, which is the young girl. Wow, she's like 11. She's a kid. That I just sold the other day, so it was my first super rare sale, so I was really happy about that. Originally, I had minted it on Tezos in like June, and it sat there for like 9 months, and then I decided to burn it and put it on super rare, and it took 2 months, but it sold. So never give up. And then beside her is 2 pictures that I did with a Lebanese belly dancer. We made these right after the big explosion in Beirut happened. My mom was Lebanese, and we had been just talking about like how horrible it was, and then we were like, I said, why don't you come back in and we'll make a couple kind of tribute images. So we did that. The one on the left, I sold that one on Tezos, and 25% was donated to crisis-affected children in Lebanon. And the one on the right is still available. It's on known origin, and same thing, 25% will be donated to crisis-affected children in Lebanon. Yeah, it's called Rise from the Ashes. So if we keep going here. Oh, yeah. Also, all of these are shot in studio. I don't leave the studio. I don't like it outside unless it's summer and I'm in the pool. Otherwise, I really try to stay inside as much as possible. I'm a lighting control freak, and I don't like natural light. So pretty much everything is composited pretty heavily. We are in the naked husband tribute area here. There are 3 in close proximity. They're all him. Actually, the one where he's like disintegrating, it's called Original Sinner. And that was the first one I ever made of him. And actually, it was my original Tezos Genesis piece, but then I minted it in March last year on Hignunct, and then I burned it like an idiot. And then I reminted it later, and I did sell it. But yeah, I shouldn't have burned it, because now it would be like almost like historic over there. Anyway, that one, and then the one next to it is called Michael. Also both him, and then the one on the far left is called Immortalis. So yeah. I'm like, we don't need to talk about him too much more. You get the idea. To the left of all of these is an image, the orangey one. I've had people ask me if that's me. No, that is not me. That is a man. Who I thought kind of looked like Jesus. So I asked him to come and help me make this image, which is called The Last Supper. So I made this when we all thought that Australia burning to the ground was the worst thing that was going to happen that year. And everybody was talking about how, like, everyone was talking about how sad it was, how all these animals were being killed by the fires. I was like, well, that many animals are getting killed every single day because we're eating them. So I think I need to make a picture about the fact that literally the reason we're having these big fires is because of our consumption. And so this is what it is. Basically, we're consuming the world, and it's all burning down around us because that's what we do. So again, very literal. And this actually, because I burned the other one, ended up being my Tezos Genesis piece last spring. I felt like it was appropriate to put on Tezos. Kind of would have been, maybe weird to put it on ETH. All right. Now for another light story. It's all going to be sunshine and rainbows in this gallery today. Just kidding. That's what Janie's gallery is next door. So the truck, you've probably all noticed it. This image is called Humane Meat. And in case you haven't figured it out, it's an alien driving a slaughter truck. This is not about human slavery. This is about putting humans in the place of our victims, the animals. Also, in case you haven't figured it out, I'm a vegan animal rights activist. So um, that's where these are coming from. When you put humans in the place of animals, suddenly it looks like some sort of horror story. And people will ask me, like, oh my God, your mind is so dark. Where do you get these ideas? Like, my dad mostly says that to my face. And I'm like, this did not take a lot of imagination. I just looked at what we do to pigs. We have very similar skin to pigs. And I put humans in that position with an alien driving in. It says Martian and Sons quality meats. It's kind of hard to see in here, but like there are symbols. The girls are all, they're branded essentially with numbers that are significant to like animal rights people. And this was part of Team Canada in 2020, I think. And it was on Facebook for years, and it was on Instagram, and then I put it on Foundation, and it got banned. It was very dramatic, but it helped my NFT profile because people went crazy. And I think I had like 300 followers when it happened, and then I had like 900 followers by the end of that day. And everywhere I went, everyone wanted me to talk about it because they couldn't believe that this had gotten banned. Foundation reinstated me a few hours later, but the email was passive aggressive and I wasn't impressed. So that kind of changed. If you actually click on things, you'll see that I've been everywhere. I've literally minted almost everywhere, and it's because I was like, I was platform homeless for a while. So I've tried lots of stuff. But if you have questions about platforms, I probably know the answer. Let's see. This little room, I don't want to spend too much time in here. I've got some old pieces of my dog that I put on Hickignunk that I see like Clarina and FTP, I think, has a Buster. That's my dog's name, Buster, and Janie. Buster is pretty popular around the NFT space, I think. There's one I did for like charity thing. Another naked husband one. I try to use as little clothing as possible. It is definitely my preference. But if you come up the stairs, which are just in the back around the corner, I've got a little platform up here. And then a few of my favorite images are up here. So this naked family one, it's called It Takes a Village. These two pieces are a couple of my favorites that I've ever made. They were really hard to make because it's extremely difficult to find a family who's willing to pose naked together. Especially like women my mom's age, that was really the challenge. So I had this like whole idea of what I wanted to make. I had like the pose and everything, and then I don't know what I was thinking because there was a 2-year-old involved, and 2-year-olds do what 2-year-olds want to do. And that 2-year-old was like not having it. She was really pissed off that she had to be naked. She was like kicking and screaming. The mother was super pregnant and just like exhausted. And then this moment was pretty legit. Like, you know, this was literally everybody trying to, like, the aunt was trying to speak to the kid to try to cheer her up, and the grandmother was trying to keep her from falling. And I was just like, just drop your arm, mom. And I got that pose, which I love. And then I built the whole background from about, I think it was maybe like 3 or 4 different shots that I took when I was traveling in Spain. And then this is another, the closer up one. So again, the kid was like, don't look at me, I hate you. And then did this. And I don't know, her little butt looks so cute. But it also, I don't know, it reminded me, and I didn't tell them this, but it reminded me of elephants. Not because they look like elephants, but just like the way that they're all around this like little, you know, like little one, like they're protecting the kid. And I don't know, there's something very like natural about it that I loved. So both of those are sold to wonderful collectors. And then to the right is a piece that is, oh God, when I had to talk about it, when I was selling it, I think I cried at least twice a day. So that was fun. but I made this, so like my mom died a couple months before COVID, and she had cancer, so you know it wasn't overnight. We were there, and I thought that was like just the worst thing. And then COVID happened, and all these people were dying alone, and probably like I just kept having this like reoccurring thought about how lucky we were that we were able to actually be there with her, and also thinking about, you know, like getting to say goodbye is really a privilege that so many people do not get. So I just felt like compelled to make this. So I asked my father and my stepmother to, I asked her to play dead, which they weren't really too hyped up about. But what do? You put a model call saying I need someone to play dead, and you got to be older so it doesn't traumatize people. Like, anyway, so yeah, that's that's how I ended up making this one, and I won a bunch of awards. It did really well. So we're almost done. Am I taking too long? I don't know how much time we have here. I don't want to be
No, you're doing awesome. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys want to pop up to the roof, you just go back up the stairs, or you could fly up here. So there's a video playing that just shows a bunch of process here. And then to the left of it is a piece I did recently. Just it was like a fundraiser thing just for Ukraine, but it's sold, so you can't get one if you want one. Well, actually, there might be one on the secondary. I don't know. Left of that is a piece called The Zoo, or Zoo, I think. Anyway, it's the same. It's another piece that goes with the truck. So it's a human in an alien zoo. Although I had someone in here the other day, and they were like, "How come the sign's not in alien language?" I'm like, "That is a fair point. If this is an alien zoo, maybe it should be." But aliens are so technologically advanced that when we read the sign, it just shows in any language that we speak. So I had to think about that, and I think that makes sense. To the left is an image that is not an NFT yet, but will be very soon. It is, it's called MMIWG2S, which stands for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit People. So that's like a whole thing that I don't want to get too much into right now, but keep an eye out for that because it's going to be a pretty big drop, and it's going to be a charitable drop as well. Next to that is the other piece that was banned on Foundation. This one's called #MeToo. I made this just after the Me Too movement kind of kicked off. It's sort of like a commentary on like commodification of flesh. Sounds gross, but I mean it is. So it's women's rights, but it's also animal rights. If you get close, you can see that there are like pieces of. I had my brother bring his steak dinner over, and I photographed that, and then I like composited pieces of it into her skin. Because yeah, I mean we're all technically, you know, we're all made up of the same thing, us animals, but also, you know, being treated like a piece of meat. So yeah, they didn't like that one either. But that ended up being bought by Calumet, and they raffled it. I think just like in spite. Either way, that one is sold. And then over on the far side is a new piece that will be an NFT. It's called Vita. The NFT is going to be an animated version, but I just got a nice award on this one, so I needed to fill a space, so I popped it in here. But yeah, this one is coming. I mean, who says your gallery only has to have NFTs in it, right? You can put, it's my gallery. I can do whatever I want. That's it. That's the no, I'm lying. Sorry, you guys got to follow me. If you come out this door onto the little walkway, and then you come down to the ground. Come down here. Don't go in the, yeah, there we go. I see someone got lost in Stellar. You got to come in between the buildings on the ground. Yep. There you go. Come on down. See us here. Drop down to the ground. Yep. Okay, there's a piece on the outside of the building. That's one of my favorite pieces. This one's called Tormented. Again, it's all my husband. But yeah, you know, like when your mind won't shut up. It's basically, that's pretty much it. Again, I'm literal. And I think on the other side of the building, there's one more called Herbivore, which is like you are what you eat, someone made out of fruit. But that's it. That's it. Hopefully I didn't take too much time. I don't think I've spoken about myself this much in a space ever.
There's always the first time, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations for the milestone.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That was amazing. Incredible, Victoria. It was great to hear you go through all that, through all the explanation of everything. It's a private tour from the mind of the creator. I'm in love with this.
Sorry, I can't make out really what you're saying. You're in and out.
Am I in the Matrix again?
Oh, that was the only clear part.
Now I'm clear?
Yeah.
When I ask, can you hear me? That's when I'm clear. Yeah, always. I have no words, Victoria. I was looking forward to hearing your guided tour, and it was incredible. Thank you so much for all the insight into every piece and where it came from and what it moved in you. And I see you're super active in your beliefs, and I love that.
Well, thank you so much for asking me to be a part of this. And I love how you guys have put together the galleries for all the artists and giving people, because like for me, I was so surprised how amazing it felt to actually have this gallery. Like it feels like you really do have a real gallery, and it's such a different viewing experience. So taking the time to do this for artists and set them up with their own spaces, I think is incredible. I love it. Thank you guys.
Thank you. And I know you have a second gallery to show other artist spaces. So we're doing the same thing. So thank you too. And we got to do more together then.
I mean, I think I got most of that.
Yes.
You're doing the same thing with your second gallery, right? With Stellar?
Well, not the exact same. I didn't build spaces for everyone. That is that's next level. But yeah, I mean, I want to help showcase people, and I'm going to bring everyone in hopefully this week and show them like how to put clothes on, give them some wearables, you know, some stuff like that to hopefully get them started. But yeah, I mean, I love what you guys have done with the spaces. That's just so much more.
Well, we're going to set it all up on the website. So if you want to refer all your all the people that you have in Stellar, you can do that.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
And then they can build their own galleries, and you can, you know, just do the same thing. It's not a secret. This is the way it should work, right? So that we can connect all the spaces.
Yeah, you sound like T-Pain, Marie.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
No, it's okay. But But Victoria, thank you so much, man. And the best part is you also you enjoyed while you were talking about your artworks, and that really made me feel so happy because I know the you do not get that feeling when someone's actually chilling or talking about these. This is a totally different experience. It totally helps us, validates us, makes us so happy that we are trying to do something different. It is something different and something that can be very helpful. So thank you so much. All right. So
Wait, I think
who-
Jimmy has a question for Victoria there.
yes, please, and even
I
Ishika
just,
wants to say something. Go ahead.
yeah, I just want to say, man, first of all, kudos to your husband. That's pretty impressive. I am blown away. I never knew that picture was him, just him, the one in the beginning, the two men battling. Dude, insane. How you composite that from one person out of how many different pictures is nuts. So I'm really glad I got to hear you talk about that. And the animal truck one with the women in it, at the alien driving. So a similar thing happened to me while I was driving. Well, not with aliens, but I was driving the long drive from Florida to New Jersey one time, and I was driving next to a truck that had a bunch of pigs, and their little snouts were poking through the holes, and it was one of the reasons I became a vegetarian. I mean, it kind of it broke my heart. It's so that piece kind of triggered that, and it just reminded me of that. But everything is insane. It's insane. The way you make these look classical. They have a classical element to them, and it's just so creative. Even if it's literal, it's super creative. So thank you for that, Victoria. It's amazing stuff.
Thank
It's
you.
funny, sorry, Victoria, but it's literal, but that's how you get the message across. I understand exactly what that picture is. Same as Jimmy, it just freaks you out. And I'm not talking because it's so far off from the truth. It's because it's so close to the truth. Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Like
I think
T-Pain.
it's funny, like as I've gotten to know so many artists in the space, I really feel like you can see the person, like their personality really shows in the work. And I've just come to realize that my literal, blunt, say it like it is personality, that is exactly how
You.
my work is.
Yeah, it's all you, of course. So there's no shyness. You're saying it the way you say it. You believe in your convictions. I'm there with you. Jimmy's there with you. That's why we relate so much.
Do you want to hear one thing I forgot to tell you guys about that truck photo?
What?
So I was driving home one night in a snowstorm, and I almost got ran off the road on the highway by that truck.
Holy shit.
Could you imagine if I died from that truck?
Oh my god. Don't even think about it, but that's just horrible. But damn.
I mean, the irony, though.
It's incredible, yeah. That's beyond coincidence. But you didn't. So that's part of the message. You have to look at the positive side.
Yes, so Marina, who's next? Who's after Victoria?
Can I quickly add something for
Oh yes,
Victoria?
I forgot Ishika had to say something. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Victoria, oh my gosh, those pieces. I remember the pieces with three women there with the child. I remember seeing it before and how it touched me. And yeah, the storytelling is incredible. It stands out. Every single piece, they stand out, Victoria, how you do it. And also it's deep, the message. I try to dig deep, and it gives me something to behold, like it questions, it inspired dialogues. I was going around. I was trying to think, okay, this piece now, what is it asking or what is it telling? Every single piece. So that's powerful. That's really powerful. Some of them are very absorbing. Some of them are awe-inspiring, bold. And of course, all of them are very balanced. How you do it, it shows your skill, it shows your experience and everything. So I really enjoyed your gallery, Victoria. Thank you.
Thank you. And your work as well is absolutely stunning. The long piece down in the basement, I think I stood there for 10 minutes. It's gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I was waiting for Jigar to take the mic. I was being polite. But yes, who is next? Jigar, I'll drop down as listener because I have my daughter here. I have some mom duties to do, but I'll be listening.
For sure. For sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ishika. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Manuel, but I don't see him here. I think he may have the old time change. Galiano, you wanna switch with him?
It's here. It's here. I see Manuel here. Eh?
Where?
I see your rack total. It's total rack today for you.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't see him.
I do. I invited them.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
really.
he is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hola, hola. Can you hear me?
Manuel, yes.
Hello. Yeah, I literally just finished work like 15 minutes ago. I was kind of coming in and getting out. I heard Victoria, and I was kind of rugged as well. So if you can hear me, that's good. I'm okay. Yes. Okay, so I guess it's my turn. Not fair going after Super Victoria here.
Yes. Somebody had to.
Somebody had to. Okay, I take it. I take it. We've shared a lot of.
And Galiano said, put Manuel there.
Okay. Anyway, Victoria, gosh, I didn't know you put up so much work after, I think I got lost before your super rare, stuff, but gosh, that gallery, it's just, amazingness everywhere. Anyway, okay, so let me see. Okay, so I guess you gotta go to the multiple hands golden skull piece next to actually Victoria's one. I'm not in the main one. Yep. Okay. Can you get there? Is it working?
That's within the museum to the left.
Yeah.
Next to Victoria's
left.
piece to the right.
Yeah, next to Victoria's, the one that's got multiple oxidized hands taking pieces from a golden skull thingy. So if you click that one, that should take you to the space. Which, by the way, was awesome, Marina. I mean, I didn't really have time to work on this, but man, I didn't spend that much time in CryptoVox thing since in a year. But it was really fun. It was really fun, this thing.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get into it, it's fun. And if you like to work with spaces, I mean, you can lay something out so fast. It's like magic.
That's the thing. I never wondered how the stuff is built in CryptoVoxels. And it's actually pretty easy. It's a bit of a hassle sometimes to do some stuff, but it's easy and it's fun. Yeah.
It's fun. Yeah. If you like to build, it's fun.
Yeah, I gotta thank you a lot because that made me, want to build. I don't have the ETH, but it maybe I will see because it's really fun and it shows, as you said, it shows it feels like your stuff is in a gallery actually. So it's yeah.
It's incredible what it does for the artwork and what it does for the artist. And you started with this, but you should build a whole retrospect of your work.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've been many years working designing spaces for exhibition events and social events and like corporative stuff, and this just feels like that. I mean, it's really familiar to me. Okay, I'm gonna put a little bit of context here. So I'm yeah, because otherwise
Yes.
yeah, I'm an architect. That's my background. That's my day job, and the most of the years of my life I've been dedicating it to design buildings. I actually work as that every day, every week, and after that I'm freelance also with architecture projects, but as a concept artist as well. So what you
and illustrator.
Yeah, an illustrator. I kind of like merge it together in the same package. But it's true, a lot of people don't really understand the concept of concept artist and how it works. But it's nice because NFT is doing very good for us. So for people to get to know how that work, which is I admire a lot. Most of the artists I admire, they are concept artists, and they work behind films and games. And there's a lot of thinking, a lot of creativity needed, imagination that most of the times goes unnoticed, because you end up seeing the Marvel's Avengers films, but you don't really know that was created from a guy that started drawing Iron Man or whatever. Anyway, so basically concept artists, what they do is just we take ideas from other people and we make them visual. In this case, in films and games, so we make them in a way that then it can be made for 3D modelers, animators, and stuff, and they can create, characters, environments, assets, whatever, out of the ideas that we have translated. So apart from that, I do portraits, book covers, like illustrations and stuff. Well, anyway, so what you're gonna see here is mostly illustration, and digital painting. I didn't bring any architecture from me. Like, that's not the profile. Let's say I'm going for as a quote unquote artist here. So everything is digitally painted, and it belongs more to my artistic side, that one of concept art and stuff. Okay, so if you get in, I'm gonna start kind of chronologically. I don't want to take much time because, as Victoria said, probably I'm never gonna speak as much as this time from my work. In a year, it's not been like that. Probably the most time I've spoken is like 10 minutes. But okay, let's do this. So if you fly a little bit to the top, so you go to the big wall, the wooden one where there are 3 pieces. The top left is a lion little family. So that one was my first NFT over a year ago. And that's what got me into this whole madness. So after that, I was able to get on Foundation, and I got to Clubhouse, and the whole journey started. So every piece here is important for me for very different reasons. This one is actually what it got me into the space, and the first one collected, and that gave me some ETH to get on Foundation and mint the next one, which is the one that's next to it, which is called Unidentified Flying Object, which is my Genesis piece on Foundation, and it's still there. It's gonna be its birthday in about a few days. And that's like that's important because that was like the one that launched. Like, I've been mostly on Foundation. I've been in many places minting, but mostly in there, and that's the one that launched the rest of the that allowed me to stay in the journey and and do more stuff. So that's it. It's all painted. I rarely use 3D. If I do use 3D, because I work on 3D for my day job with ArtVid, so a lot of rendering from houses and buildings outside, inside, but I don't normally use 3D unless it's a very complicated piece. It requires some pre-concept, but in concept art, normally we used to use this like photo bashing and 3D techniques just to save time. If you get, you need to deliver fast, you don't have really the time to paint every single detail. But on these pieces, normally I go deep into detail and paint everything. So this is mostly all painted with the iPad and Procreate. And yeah, so that's about that one. You see the next one, the little earth, the girl with the earth face. That's important because that was my genesis on Higenang. So my first, let's call it quote unquote green NFT. It was the day of my birthday, which it happens to be the Earth Day. So this piece was called Mother Earth. And it stayed there for a while, but then it got sold, which I'm happy for, to a friend. And yeah, so that one is important because that started my other side, which is like a kind of experimenting side of NFTs with Tesos. And that I talked a lot to choose now to Galiano, that I wanna explore a little bit more the Solana side of it. But anyway, that will come. So yeah, I've got more pieces on Higenang, but obviously I didn't really think through this gallery a lot. So I put mainly the ones that I thought that were more important or more relevant to talk about. So that would be the Genesis wall. Let's call it like that. If we go left, we go chronologically to the little guy. This statue with a mask. That's a piece that was made for the NFT NYC, the last one from last year. So it was a show parallel to that was created from Clubhouse, and so I made it for that. It was exhibited there in a little show, and it's on Foundation as well. It's called Elon Musk, and basically the theme about the whole thing was about digital identity and how, all this craziness. It was actually after the explosion of PFPs and stuff. So it made sense for me to tackle that theme. So it's basically showing, the coldness and stuff that's hidden behind our identity profiles within the meta NFT verse and all that, depth that goes, how it works with PFPs and with identity and how you can say something here, but sometimes you don't even know if the person exists or not. Well, so all that. That's on Foundation, is still there. Okay, I jumped chronologically because actually before that one was the super hand thingy piece, the one that's at the end of at the bottom, the wall in front. That was probably one of my most popular pieces. That one actually came before the Elon Musk. This one is called Reach Out. And as you see, it's a hand made out of hands. And yes, it took a lot of time to paint that. It came from an idea way before the whole, I'm going to call it massive adoption, but it's not really an adoption because there's still a lot of mainstream to go on the NFTs. But this happened, I think it was minted at the end of April. And we had pretty hardcore sessions on Clubhouse with rooms lasting for hours. And I'm talking like 15, 16 hours in a row. Victoria, you know what I'm talking about. And it was like, it was kind of our life for all of us. Just that, no nothing, pandemic stuff, no nothing, but rooms and talking and NFTs, morning, evening, night, and even dreaming about the freaking thing. So, it was a handful of us. We were always the same ones, and I was helped a lot, and I felt really included. I felt acknowledged. I felt a lot of things that are good when you feel lost, and this came out of that. That's why it's a hand that comes from nowhere, full of hands of people that you don't know who they belong to, but they come and they reach out, for anything you need. If it's for a moment to talk, if it's for a moment to just be with you while you do other stuff and listen to music and chat. So this was that kind of feeling that made me paint this piece. It's the hand of my father. I wanted to use a powerful one, and that's why I chose his hands, because he's always had very strong, like, big hands. And I always wanted to do some stuff like with hands. I love hands. I think hands are you might see them quite, on some of my pieces. I think they are very expressive. Even when you don't have a face or you don't have a body, you have a hand, and you more or less can tell a story with it. So if you zoom in, you can actually interpret different things if you get in there and explore. I like that side also for my stuff. I like people to get in and have their own interpretation. I can explain you my point of view when I make it, but I like to leave it kind of open, so it's it's really up to you. A lot of people told me they think this is creepy. I say, okay, I get it. It might be. And other people feel it different, powerful, emotional, sad, happy, whatever. That's my goal, actually, for you to wonder and and see what it speaks to you. Anyway, so this one is not available anymore. It's funny because this is funny, Victoria, because when she came, because she liked it. I know she liked it.
This is not funny.
It's
This is not
funny. It's funny because I got many people asking me for this one. This piece stayed there for half a year, and now comes Victoria and say, I'm gonna get that. I say, what? Just today it was an auction after 6 months. I say, really? Today? I mean,
I swear to God, I got some ETH and I was like, that's it. I'm buying this piece. I went to Foundation and The Mentalist had it already on auction. I was like, no.
Oh gosh. and then Clarina told me, I said, oh really? I said, oh man. And but it was funny. It was 6 months there. Anyway, that was funny to me. So now it's with Mentalist. Which I'm happy. He's awesome as well. So okay, let's move to the next one, which is the one on the right, also full of hands. And this one has been really, really important recently to me because I drew this for a Bill Ellis contest. I don't know if you guys know him. He's a very, very incredible, talented 3D artist in the space. He's been also forever here, and he makes a contest every year. And the people that get in there and they make pieces, it's just insane. Like, the talent is crazy. And the whole journey was really amazing to me. It got viral, like, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 likes and retweets and what else. I don't know why. I don't understand the algorithm anymore of Twitter, because I post something, it's like 20 likes, but this just went over the moon. But not... Then I submitted it. I won. I was one of the winners, but it's not about winning the contest, because through the whole process, the love and the support and the DMs, artists, collectors, everyone, that was crazy. I was not used to so much traction, but that gave me so much confidence and happiness, and in moments that I've been a little bit not good recently with IRL stuff. So it came in a moment that it helped me a lot. And the same with the other piece. This you come, and I got a lot of people asking me, or also in DMs, like, thinking and telling me what they think about this one, and each one is a different world, and I love that. I would have my take on this and why I did this, but you might have a different one, which is completely valid, and I love to hear those stories, because the people is really, people are so creative, and they see so much different stuff from the same thing. It's just amazing. Anyway, this was very important because it got sold after that, because Bill, when you win, when the competition is over, he allows for all the pieces to be minted. So that's great also. And I minted it, and I sold it because I was asked just even before minting it. So that was amazing. So that's for that piece. So I have this one in high regard now. And the last one I'm gonna talk about is this little one with the video on top. So this is an idea I had for a long time. for people that have been a while here, and now I know there's a lot of talk about smart contracts, I've been seeking for developers that I can trust, that I can ask questions. I've asked my friends that are IT guys, but they don't know anything about blockchain. You talk to them, and then they come the next day and they tell you they bought Bitcoin or Polkadot or whatever. Say, no, this is not what I'm talking about. So I've been looking for, because I got ideas. I've got many collections and a lot of stuff that I think it can be done, but I need people to ask. So this comes from that need of not having actually a smart contract developer with me and not being able to, to do any Solidity work. So I thought, okay, I want to do something that allows people to be part of the whole thing. And I also wanted something that's in a lower price point to have to kind of cover different ranges. So I came up with this collection, which is called The Hidden. So it's for now it's 6 pieces. I wanted to make it bigger if people liked it. But the concept here, it's basically about using light to reveal what's in the darkness. And obviously I had, it's all painted, so I kind of go out of that. I wanted to do something kind of more graphic, and I wanted to use that interoperability or interaction, however you want to call it, so that I make the collector kind of participant. So the whole concept is that if you raise the volume, the brightness of your phone, of your iPad, of your whatever, you would be able to see what's actually in the lower values in the darkness. If you bring it to the middle or less, that thing has to disappear. There's been a lot of testing here, and this comes, I come from a gamer background, so if you ever play the game, at the beginning, mostly they make you choose the brightness and, adjust it accordingly to your screen. So this follows the same kind of concept, and I thought, okay, I don't have a smart contract to make my NFT appear or disappear if it's, April or if it's December. So what can I do? I can make you play with your device somehow. How can I do that? Well, what can you play with brightness? So in the end, it's like you get the image if you are in an okay environment, not complete daylight, if it's tested with obviously this depends on the environment, on your eyes, on your device, a few things, but average you should be able to have a one-of-one painted that stands on its own regardless of the lighting conditions. But if you raise the whole brightness, you will see what's in there, and if not, you won't see it. So basically that's the concept, and each of them has a theme. So I wanted to make one-of-ones with a little concept behind, and still valuable as one-of-ones, but part of a collection because I didn't have. That was a lot of rambling, and yeah, basically if you see the video, I think it's clear there. Any ideas about that are welcome. I get everything. And I think that's mainly all about it. Yeah, I got more stuff. Also, as Victoria said, why wouldn't you put here stuff that's not minted? I have a bunch of things, and I have a lot of stuff that's on hold, and I wanted to put some stuff, but probably since I like that much, this gallery thing, and thanks to you, Marina, and Choose for showing me this, I'll probably be updating this in a better way. But yeah, thank you. I think that was all.
Thank you, Manuel. That was incredible. That was incredible to actually get an explanation of all of his paintings and how he came up with a hand right out of hands. You have a lot of work that's all very different. When I was trying to put it together, I was trying to make sense of it, and finally, you were able to reel it all back in. That was great. If we know of any devs, I'll talk to Stargazer. We can help you out. I'll find out. maybe we can even do something at Renaissance City for resources, so we can all help each other.
I don't know
It's
if
kind
it's
of
myself, but Marina, are you in the Matrix, or is anyone hearing you in the Matrix?
Yeah,
could
she's in the
be,
Matrix.
could be. I'm living. I seem to have moved there today. Can you hear me?
And now it's fine. I think
Yes.
now it's great.
I was saying that maybe we should think about doing something in terms of resources for, finding trustworthy people in the space, because the same thing that you're going through, I hear a lot of people going through. So maybe we can do some system of recommendation where we can get the resources we need and good people.
Yeah, I've talked to some platforms also. I went once to an event. It was I live in Barcelona. They had an event here, a new platform, and I talked to them. And it's a great idea to have a pool for a marketplace. Obviously, we have this is like the smart contracts are really powerful, and the stuff that you can do, it's mind blowing if you kind of think out of the box. But you gotta think out of the box. So coming here, minting pieces and selling them, that's awesome. And the independence, economical, and creativity wise, that gives to the artist, it's incredible. But this goes way farther to me. And once you kind of see what can be done here, you want to have your own smart contract, but not go to Manifold and just set up some royalties. The way you can deliver your pieces, the way the things you can do, when you control, the code and how it's done, it's just mind blowing. It's a whole world, and it's a lot to because here time is always an issue. And for the people, if you got family, you got work, you have to study, whatever, it's very difficult to dedicate, and allocate some time for these kind of innovative things. But honestly, after being some time here and seeing what can be done, and you think a little bit out of the box, what can be, and just not in terms of changing the world, but how you can be an artist, and how can you can use your creativity also in the way you put your stuff out there. There are many ways that are awesome. But it's nice if, and I think it would be really landmark, someone can actually come up with a pool of developers, trusted ones, because it's very difficult. And you've seen how many scams go around. Messing with smart contracts is not easy if you don't know the people well. And we've seen it many times with a lot of teams that they go broke because some issues, internal ones. So the team is very important, and trusting the people is very important. And these things are it's just part of evolution. Anyway, I won't ramble more. It's just that it's a whole world, this smart contract thing, and I would love to be able to dive in and have so many questions. Just need someone to ask them.
Yeah, with the smart
You know that-
contracts, you don't only need somebody you trust, you need somebody that can check what they did, because you can't. So you need two people that you trust minimum. It's tricky because of what you were just saying. You need somebody to check somebody else's work. We can't read them. But thank you so much. Can you hear me, Manuel? Everybody?
A little bit broken, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing and for speaking more than 10 minutes, a whole full 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, it felt like an hour. No, it's okay. It's nice. It's good. And having good company is always easier, It's and thank you so much for having me and for inviting me, Marina. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Manuel. It's been awesome finding out how everybody goes about their work, because really, it's like Victoria was saying, people see it and Jimmy, and they misinterpret what it is that you're doing. Galiano wanted to speak, and Jimmy, and Addie, Victoria.
Yeah, I would like to say to Manuel, thanks for teaching me day by day of this in this metaverse, man. You rock, and again today you surprised me with your gallery. We send you the demo, the demo gallery, and of course you are an architect, and you everything you touch, you convert in this kind of amazing pieces, man. And like CryptoVoxel right now is you create a temple. You create a yeah, Manuel Piedra temple perfectly. It's amazing with the darts, the frames in wood, the lights on top. It's really amazing. Apart from your beautiful art, that is something that is right the opposite that as Victoria photographs that you are seeing, watching the Victoria photograph, and you think that is oil, and you create oil or digital painting, and you are thinking always that is a picture, a photograph. So it's amazing. It's amazing always. Always you surprise me, and I'm so glad that to share with you some time here in the metaverse. Yeah, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for coming, Manuel. Thank you.
Thank you too. It's been a pleasure to know you, obviously, and we've had conversations and more that we have to have. You're amazing here, and you're a friend in the space, and and I think we're learning from each other a lot, and we will surely.
Victoria.
No.
Hi. I was getting phone calls. You guys hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I think.
Manuel, I haven't seen you around that much. The last few months, and that's the first time that I've seen your Reaper piece. And it's so stunning, and you're so talented. Yeah, I'm happy to see that it was sold already. And yeah, keep going. You're amazing. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Victoria. I love your stuff, and that hands thing. I always told you, it got because it was made in a time that we were sharing a lot of moments, and I saw your work, and that piece has a little bit of yours, and you can actually see it, and with the that Rembrandt kind of finished muddy Renaissance feeling. So yeah, thank you, Victoria, and I'm glad to see that you are skyrocketing as you have to. Not surprised, but yeah, but happy to talk to you again. Thank you.
The fact that you two went one after the other is just incredible, because your work is similar and your approach is from two different mediums and two different worlds. So, wow. Jimmy.
Yeah, Emmanuel, I just wanted to say we've spoken before on Clubhouse. I've seen your work before, but seeing it again in like a big, on the big screen, so to speak, I got to see more of things that I haven't seen before in the pieces. I mean, it's incredible. It's like taking a microscope to your work. Just super work, incredible, and I'm so glad I got to hear you speak about everything too.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's like some people have been here forever, quote unquote. Not forever, because this thing has been going on for a long time before us. But some of us have been here for a while, and it's nice to see how everyone is doing. And even though when we don't have much contact lately or whatever, but it's just awesome. So I'm so glad to be here, guys. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for being here, Manuel. I am completely blown away by your work. I discovered you not long ago, and I couldn't be happier. It's stunning. Stunning. And Jigar, are you still around? Jigar may be sleeping.
Yeah, Marina, you're getting rugged again. Are you on Wi-Fi or are you on your phone?
You know, I have to check. But why don't we start why don't we start up with Galiano, who's next,
Yes.
and let's ignore my rugging. I'll figure it out.
So Galiano, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure, for sure. I think you got the piece inside the museum. Enter on your right, and it's on top of Fiona. I think I don't have the screen in front of me, but I think it's in that position. So you click, and I'm waiting for you.
It's all the way to the right, on top, the second one on top.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Marina.
Yeah, definitely. It's above Fiona's piece.
Perfect. So, welcome to our gallery, because it's very beautiful gallery that Marina and Jigar were working for and Lorenzo. Well, this idea of stargazing, as I mentioned before, is something amazing, and thank you very much for being here. You can go around of the gallery. Everything is inside the collection. The fucking forum is my new collection on Solana right now, and well, it's a collection about this. This first set is from Rome, from Greece, from Egypt. I'm remembering the sculptures about you got on the entrance is Poseidon or Zeus is on the entrance. But I try to mix. I try to draw these pieces with this kind of crazy colors, mixing this. Maybe the purple is the one that is always in all pieces. But the idea here with the background is to say to mix this art, this traditional art, or this old art that it has 20 centuries more than us, and people was worried about to create. That is, I think this is the most important, more than any sales that we can make here, or success or not. The most important is to create, and well, I try to remember that pieces from this collection, from this set, from 1 to 10. The collection has 50 pieces. And on the background, yeah, I try to mix with our sentences, our whack me, or our let fucking go, or hold me, or send me your wallet. You can read as well some lyrics from the music I used to play. Meanwhile, I paint this kind of draws that is a drawing, and then I mix with some video effects to create this animation. Well, everything is based on Solana. All of them has the Solana symbol. Yes, I told you, right now I'm finishing with this series of sculpture, all sculpture. And now I'm going to start with traditional art. Maybe I'm going to paint Gioconda, or the Pearl Girl, or everything in this funny way with this yeah, maintaining in all the trade on all the tokens. They got nine traits, nine different attributes, and of course all of them has a fucking. Maybe this Zeus is saying fucking system. This Poseidon that you got on the entrance, it says fucking war. It was auctioning in the same day that the war started, and this piece it has the day before it says fucking markets, but I changed it for fucking war. But all of them has a fucking, so yeah, it's another attribute, and it's a way to express myself, and let's yeah, the art always is a message, and why not to include some kind of letters. I remember Duchamp was out of the Cubist movement because of that, but at the end it was so successful. So yeah, that message is so important for me in this collection. And the way I express, you can wonder about the fucking, but yeah, it's so curious because when I entered to Solana space, after coming of our journey in Ethereum or in Tethos at the beginning, some of you were here before, but we are used to these beautiful rooms of everything. Everyone has a lot of respect and patient, and is completely different in the Solana room. The ambience is completely different. The blockchain as well, the art as well. So everything is different, and the term, the word fucking, there is like you can listen fucking maybe 300 times a room to say in a way. So yeah, definitely I get that inspiration when I at my first month on with pixelism in those rooms. So but at the same time I saw that was the time not only to reduce the supply of pixelism, because people in Solana were asking about that. So now pixelism has 33 pieces. And at the same time, I said, okay, so let's go with another collection. And I wanted to draw realistic, some kind of realistic after this abstract in Calamint. And yeah, this collection is a mix. It's a mix of pixelism background. If you see the background of these pieces are so similar to pixelism without pixel, for sure. And yeah, the way of these pieces are painting are are similar to my last collection in real life. So it's a mix. It's a mix of my last two collection. The last one in real life, it was exhibit and it has 24 pieces, very very big, like we are watching in this gallery. And this pixelism that I love it because it was my second entrance in the metaverse, and was the reason to meet the majority of you. So this is another thing that I love it more than any sales as well, or any nothing. The family, we are growing here day by day, And yeah, and as Manuel said, even if we don't mm, see or don't talk together for a quarter, it doesn't matter. We know we know we are there for anything. And yeah, and this is this I think if I need to choose something, I choose yours, and then the creativity, and then well, this the what's next? What next? Because we are surprising every day, you know. So yeah, I love to be here. I love to be here. I love to be painting in that way right now in Solana. It's amazing. I enter in Olaplex, which is one of the three places to mint ones on Solana. And on my first month, I'm inside the Olaplex Collective, which is on about the group of the CEOs, the devs, some artists, always every day giving feedback about the platform. It's a really cool family as well inside that marketplace, but it helped me a lot with the collection growing. And well, right now I need to paint 40 pieces, and then I think the next 10 pieces are going to be traditional art. The following 10 modern art. The 30 to 40 are going to be freaky people. That's why the fucking forum need to be some kind of crazy people. And the last 10 are going to be some idols and icons of our metaverse, like like the punks, or like the apes, or like the dungeons in Solana, or icons that we were watching during this last year for sure. Again, thank you, Stargazer, for the this opportunity. And Jigar, Marina, you rock. Lorenzo, you always rocking, and all of you, because your company. Yeah, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for listening. It's done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Galiano. Thank you for everything. My number one supporter and helper. Thank you for gallery number 2 for all your help with that. And I hope you keep supporting this, so we keep working it out, so that we all have a place where to show our work and a way to do it that is not a shill, it's an actual show of our work.
You're ragging Marina completely. I hope the next session you're not, because it was a pity from the beginning. Yeah, I don't know why we said that Clubhouse is dead, because this kind of way is completely dead day by day. Is ragging daily. So I love the Clubhouse. Apart from the emoticons, that is cool, but the democracy in Clubhouse and the sound is much better.
I think Ishika wants to say something.
Yeah, I came up because Galiano, oh my gosh, I love your gallery. I love the vibrant colors there. It's all, you have this signature style. It's always bright, it's always eye-catching, it's always fun. And the way you mix fun with, they look fun at the first sight, but when you dig deep, you see very strong message coming up, like, of course, fucking war. I see that. And the way you also used when mint, Dior, always do your own research, always all those beats, especially the piece. I love that piece. I don't know the title, where you mentioned the Dior, always, and when mint. That piece is my favorite. I love how you blend fun with real life stuff. I love that part. It's very witty. The whole gallery, I can see, very emotionally charged. Of course, it brings up all the emotions we are now feeling in this Web3 world, and also explosive, expressive as well. Your art style is it's unique, it's fun, it's impeccable, and I just love it. I just love it. It's always very different, always something unexpected, with lots of fun. So thank you, Galiano, for sharing your art. And yes, big thanks for everything. I came up to say thanks.
Thank you, Ishika. Is you see this the piece you mentioned is Aphrodita soul. All of them has the real name of the sculptor. So Zeus, Poseidon, but with soul of Solana. After the name is the surname is Son. So this is Aphrodite soul. And yeah, in the galleries. Aphrodite is the one with the noisemaker is Aristotle. Yeah, some of them but thank you for your feedback, Ishika. You know you are the for me you are the queen of the color. So yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Your your company always. Thank you very much.
Jigar, go ahead. Jigar?
Yeah, because Marina is right. We are going to moderate
Yeah.
this room.
Well, I
I
see
see.
some
Oh,
hands up. Manuel?
Yeah, Matthew was first. You can go first.
I'm sorry, Matthew.
I
Sorry.
was just going to say how much I enjoyed that, and how cool this collection is. It's really awesome. I love all the sort of animation you put in over the top of it. I love the sort of ethos. It's sort of like it's got classical, but it's got like punk to it as well. And like when that noisemaker came out, I just filled me full of delight. It was wicked. That's all I wanted to say. It was super cool, man.
Thank you, Matthew. It's nice to see you here. A long time without talk. Yeah, you know, I think we enjoy in a similar way this stuff because I watched a piece from your collection the other day, having a look to my Tesos collection, and I said I'm going to have a look to ArtSerge object, and when I entered to the that I think it's a pyram them or something like, but you got a lot of sentences and I was laughing a lot of time, and yes, you rock too, man. Thank you for coming and for having a look, and nice that you like it. Thank you very much.
Manuel had something to say before we go from one wickedly ironic artist to another.
Yes, I just wanted to say just thanks, man, for being there, and wanted to congratulate you. The collection looks tight, looks solid. I got my favorite one, which is the fucking roadmaps. Where we are going, we don't need roads. I love that piece. But basically, because you've been here for a while, you have a lot of things to do. You have understood the space, and you are not afraid of experimenting and doing it with success. I think you are, and I think you have a lot to give to the community. You are an amazing human being. I'm glad to know you, and keep going, man.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Glad to meet you. I just need just glad to meet you. Thank you very much, Manuel. And where we are going, where we are going, yeah, these sentences where we are going, we don't need roads. It's from Back to Future. It's from Back to Future. So yeah, and the music uh, is all of them from in the galleries from Daft Punk. So I love that way to put the music where that I'm using to paint these pieces, no, to have to be inside the gallery and to feel that maybe to try to give that feeling to everyone that visit the gallery. So yeah, thank you all of you for your feedback and for your love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Galiano. And I think Jimmy and Ishika, Jimmy, you still had something to say? Maybe he's busy.
Hey, no, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was trying to get to my mic. No, dude, I love your work. And you know what's so funny is that I literally just realized that your name on your thing is upside down. When I was in the gallery, I'm like, oh, that's what that is. I just thought it was just fancy. But yeah, awesome, dude. Very cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Again, you were ragging the halftime, or maybe me, but thank you very much. I understand. I understand about the funny thing, and yeah, I try. I have a lot of fun paintings. I promise. I have a lot of fun paintings in this way because it allows you to make whatever, and in that way of Manuel talk about experiment, and I'm trying to understand that day by day at the university, because they insist a lot about that, and I consider that for all of us as artists is the way, is the more is necessary. It's really necessary, because if not, maybe we can get our just one concept when we got the ability to create 100. So yeah, let's do it. This is just the beginning. This is a marathon, so we need to run 42 kilometers more. So let's do it. Thank you, Jimmy.
Serge, are you ready?
Is it me? You're rugging a bit there. Is it me?
Yeah, no, well, I'm probably rubbing, but it's your turn.
Okay, cool. So I'm a complete newbie at this sort of stuff.
We're going to enter your world.
Enter my world. Come join me on a trip of fantasy.
So we're going to go to your piece, which is at the museum, and I'm stuck.
Okay.
So tell people where your piece is, because I'm stuck on a wall.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Please tell people how to get to your piece, because I can't get out here.
I'm like the sort of on the welcome mat on when you walk into the gallery. I'm like that sort of psychedelic multi-faced mushroom at the bottom. As you walk through the door, look at your feet.
Is it linked?
Yeah, is there a link on that, Marina?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, give me one second.
We can use the web page.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's been very flicky, but it's on the web page.
Right, just use it on the website.
There's people in and about. Cool. Yeah, so if you want to come outside first, that would be awesome. And thank you very much for all your hard work with this, Marina, and helped me through it. And Jigar, your video was awesome. Appreciate it a lot. So if we stand at the back there, and you can see the two shapes on the outside, the two discs. This is a project that I've been working on for about 8 months. It's called The Precursors. So this is my first generative project. It's like 5,500 of these interdimensional entities, which will be an 8-month roadmap. Sorry, my toddler's running around. So this will be running for 8 months, this project, and every second full month from minting. The whitelist's open now, and it will be finishing on April 17th. The pre-sale will finish then, and then full minting will start on April 20th. And you can be part of the project. I don't want to go on about that too much. I just want to talk about the crazy smorgasbord of art that I've laid out for your delectation. So if we go to the outside of the building on the right, I think that's a good place to start. If you wouldn't mind, just coming back out for a second. And just to the right of the green tree, you come round to the side of the building. You can see a piece with a red triangle on it. Is anyone with me? Oh, people are flying around. That's wicked. There we go. So cool. We got a few people looking at it. Cool. So this was really my sort of start of the year after my experiences of 2021 and being into the NFT and sort of social spaces for a while. This is how I kind of felt about it. I just found it so bewildering, to be honest with you. Absolute nonsense, people talking absolute nonsense jargon in my head, and there were certain conventions that we all became a little bit tired of, if I may say so. So I tried to reflect that in a sort of nonsensical kind of way, because it is kind of ludicrous. I think it's beautiful and ludicrous in equal measure. So this is my kind of take on it. So the sort of triangle represents the sort of communities. The red triangle and the green and the blue represents a sort of blockchain. And there's lots of codified and deliberately obscure information in that. And it's kind of referential of the scene. And this top left, you've got a handy bullshit bingo card that is linked to different phrases on the picture, which is quite fun, I thought. And that piece is on object.com. So yeah, I think that's what it is. I think we could move on because time is fleeting. If we could go back into the foyer, that would be awesome. Thank you. So as you come into the foyer, there's 3 monochromatic pieces. The largest one ahead of you is a piece I drew in Procreate, and it's a portrait of Michael Moorcock, who's an author, an anarchist, and he was in the rock band Hawkwind for a while. And as referenced in the last piece, a predominant point of 2021 was the use of GAN. And I thought, how could I incorporate that into a piece? So what I did, I took one of my illustrations and a picture of Michael Moorcock, and I used the GAN. I fed the GAN my imagery, and it produced this image, and then I redrew the image again from the iteration. So this was 43 hours of work, 97,000 strokes. And I just made a conscious effort not to stick to what the GAN thought was right, but to reiterate it, but use it as a starting block. So there's lots of hidden stuff in this. I kind of like making art like a sort of psychedelic Where's Wally or Where's Waldo. So you can revisit it, and you will probably won't see everything in the first couple of lookings or viewings. And then if we go to the left, sorry, no, go to the right first. Go to the right. Sorry, this is an art piece. Yeah, just flip around to the right of the Michael Moorcock piece. Your other right. Yeah. This is an exquisite corpse I did with an Italian artist called Luca Rossi. Who's just joined the NFT space, and basically he drew his piece on the left and covered it over with a piece of paper and left a centimetre strip exposed. And from that centimetre, which is just by that weird centipede with the two eyes in the middle, from that exposed centimetre in the middle, I created the right hand side, which is it's just a flow of consciousness, really. It's a kind of psychedelic flow of consciousness, like monochromatic psychedelic imagery. And then when I'd done it, I sent it back to him, and he could look at it, and he was the first person to reveal it. So it was a really nice process, and I learned a lot. I tried to emulate his pointillism and his hatching, and I learned a lot from doing the piece. And then if we flip round 180 degrees, then this was my response. So we both took a turn. So I did the left-hand side and covered it up, leaving the centimetre exposed, and he completed the right-hand side. And it's wonderful now that I managed to put this up on a foundation, put it up on foundation, and we can split the contract. So it's really nice sort of that can be done with fellow artists. But I love his work. He's a real talent. So if we turn around again 180 degrees and go to the next monochromatic piece in the foyer, thank you. Do you know, I'm such a noob, I didn't know how to rescale the picture frames. So these pieces are a little cropped, I'm afraid, because this is actually rectangular. But if you see the piece, it's kind of like a weird, some people think it's a tree coming out of the land with these odd druids coming out of it. But this one was inspired by the Fukushima Daiichi power plant disaster, and it's something to do with people raising up forces that are out of control. So you see in the shadow of this entity drawn from the land is all these chopped down trees and reforestate, this wrecked forest leading off. It's with some sort of metaphor about how we try and use these energies and these forces, natural forces, but we're not quite in control of them yet, and they can have a terrible effect on nature and the whole ecosystem. And that's still burning away, all those nuclear rods in the Pacific Ocean. And that's even though it's off the news, that still has a profound effect on the ecosystem. So this is I thought I'd do a piece. It's obviously kind of inspired by Jura. I love Jura, so I was trying to get a little touch of that style in there. Yeah. So if we and this was bought by a private collector, the physical piece. So I was pleased about that. If we flip 90 degrees from there and walk through, we're going to go from a monochromatic phase into some colourful work. So this is really just a real smorgasbord of everything, different platforms, different thoughts, different styles. So this is a derivative piece. The one with the guy with a donut on his head, and he's got a sandworm from June coming out of his head. Those sort of similar druids are on the top again. I didn't even realise that was a consistent symbolism, but it is. So this is kind of what it is. This is a derivative of the Cheech and Chong project. It's called My Homies in Dreamland, and I just reiterated it because I thought it was fun. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't want to talk too much about that. It's just sort of silly psychedelic fun. And if we flip 90 degrees again, and then we can come back to this mushroom piece. I'm trying to whistle stop through it because I don't want to take up the next artist's time too much, so it'll be a whistle stop tour. But if we have a look at the mushroom piece, this is kind of, obviously it's kind of based on a psychedelic experience, and I was kind of like thinking if a fly agaric mushroom had a face, what would it look like? If it had some sort of intelligence from another dimension, what would it be like? And this is based off an original ink drawing I made that I reiterated in Procreate. Yeah, it just flew out. Actually, this piece it took about 8 hours in total, non-stop, start to finish, no hesitation, no blockage, bish bash bosh, and out this entity came, and I call it Sportal because it's a mushroom portal. So yeah, let's move on. I like to keep it kind of breezy and quick. So we go to the left here. I've got a little triptych on the inner wall. And again, because I am a noob, most of these are encryptovoxels. I didn't know anything about it. I haven't built anything, so I looked at Jigar's tutorial and talked to Marina for a bit of help. So, unfortunately, these are actually rectangular compositions, but they're in a square frame. So, but they work kind of well anyway, so that's fine. So on the left is a pencil piece. This is just psychedelic, really. It's kind of like if music was on stereo, and it had its own sort of mimetic energy and could make forms as it came out the speaker. This is the sort of music I listen to. Just getting a life of its own. Yeah, and that was done in graphite. And moving over to the right, we've got this other piece here, which is called Cuttle Fash. And I drew this on a train. It's the coloured piece. I drew this on a train. And it was just a complete flow of consciousness on a train journey in ballpoint pen. I didn't really think too hard about it. All I really wanted to do was just try and express different textures and see how I could push the ballpoint pen to create different textures with the one tool. Yeah, so that's that one. And to the right of that, this is kind of like an alien landscape. I was trying to think of what kind of fauna would exist on another planet, and just under a strange sun. I think these are on Tezos, the far right ones, and the far left one, the middle one. Oh, they're all on Tezos. I think the middle one's on Calamint, and the other two are on Hikiknok. Yeah, no, it's just an experiment, really, just to play with pencils and tonality. And if we turn 90 degrees again and come around and have a look at the piece on the far wall away from the entrance, got a Templar Knight's skull. This is a. Are you with me? Am I going too fast? Please give me some feedback if I'm going too fast.
Yeah, we are here.
Cool. Okay, so this is a Templar Knight's skull. So I like skulls. I like medieval stuff. I like Game of Thrones and like bearded skulls and chainmail. So this is a pen and ink drawing. I did the initial sketch in pencil. This one's on Calamint as well. And yeah, I just tried to render it out as the best I could. So I actually mocked this one up in Photoshop with different elements, like because to get the chainmail realistic would have been a nightmare to try and generate from my own mind. The beard I generated from my own mind. Most stuff I do generate from my own mind, but to get the realism on the coif, the chainmail hood, I actually created a scamp, and then from that mock-up I redrew it on ink. This is all pen and ink with pointillism and line, and it's based on a Templar Knight's skull, and that's where Friday the 13th is unlucky, because that's when they were burnt at the stake for having too much money, and the king that owed them money at the time couldn't pay them back, so he called them what was the word? Unbelievers in the church, and burnt them all. So that's a nice cheery story. Anyway, flipping around 180 degrees, go down the hall a little bit, and we can have a look at another piece here. It looks better in the full scale because it's a rectangular piece, and obviously my composition's being a little bit butchered by my lack of skill in cryptovoxels. But this is the idea of this piece with the sunset. It's called Sunset of the Forgotten Gods, and it's against the black wall. It's the pink and sort of violet piece. I was thinking, it's kind of, I don't know if you ever read American Gods by Neil Gaiman, but he sort of talks about this idea that gods are powered by the amount of people that still believe in them. And I kind of thought, what would happen, taking that idea forward, if these sort of entities were forgotten, their cultures had passed on and their religion was forgotten? Where would these entities dwell? And I just sort of imagined in this biomechanical limbo, slowly fading away. So this is another pen and ink piece with brush pen and fine liners that I've digitally recolored. So I'm really whistle stopping through. And if we go into the next room, this is called Astral Naught. So another skull piece. You may notice I like skulls. So this is the first time I really did a skull with Procreate. So it's a floating head of a character with a Baroque space helmet floating in some psychedelic pink ether. It's just a bit of fun. I mean, there's not much more to say about this. It's about the rendering, really, that I quite like, and I really enjoyed doing this piece. Yeah. So this is another Tezos piece. I hadn't really thought, but I like having a bit of a mix of everything. I'm completely agnostic when it comes to platforms and currencies. For me, it's about the art and whatever suits you at the time. So I kind of choose different platforms as and when it suits me. Okay, should we all go upstairs? Should we all fly upstairs? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? So I don't know how much longer I've got. I mean, I'll spend another 5 minutes or so, just, if that's cool, talking through. So maybe we go upstairs and we look at the far wall on the right. There's a bee with a pink background. Oh no! Actually, we'll look at the lady. We'll look at the lovely lady. We'll look at the lovely lady on the black sort of frame first. So this was part. If we could look at the colourful the colourful piece with the lady and the sort of cyberpunky background. So this was part of the Calumet Secret Santa. We did a Secret Santa art swap, and I gave one to the artist who I took the reference from. And that was Mr. Lee, who creates these wonderful portrait pieces, and they're beautiful ladies. And I kind of thought, how am I going to frame this that I'm kind of happy with what it means to me? So the premise, I was playing with an idea of, like, in the future there's a female AI who's totally fallen in love with this lady, and she's slightly obsessed with her. And I wanted to get something across with that, and I was really stuck with it, actually. I was thinking about an approach, and I didn't have that much time to make the piece, so I created some GAN art in the background that's kind of set the tone for the piece. And then from that, I did the outlines and digitally painted it, and it all just sort of came together once I'd got that original background there. Sort of happy accidents happened. I think that it's quite a nice piece. I quite like that one, which comes across quite well. It's got a nice sort of poise to it. But if we flip 90 degrees again, this is an ink drawing with a watercolor background of a bee. You know, we all know how important bees are in the ecosystem, and how absolutely crucial they are to everything. So, you know, without bees, we are screwed as humans, and they're also awesome to draw. So yeah, I enjoyed doing this piece. This was like pre-NFT stuff, really. I created this piece, and I just created some watercolor backgrounds, and drew the bee in ink, and digitally recolored the piece. And yeah, I just quite liked how that sat. And yeah, if we move on that direction a little further. Oh, I see my walls all red and black. That doesn't look good. I had a video in there. I don't know why it's not working. There's another bee piece round the corner. If we have a look at the yellow one, it's to the left of it, 90 degrees to the left. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about two more pieces because I'm aware I'm cutting into other people's time now. So yeah, I won't talk about these two. Oh, this is basically a bee. It's a drawing of a bee. Hope you like it. All right. And I'll just talk about two more pieces. If we flip to the next one, this is this black and white with pink. This is a drawing of based on the book Valis by Philip K. Dick. This is kind of bewildering how I'm rushing around, but that's kind of what my art's like anyway. So, and my mind is to a certain extent. So yeah. So this is the Philip K. Dick piece. This is based on the book Valis, the Vast Active Living Intelligence System, which is an awesome book. He wrote his exegesis, which was 75,000 words, because after a religious experience he had, and he edited it and condensed the book into Valis, which was a much shorter thing. And this is just an homage to Philip K. Dick, and it's got a lot of sort of codified information about concepts in the book. So if you read the book, you probably understand the language, the visual language I'm using within it. Yeah, this one's up on OpenSea. I wanted it to be slightly heraldic and, you know, almost like a traditional sort of medieval piece, but with a sort of twist. Yeah. So if we just skip over to the final piece, which is if you do a 270 to the left, it's a purple piece, and it's very cropped, unfortunately. The original piece is a landscape piece, and it's based on the Temptation of Saint Anthony. And yeah, it's the violet piece. It took me about at least 80 hours to draw this. It's an A2. The original's an A2 piece that I did on grey paper with fine liners, brush pen, China graph pencil, and white ink. And it kind of depicts the story of Saint Anthony when he's being assailed by demons. So if you know the story, it would make sense. But I kind of tried to add my own spin on it. So it's sort of things that are, you know, kind of personal to me. There's like the little green man pulling his beard is actually from a cathedral. It's a stone carving. And there's a symbolism deeply in it. Like if you look by his leg, there's an egg on a checkerboard floor, and that represents the fragility of us all. And it's quite grim. Obviously, it would be if you're being assailed by demons. But if you look at the top, the clouds are kind of turning. It's much better if you see the original composition, which is on Hikiknok, I believe, or it was originally. The clouds are turning into a dove. So it's representing that even within all this chaos, there is a ray of hope and a dove may come through. I've added lots of details. I mean, it's quite low resolution on this, but the Bible Knocked Open is a version of where I live in Winchester, the Winchester Bathory, which is a medieval manuscript, and it's got a micro, really small crossword on it that has clues that relate to the subject matter as well. So, yeah, I mean, that took a while, so I'm sorry for rattling through at such a high pace, but yeah, thanks a lot for joining me in this crazy smorgasbord of art. Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Wow, ArtSerge. Thank you. I was wondering where all that was coming from. Your work is wicked. And everything looks amazing in the gallery. Congrats.
Sorry, Marina, you're really rugging. Sorry.
Oh.
Really bad.
Okay, talk for me, Jimmy.
I think what Marina was trying to say is, yeah, no, dude, your work is amazing. It's like, it reminds me of, I was very big into alternative comic books in the 80s, you know, like the 70s, 80s, like the Harry Crumbs and all that kind of stuff, the psychedelic crazy crap. And I just resonates with me hard on that. Imaginative and super in depth. What you put into these pieces. I mean, I could stare at them for hours and I probably still wouldn't find everything. It's incredible. And I loved your, and this is a B, you know, and that was great too. But your work is amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. I loved hearing you talk about it. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, and that's probably why you relate to it, because I kind of cut my teeth on comic books. You know, I loved all the alternative comic books in the 80s, and, you know, Robert Crumb, Freak Brothers, Weirdo magazine. I love all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, man, exactly. Yep.
Galiano.
Okay, I'm going to say something to Matthew without rag because both of you were ragging. But yeah, man, you always do this thing is when you want to paint seriously with your black and white, that is something beautiful. By the way, the way you give us the visit is something so good. But the yeah, going back to the topic is this painting, when you, how you treat the black and white, how you treat all the details there. And in this last painting, the purple one, which is in the same way but with the purple, the volumes there is something amazing. It's something really cool, that you can feel that bright and that the whites on top, how it's like a 3D. When you realize that everything is drawing, is when when the magic just ends at all, no? So yeah, it's really cool. And in the other side, when you want to go fun, is you rock at that way, because it's so funny pieces. And you know, I like this kind of creativity as well to do it myself. And I think that in this closer, I can understand you, how the funny way you create the funny session you need to have in front of these pieces. So thank you very much for this beautiful visit to your gallery, and please keep creating in this, and knowing way, because you don't know what piece are going to be the next from Matthew, from ArtSerge, because it's going to be a mushroom or it's going to be a philosopher with the Bible on top. So thank you very much, Matthew.
Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Thanks a lot, man. And yeah, no, that last piece. I mean, if you get a chance, just look at it on the IPFS because it's huge on the violet piece. And like I said, I drew that in monochrome, but I liked it in violet. It kind of takes it out of sort of.
It's incredible. If that was a song, you have a song within each rest, because there's no dead space, there's no background, that there's something happening everywhere. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, it's sort of emblematic of medieval art as well. They had the mindset of horror vacui, which means they didn't really like negative space much, and I relate to that. I like detail in detail, but there's loads of hidden stuff in there, like the alligator demon's got Croc Lesnar on him, and there's I like to add little silly bits to it, and
they're everywhere too. In every dark spot, there's a demon. In every shadow, there's a crocodile or something with teeth.
Yeah, it was kind of like a cathartic experience, letting it all just come out, all the darkness come out, and I liked it. And I did it in blocks of 8 hours, and I'd be staring at monochrome. And then in the studio I had at the time, and I'd come out and it'd be like a sunset, and it would be so vivid because I'd be looking at monochrome for about 8 hours. But yeah, cheers. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, ArtSerge. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. Jimmy, did you want to say something? Are we both getting rugged?
No, I'm good. Does anybody else have anything to add?
So next we have Tobi. Are you with us, Tobi? Tobi.
Oh, we need to bring him up as a speaker.
Oh, okay.
Which you have to do because I'm not a co-host anymore.
Oh boy, we're gonna have problems. Where's Jigar?
Jigar. There we go. Hey, Tobi. Yes, you are on. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How's it going? Yeah. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's an honor being here alongside, exhibiting alongside all these people that I look at as that's my hero, my hero. Yeah, it's an honor, and I'm glad to be here. And I am Tobi. First of all, ArtSerge. You already know I'm a fan. All right, all day. So I couldn't say anything the other time, but yeah, I really absolutely do appreciate your work. So I am Tobi, and let's get into it. All right. So on the museum page, so you look for. Okay, I think we have some people here already, and we you see one image with a black background and lines on top of it, like scribble lines. It literally says Tobi Ibiwoye. That's mine. That's how to get to my own gallery. Right. So if you have it, if I should go on, please let me know. Okay, I see people pulling up here. Jimmy is here already. Yeah. So please let me know when to proceed. Right. Maybe when we have enough people here or something.
I think we hit the max already, so whenever you're
All
ready.
right. So we're outside now. Somebody is already peeping into the building. Oh, guys, join me down here. Let's walk in. All right. So,
That's Stargazer. He's up there. He's got the camera, so he's probably
oh,
filming. So
oh, all right, that's fine. All right. So, we go in, and first of all, before we go in, you can see two pieces outside the building. All right. They don't seem to make much sense. It's just that's like a representation of my work, of my scribbles. All right, that's how most of them look. So if you move closer or you stay wherever you are looking at that from outside of the building. Um, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So that knowing that is going to inform the remaining part of the tour into the gallery, and that's going to help us understand
Is Toby rugging or?
Yeah, I think he is. I was trying to see if it
oh
was
my god, I thought
me.
that was me too.
oh,
Okay,
am I good now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
you are now. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's move in. All right, so the first piece you're looking at straight ahead, that is the one with the white background, right? And beside that one, we have two pieces, right? They are strategically um, positioned there, all right? So one of them, the one to the left, you see that one is sad. That's agony right there, and the one to the right is really happy. From the facial expression, uh, she's really happy. But well, they're all the same person, all right? I mean, figuratively, they're the same person. The one in the middle, that's the different person. I'm going to come back to him eventually. So, what I'm going to say now is that every piece you see here, except for this one that we are looking at here, this one where I'm at, if you see that one, and the other one on the other side, they really have nothing to do directly with the collection that I'm showing off here. All right, the gallery is majorly about the collection, but these are other pieces I've done. These are not even on the blockchain. These two that I just showed you.
Did he get rugged again?
Yeah.
Did you say something?
Yeah, you dropped out there for a second, but keep going.
Oh my god. We're gonna do it anyways. All right. So, those two back there, I just put them there so that I mean, just to show you guys the other styles. But let's focus. We are focusing on, these ones, the ones with the colors and the faces. All right. So, majorly, I'm talking about the rose faces. Right. So it's about. Remember when we were coming in? I showed you some two pieces outside of the building that represent this style. Now, when you are viewing these pieces from that perspective, I zoomed them in, and all you can see there are lines. But that's not the full. That's not the full piece. That's not the full thing. Those are just the lines, and that was cropped out. Those two pieces that were cropped out from the other pieces that you see in here. That's literally what you see when you are up close. Nothing makes sense on you. I like the way in the here, so it lets us understand this. The concept for the collection came about when I was creating species. All right, I used to create the small ones, like small ones. What you can see you guys can move around. I'm talking.
Toby, he got rugged again, correct?
I'm going again. Ah, oh god. How
But you're
bad is
back
it?
now, Ian. Now we can hear you.
Oh god. All right. So I hope it gets better now. So the idea is when I was creating this pieces, the before this collection, I was creating the scribbles, on a smaller surface, on a smaller piece, on a smaller scale, where when I'm painting, when I'm creating it, I can see the entire thing. So I didn't even, I was just creating like that, and it made sense to me until I decided to do a bigger one, a bigger version of these pieces. Okay, so the day when I decided to do the big one, while I was creating it, I figured that all I could see per time as I was creating, is just lines. All I could see, uh, based on the perspective I had when I was creating that, was those two pieces you saw outside. All right, those two pieces you saw outside. That's all I could see when I was creating them. But every time I figured that I had to step back away from the piece to see the full thing. All right. As I was doing that, as I was creating, I moved close to the canvas. I put some lines on it, and all I could see then was the lines, nothing more. I step back, I see the entire thing, and it becomes clear what I needed to do. It's more than just lines, because I could see the bigger picture, and then I knew what to do. I knew where I needed to add some lines. I knew where I needed to add some fewer lines and all that stuff. And while that was happening, it was a bit frustrating at first. But that was when the entire thing hit me. It was like, that's a message right there. Imagine I was trying to create this.
Got rugged again. Toby?
Back, Toby, come back.
I'm back. I'm here.
Cool,
Okay.
cool,
Come
cool.
back, Toby, come
Go
back.
back.
Come back to us. I'm here with y'all. So imagine I decided that as I was creating that, as I was seeing just the lines, I wanted to just keep going like that. I didn't want to take that step backward. All right, and that's exactly the same thing. I got, that was the message I got. That was the thing that came to my mind, that sometimes, yeah, when we are dealing with some things like challenges and whatnot in our lives, all right, we try to solve the problems from within the problems. Now, by within the problems, I mean at that close proximity, we don't take that step backward, and all we can see is the lines. Confusion makes no sense. Like what you saw outside, it was absolute nothing. It was just, just strands all moving in all directions. And if I ask anybody, what do you think this is, you can't even tell that this is someone's mouth. All right, even though I did a screenshot from the mouth side of one of the pieces, the white one, the white background. I did that, but you wouldn't be able to tell because all you see is the lines, right? So I decided to create an entire collection around that. The name that came to me was Rose, because Rose is meant to be beautiful, right? But Rose is all about perspective. Rose is beautiful, but if Rose doesn't take that step backward, she will never be able to see how beautiful she truly is, because all you can literally see is the lines, and she's confused there. And so that's a nudge for people, and me myself, that message has helped me a lot, because I don't know where it came from, but creating that kind of made it happen. brought it to me, and it helped me myself, because from that moment, every time I look at this species, I remember. And there's different facial expressions. When you go around, you're going to see the different facial expression. And the idea of the black background is like dark background. Not, I mean, use the black color to represent the dark background, right? That's why the background of most of all the pieces that had to do with Rose's face are black. All right. So when I remember that, I think about, just take a deep breath. Don't try to solve the problem. It's like you're inside a burning building, and you're trying to quench the fire from inside the building. You are going to get burned, and you'll probably not be able to even see where the source of the fire is. All right. So take a step backward, look at the bigger picture, and see the beauty in your life. And that's going to help you put things in perspective, really. And that's when you're going to see that it's really beautiful. Now, when you look around, you see the different faces, and you check the titles of the pieces. They have different stages in Rose's life, and this different stages represent the different things that we go through as human beings. Sometimes you're depressed. That's also there. Sometimes you lost identity. Rose's identity, you don't even know who you are. All right, because people tell you that this is who you should be, but that's not who you really are. And then you become an alien, you become alienated. Even going through that, always remember that you are beautiful. All you need to do is to take a step backward. Someone is you're having issues at work, and you allow yourself to drown in all of that. Then you bring all of that into your home, where you have your family, your kids, everybody who loves you, who wants to see you, who care about you. But you judge your situation at work. You judge your entire life based on the little challenge, or the me saying Leo, it's not me trivializing people's situation. All right. It's just when you look at the bigger picture, there are some issues, there are some challenges that we can see as smaller than they are. When you make them smaller than they are, in some sense, then you're able to approach them more effectively, because that brings the challenge, that brings the problem below your abilities to be able to control the problem. So you're able to be in charge. You're able to take charge, instead of you just being there confused and not knowing what to do. Right. You're able to take control of the situation, and that's basically what this entire collection is about. That's what the message is. So as long as this phases still keep coming, I'm still creating the different phases of Rose's life. There's one of them, this agony. Yeah, the caption to it is that why do you keep calling me beautiful even though I don't feel that way? All right, Rose doesn't feel beautiful, but you keep calling her. You say she's beautiful. I mean, that's the message. Rose still remains beautiful, right? Her life is beautiful, even though she doesn't see it that way. Even though all she ever knows, or all she has ever known, is pains and agony, and you're coming to tell her that still you're beautiful. I mean, she doesn't even know how to live with a dry face anymore, because every time she's crying. So how can she be beautiful when she's always crying, when she doesn't know how to live without tears on her face, right? But still, even though that is the situation, she remains beautiful. All this is just a change of perspective, changing the perspective, and seeing the bigger picture. Now, let's that's about the roses series, the rose faces. All right, the faces is just to show the different emotions. Now there is this other one, the very first one you see when you enter into the gallery, the one I'm facing right now. Okay, that piece is the weaver. All right. Every other thing, all the other pieces in Rosa's collection, they've been collected. I just said I had to keep telling people about this, because it still continues. I'm still creating some more pieces based on Rose. Still, I'm not done with her, and there's still a lot more to come. But this one, the Weaver, that one is on. I put it on foundation. All right. That one is you know, the source. That's the source of rose. Now imagine this piece. You see the tentacles around there. Yeah, that's like that shows where rose came from. All right, that's where rose was created from. All those lines, all those, that's what creates. Now if I wanted to make this a bit more dramatic, I could, as well, just make that this piece the source, and all those lines extend them to every single piece in the entire gallery. It's going to, make more sense. But that's not the this is the artworks are individual. They're individual artworks, so there's no link like that, unless I'm trying to create an entire art piece for that purpose. But now looking at this piece, you can imagine that, that's the source of all the rose faces. That's the source of you, and this represents God, whatever God means to you. All right, God is the source of energy. And remember that human beings, we are built from the same from the same material as the stars, right? So the head of the person, you can see that thing. It's like the star. It's like light, the source of light. So that is the source of energy. That's the source of rose. So knowing the rose, knowing where she came from, knowing her source, knowing that she is built with the same material that the stars are built from, is going to help her understand who she really is. And that all the things that she sees, all the things that she goes through, they are below her in that sense. So this is just this is just the knowledge. That's like knowing that you come from something bigger than, so you can think more of yourself than you already do. And that's, by you I mean Rose. All right, and Rose is you and I. You're in every aspect of it. So anytime you see my piece, any of the species anywhere, and you are probably going through some challenges, I need you to remember that uh, that is something you should take a step backward from. Look at the bigger picture. No matter how bad it looks, many of the things that you call issues, that you call big challenges now, or that you called big problems about 10 years ago, many of them, when you look at them now, they are you feel like you can handle them a bit more easily, right? You feel like now that is not a problem for me at this time. The same things that were like the biggest problems for you, the biggest challenges about 10 years ago, now they are not they probably aren't such a big deal anymore. Right now, think about 10 years from now, all the things that are challenging, the biggest challenges now, are probably not going to mean anything, because by then you are stronger. So we are trying to bring that strength from the future into your present, so that you can change your perspective and handle things a bit better. Right, that's why there are two people having the same, facing the same challenges, and one of them is still smiling through it. One of them is devastated and is ruined and is, getting drowned in the same problem. All right, the only difference is perspective. One of them is going to come out of it still looking bright, still shining, still glowing as the sunlight, you know, and the other person probably never will come out of that situation. They are going to remain in that dark background. They are probably never going to take that step backward, and you know, the beauty is going to go with them. So, with this, we can go around the gallery, and for bonuses, I put some extra pieces there to represent my other styles of work, because I do different styles. All right, I create different styles. Okay, the last one did not upload there, but basically most of these are scribbles. There's one here that I put where I am now. Okay, nobody's here. Damn, I just hid it here.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah. Okay, so I just hid it here because it's not part of the Rose series. So that's one of the pieces that I created, and natural selection. All right, I create all my artworks, like all of the ones you see here. They are done by hand, physically. But this particular one you're looking at, the one I'm of, I created it, I sketched it out, I drew it out physically, then painted it.
Toby, we lost you again. Come back. Come
I'm
back,
gone
Toby.
again. I'm with you. All right. So please let me know when my time is almost up, so that I can round up. All right, please. Thank you. So when I have about 5 more minutes or something, please let me know. So this piece that you're looking at here is about natural selection. I'm guessing we all have an idea about natural selection, and the time it represents, time. And this person, that's he, first of all, this work is not on the blockchain. It's not minted yet. It's still with me offline. So I'm all about the Rose series now. To pass that message. That's why this is not on the blockchain yet. So the wings, yeah, I took the four elements, the fire, water, earth, and air. So I gave this person this some modification to be able to interact or navigate their way or live through all these four elements that are otherwise built to destroy you, you know. But and we can see the skulls, those are skulls not just of humans, but you can see different skulls of animals too. Yeah, and those are the ones that did not evolve and they got lost, they got yeah, they got killed by time. Let me just put it that way. And the flower, it represents nature. The wings to move through air. The when you move closer to the piece, you are going to see some tattoos, kind of circuit, some circuit-ish on the skin that's heat resistant. Then you can see the feet. That's it looks like stone. That's earth to communicate with the earth. Then you can see the webbed hands and the scales on the hands to communicate to be able to move through water. The wings to move through air, and yeah, pretty much the fire. All right, I mentioned that, and that's pretty much what that is about. So the word is natural selection. The term is natural selection. This is my own representation of natural selection there. And the other one close to it here, another scribble, is not part of Rose series. It's about, I mean, obviously, um, your phone and driving. Before you put the pedal to the floor, before you put, in fact, before you get into the car, before you start, you know, cruising in your car, put your phone away. Now you see the teddy bear, the head of the teddy bear that has the crossed eyes, like that the eyes are crossed out. That's like representing that this guy just killed a child. All right, the phone is there, they're pressing the phone and the expression of the face, and you can see the speedometer on the steering wheel. That's like really, really fast. And the way on their phone. So the teddy bear, of course, I wouldn't put the head of a child because that's gory and scary. I don't want to do that. So that teddy bear is the representation of that. It's just for us to be careful when we are putting our feet on the pedal. Just stay away, leave your phone. If you need to operate your phone, just stop the car, pretty much. And that's all what I mean, I have different more works. I mean, a lot of them, but these are just the ones I have here now. Maybe subsequently we are going to be seeing more of my works and more things I can do, right? And thank you for coming. And you can look around, And this piece, yeah, this piece means so much to me, right? And it's the very first one that was collected from me as an NFT. This one I'm looking at right here, all right? So that's the end of my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, guys. And I appreciate being here alongside everybody here and everybody listening to me. Thank you. I'm so honored. And cheers to bigger things and better art developing. And you guys are going to see a lot. This one, the one with the white background, the one I call the weaver, the creator, that one is actually animated. All right, it's on my pin tweet on Twitter. You can see the full effect of that. All right, it's also created on canvas, but I animated it digitally and I move, and it comes, anybody who gets that, it's on foundation. Anybody who gets that gets the original physical piece along with it, shipped to them. And just disclaimer, the original physical piece is just acrylic and polymark on canvas. It doesn't really move in real life, all right? It's just the digital one that moves. It doesn't move on the canvas. Just putting it out there. Just in case. Yeah, so we don't get confused.
Thank you for that, Toby.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you, Toby. Thank you for being a part of this. And thank you for showing us all your brilliant work. And I love how you use colors and you paint with light. It's really beautiful. Anybody has questions? Jigar, are you around?
Yeah, you were rugging there a little.
Oh,
Marina.
I thought that was me.
No. I'll go real quick, Toby. That's when I first saw your line work, man, I was blown away by it. Absolutely blown away. It's incredible. Like when you zoom in again, it's like, I've seen it before on like, Twitter, Instagram or whatnot, but to see it in a space like this, it's, to get up and close and personal, it's really cool. And I like how you took the close-ups and put them on the outside of the building for kind of like a perspective. That was really neat. So awesome work, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm open to any questions at all. Maybe something I didn't mention. Yes, I'm open to that.
I love the piece upstairs, Toby, the one with the eyes closed. That's really beautiful. A very enigmatic sort of expression on that one. That's really
The
beautiful.
the one upstairs. Is it, sorry? Is it the one on the second, on the first floor?
No, it's the one upstairs opposite the guy, with the teddy bear, the motorist one. It's directly opposite that.
Oh, okay. Let me check that. Oh, that one. Oh, funny story. That one, it was on the blockchain. I minted it initially, and for some reason, I took it down. It's not. I've That one has not been sold. That one is not even on the blockchain yet. That particular one, I put it there before, but I took it down because I mean I didn't know. I don't know. I just felt like I wasn't. I don't know why, but I just took it down. I'll probably just mint it again sometime. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Jigar, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Or am I getting completely wronged?
You seem to be getting a little rugged.
Well, great, because you're going to take over, Fiona. How convenient.
Okay, all right, everybody. Let's see, where is everybody? I'm here in the Renaissance City Museum towards the right side. So if everybody wants to come find me, I am flying here with my bunny suit. Also, I don't know how much time I have. Is it 20 minutes? Should I set a timer?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Just talk, Fiona.
All right, so while I wait for you guys to find me here in the corner, I'm gonna set a timer. So yeah, I'm here in the corner right now, to the right side of the museum. And my timer is set. So we're gonna go into this abstract expressionist blue painting here. This one's called Healing. That one's actually a physical artwork. But today we're gonna be focusing on my regular NFTs that don't come with the original art. So let's see. When you click on this abstract art, it's actually gonna. Oh wait, are we at capacity already?
Are you in, Fiona?
Probably because I was left out, so you
Oh
probably are now.
no! Wow, so I can't
okay.
even tour my own space, you guys.
The stream is going on Twitch too.
Okay.
Fiona, do you see anybody in there, Fiona?
No, it says it's
Oh,
capacity.
I see you. You're kind of on the floor.
Okay, I'm here now.
You're walking.
Okay,
Yep.
it worked. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna start outside. All right. And from here, we're gonna look at the very front, where you can see these boots and this house. So these are actually things that in real life that I painted. The boots are, to me, they're kind of funny, but everything is handmade, so there's no editing here. So that was more of like a concept art that I came up with. And yeah, I just painted these boots, and I took a picture of them upside down so it would look like I was flying. And then the house to the right was a mid-century homestead that I lived in Joshua Tree, and I was able to paint the whole thing. It was pretty wild. I eventually moved away, and a military family bought it and painted it over it. So, and they painted over it like brown. So the only place where this house lives in this form is in the NFT. All right. Now we're gonna go inside. And there's a little tune, there's a music NFT that I just bought last night. If you guys want to listen, that's cool. If not, that's cool too. But yeah, that was a pretty cool thing I picked up last night. Anyway, we're gonna start in the very, very center, up in center. This is one of my newest pieces. It's a digital art piece, but it actually started with a painted pine cone. So it's a pine cone that I found in real life. I painted it, and then I took a picture of it on a frisbee for the shape, for the circular shape, and then I edited that and I painted, on the different layers. So, I'm mostly a painter. I'm mostly a physical painter. There's a hot mic. I think it's Jimmy. Jimmy, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. So I'm usually a physical painter. That's kind of where my roots are, but I've also done other types of work. Like I've done sculpture, I've done performance art, I've done even, I don't know, acting, dancing, singing. I've done all kinds of things, right? So I'm very all over the place with my creativity. So this one is kind of like my foray into digital art while still maintaining a little bit of my painting background. So I'm really proud of that one. That one's one of my one-of-ones. This one's called Starseed Lux, which means light. So yeah, it's just kind of it's about finding yourself here on Earth and being this healer type And yeah, essentially being this star seed on Earth with a specific purpose. Now, to the left and the right are some of my Polygon NFTs in the collection. By the way, just about everything in this gallery is from my Ryder Classics collection, which I'm still focusing on selling, because I really love all the artwork in this. Yeah, that's in here. So yeah, to the left, that one's called Enlightenment. And that one is a mixed media originally. Mostly paint with ink and even some colored pencils in there. So I'm a little bit childish sometimes with my what's it called? With my how do you call it? With my mediums. You know, I play around. I'm childish. I like the bright colors. I'm not necessarily looking for anything like serious in my work. I want it to have this kind of cartoony bright feel, and I think that really communicates joy, you know. All right, so we're gonna move over to the other side, to the right, which is rediscovering Atlantis. And so this one's kind of like the beautiful shimmer underwater, and you're finding this lost treasure. And this one's a little bit more minimalist in the sense that I didn't go wild with the media. This is just paint, one kind of acrylic paint. So, you know, I didn't do all the outlines, all the details that I normally do. And something cool about this one was that the original, it was very, very small. And the original sold to this guy who made an offer on it. And it was a very, very low offer. This was years ago. And I didn't want to sell it for that low, but I did. And I wasn't really happy with it. And this person wanted to meet me at some festival that I was going to paint at. They wanted to feel like they were a part of my circle, you know. But after a while, I just kind of felt a little bit upset because I had undersold it, and I felt like I didn't owe my time to anybody. So anyway, later on, this would end up selling as an NFT, and I would end up making more money on the NFTs that I ever made on the original. So that was my moment of reckoning for my work. And I thought that was a really, really cool thing, where I just never felt like I got paid the right amount for that. And then, yeah, I sold each edition for more than the original. So that was like the karmic justice, art justice. All right. We're gonna keep moving. My puppy's with us here. My puppy Mia. She's on my lap. She's trying to chew everything. Of course, always interrupting everything. So yeah, from here we're actually gonna head left. So yeah, let's head left over here. Thank you. All right. So here we have Light Grid. Light Grid. This is one of the ones I made in Joshua Tree. A lot of my like more spiritual type works I made in Joshua Tree. I would spend a lot of time in nature, meditating, watching the Milky Way. That was a very, very mystical time for me. So this one, oh my gosh, this one sold right when it finished. I did not get to spend time with this one. This one was originally a physical artwork, but I love it so much. And it did pretty well as an NFT. There's still quite a bit of editions left, and it's one of my more affordable ones on Polygon. But anyway, I really love the crystalline kind of structure. It all started with the base layer with colors, and then I would go over that with mostly graphite to create this kind of soft line. You know, I didn't want this strong ink effect. I wanted something more subtle, a little bit more, something that would feel a little bit more transparent when layered, right? So I would go in with the base acrylic, then the graphite, and then I would paint over that. And then I would add more graphite and then add more paint after that. So I'm really into using layers because of the effect that can create. So yeah, this is one of my favorites really in the collection. And it's really about the crystalline structure of everything, right? There's a vibrational structure to everything that we can't really see, and there's this interconnectivity between everything. So this kind of shows that in a visual way. All right, let's keep moving. Let's go right here. And we've got this. Ooh, what's this one? This one's a little bit darker. Ooh. Okay, yeah. This one is the Star Seed Tenebris. So this is the dark star seed. So just how there's the light star seed, there's the dark star seed. So maybe some of us are star seeds to do good things on Earth. Then we have our arch enemy. We have like that contrast in life where we meet people that maybe they're in the darker side of things. It doesn't necessarily mean they're bad, but maybe their energy is a little heavier. Maybe they're meant to end things, destroy things, and sometimes that can be a good thing, right? Sometimes destruction can be a good thing in a weird kind of way, right? So it's all about contrast, and it's also just like there can't be light without the dark. So I just felt like I needed to make this contrasting kind of dark. And so this is like a pine cone too, but this is inverted. So this is the inverted pine cone and the inverted frisbee that I used as a base to create the shape and the texture. And this was also later edited on Photoshop. All right, let's keep moving on to, ooh, what does that look like? This looks a little bit like tie-dye or something, right? But it's not tie-dye. This is a painting. Yeah, this is a painting. So that one was one of my earlier works. When I first started out, most of my works were what are they called? Drip paintings. And so this was one of my favorite drip paintings that I ever made, just because I felt like the shape came out interesting. Oh, and I also was throwing weird stuff into the paint so I could get this unique texture, and it worked. So this particular NFT actually is a very, very special one in the collection because this is the only NFT below 0.1 or below 0.2 that comes with a digital offering. This one's 0.08, I think, and this one comes with a pullover. It comes with a sweatshirt. So yeah, this is the only piece in the collection that comes with clothing, and I have one. I wear it all the time. I love it. So yeah, if you guys get this NFT, it comes with a sweatshirt with the design on it. And like I said, it looks like it could be tie-dye from far away, but then you look closer and you can tell it's art. So I really like this one. All right, let's get over here to these one-of-ones. Yeah, I love them one-of-ones. Some really good one-of-ones left. These are some of my favorite one-of-ones that are left in this collection. So we've got, on the left, we've got hieroglyphs. In the middle, we've got interstellar. And then on the right, we've got you act like time exists. So I think there's some overarching style with all of these. There's kind of this whole alien vibe going on. I've got these kind of alien hieroglyphs. They're like this language that, it's not a real language. It's my own language that I made up. But it's just a very, very modern, abstract, expressionist thing that I've just been doing throughout my art career. So I think it's pretty definitive of my style. A lot of spherical shapes, and then you've got a lot of the color blocking, a lot of color block going on, color theory going on. But yeah, there's this whole futuristic astronaut alien vibe going on. All right, let's keep it moving here. Where are we? Okay, we can go here. Let's look at this mystical rainforest. That's a really good one too. So that the original for this one is somewhere in San Francisco in Haight Heights, where Haight-Ashbury is in in a really nice house, so that's pretty cool. But I felt like, again, I didn't really get to spend much time with my work. I felt like I didn't get what it deserved, and now it lives again as an NFT, to be appreciated by many more people. And yeah, so this is a 1 of 1. I really, really, really like this one. This one was mostly, no, this one was acrylic, oil, graphite, and on the acrylic there was a little bit of acrylic marker, but as you probably already know, you can't use acrylic on top of oil. You have to use the oil on top of the acrylic for it to age well. So yeah. All right, let's see. I don't know if we should go right upstairs and then back around. I've only got 4 minutes. Wow, okay. Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, we're gonna do we're just gonna loop around. And then oh my god, my dog is being chaotic. Fastidiousness, I really...
Fiona, nobody's stuck exactly to 20 minutes. Just finish your gallery. Don't worry about it.
Oh, thank you so much. Awesome. And I just want to say thank you all for being here and bearing with me and being patient. All right.
Thank you for being a part. This is a big test we're all doing.
Yes. And it's going to keep growing, All right. So this is Fastidiousness, another one of my favorite 1 of 1s that are still left in this collection. I really, really, really enjoyed the shapes and composition and color that I was able to achieve here. This is actually all on colored pencil originally. And I don't have this anymore, so I just love that NFTs can bring artwork back to life, and there can be new collectors, new owners, even if you don't have the physical piece. And I really like that I'm able to, put it on Photoshop, increase the quality or fix the quality. I'm able to edit. I'm able to bring out the colors a little bit. So I'm just really happy with how this came out and how it translated onto digital, in a digital space. I really like how this looks against the black wall. And by the way, these are all squares, so if you're interested in some of the pieces, you got to click on them and look at them on OpenSea, and you'll see the full shape. Anyway, let's keep going. Here is Finding the Flower of Life. Wow, this one's pretty special to me. This was originally an acrylic painting that I really didn't like. Like, it was just like one of the ugliest paintings I ever made my whole life. But I still had a picture of it. And when I was getting things ready for my collection, I looked at that picture and I thought, I hate that thing, but it's a part of me. It's a part of my process. And then it dawned on me that, wait, I could make a new artwork out of the shit, right? So I could make something totally beautiful out of something old that I didn't like. So I put it into Photoshop, and because I'm learning Photoshop, I'm learning digital art. This is something I always wanted to try. I always wanted to do digital art, and I just always put it off. And so NFTs was like the kick in the butt that I always needed to finally, bring my vision to life through the digital art form. So I put this through Photoshop. I learned about filters, messing with the colors, the different brushes, the different textures, and I really love how it came out. So Finding the Flower of Life, it's really about finding the beauty. It's about it's about watering the seeds, right? So it's not about how things seem at the time. It's about the seeds that are planted and that can be watered over time. So it's about finding the beauty in something that you thought was old or gone. It can be made new. Anything can be made new. So yeah, this one's very, very special to me. All right, and there are a couple left, by the way. And let's get back. Okay, I'm lost in my own gallery. I'm trying to find the stairs. Let's go find the stairs, you guys. All right, here we go. Let's go upstairs. And if you can't find the stairs, you can always fly up. All right, so here's the video. I don't know if you guys can see the video. That's not me in the picture, actually. That's Lola Menthol. She's one of my friends here in LA. And this is Art Start Now and Nifty Castle. This is Gift Dead from Nifty Castle. The inventor of DBs and Witchy GF. So this is an interview I just did with them recently, and they also made a custom Witchy GF based on me and my personality. So that was pretty cool to be one of the artists that inspired the Witchy GF, one of the Witchy GF custom PFPs. Okay, and let's start here actually. Let's start with this guy right here. Another one of one. Some great one of ones left in this collection. This one's called Carnival Caravan Car. And what was the description on this one? The best method of travel is a light-footed soul. Yep. Really like that one. Another mixed media artwork. And I made that when I was in Palm Springs. Yeah, Palm Springs. I feel like the places where I live always influence my work. You know, my work always gets a new kind of energy to it. You know, the colors, the shapes, they change a little bit wherever I am because I'm kind of absorbing and channeling what is in my environment. All right, let's go to this one. Another one of one, like I said. This one was originally just a painting, and I ended up adding like things that I found like on the beach. There's glass, there's shell on here, there's recycled cloth that I sewed on. So this one's really mixed media. Okay, sorry, my dog's chewing my shoes. Okay, let's keep moving to the next one of one. Oh, this one's really a good one. This one's Conception. This one's about my parents meeting, and you can see some things like there's this little thing that looks like a pie symbol, but it's like this dancing thing with a flower underneath. That's my mom. And then I know this is so personal. And then my dad is towards the right. He's got this like target thing kind of on his heart, and then he's got like a leaf on the target. And then there are these kind of like genetic sequences, and it's all very, very light, you know. This one was very mixed media as well. It had like this textured cloth, like recycled fabric on it that you can't really see. But yeah, another one of my favorite one of ones. Let's keep going. If you look here, oh no, those didn't load. I was gonna start putting some of my horses and the cars from the Play to Earn NFTs. But also here you can see, if you're interested in the song, the NFT, music NFT that I got, it's playing right here. I think it should be able to link you to that artist. He's pretty cool. He was helping to co-host the space last night, and I bought his work. It was pretty affordable. It was like 20 something bucks, but then there was gas, and he let me put it in here in my gallery. So, all right, let's go. Ooh, this is a good one. We're in Renaissance City, and this artwork is another one of my favorites. I only put my favorite one of ones in this particular gallery because there are a lot in the collection. This one's called Renaissance Seduction. Ooh. And yeah, it's just about the Renaissance, but it's about a modern Renaissance, and it's about the sensuality behind the artwork, the sensuality behind being a woman in the arts, and how that's just kind of a unique kind of thing. and how you can, I feel like we as artists, no matter what gender you are or non-gender, we channel our sexual energy through our work, and that also translates into beauty or affliction that people can sense in the work. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, but yeah, that's kind of what it had to do with, and also the colors to me felt very like flesh colors, and they were very sultry colors to me. So I think that's why I named it that. All right, let's go. Oh, if you guys are interested in my affordable Tezos artworks, I have two right here on this table. If you want to click on these ones up here, you can find them. So yeah, if you are on a budget and you want to collect my work, this is the best way to get it, is on Hiketnunk. And I still have quite a few pieces available there. So if you're interested in that, that's great. My main thing is my Ryder Classics collection, OpenSea on Ethereum though. So let's keep looking. We're almost done here, I promise. Sorry for holding you guys up so long. Okay, here is another one of one. This one's called Joshua Tree. It's got this kind of, to me, it's got these Western kind of colors. And also a very special thing about this particular artwork is that I made the colors straight from scratch. So the colors in this artwork I made from blue, red, and yellow, and white. That's all I used. So I made all my own colors in this particular piece, which I was pretty proud of. I don't have a formal arts background. I don't have a formal art education, so I was never taught anything about that. So that was me trying to comprehend color theory a little bit more, and how to make my own colors. And my dog stole my shoe. Okay, no. Okay, let's go to the last one. The last one right here is called Independence. And this is yet another mixed media in my, my signature style, and another one of my favorite one-of-ones. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty much it, you guys. There's more on the outside. If you guys, want to stay a little later, I don't want to hold up the show. But yeah, there's a little bit more outdoors if you wanted to look at that one. Yeah, so let's get out.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm headed outside. If you guys want to meet me outside, I'm trying to find my way out. I'm still learning my way around here. So I just want to say a quick thank you to Marina for inviting me to be in this show. I think it's great what she's doing, and I really like the build out that she shared with us artists, so we could just plug in our work. I found it very, very easy to just plug in the files and put the link in, So anyway, this is
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. But yes, we need to move this so that more artists
All right,
have
let's
access
finish
to
here.
this.
Proliferation.
No, I didn't mean that. I said we need to move the idea so that more artists get have a reach of the
You are rugging so
galleries.
hard. I can barely hear anything. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Well, I don't know why I'm rugging so hard. It's been all day like this. Can you hear me?
A little bit.
I was saying what we need to move is the idea, not for you to hurry up. I was saying the idea of this so that more artists can get a hold of the galleries, so they have this tool.
Yeah, I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with how it came out, and maybe I'll move some things around too. Okay, so we have Proliferation, yet another one of the cool one of ones. By the way, all the one of ones in my collection come with a collector's only hat. I've already seen some of my collectors bring their hat to international NFT conferences. It's a pretty cool hat. It's white with gold, with a gold Rider logo, and it's a brand hat. It's a champion brand, so it's got that little logo on the side. It's pretty cool. So, and also everything in the Rider Classics collection comes with at least one airdrop. So there are a lot of perks for collecting the artwork. All right, let's keep moving outside. Or yeah, let's keep moving around here. See what's next. Oh yeah, this one's cute. Pop. So this one's Pop. This one was actually one of my older pieces, and I left it at my dad's house. And it was one of those drip artworks from when I first started doing these abstract pieces. Because before I was doing figurative, drop it, good girl. Because I was doing figurative art, actually. People think of me as an abstract artist, but I was doing figurative stuff. So yeah, this whole drip thing, this abstract swirly thing, that was how I got into abstract art. And so I found this old painting, and then I went over it. After years and years and years of not seeing this artwork, I painted over it with this amoeba kind of shape. And I brought it all in and kind of fixed up the composition. So I'm really happy with how that came out. So these are a lot of these one of ones were originally paintings that might or might not be available. But it's really what's it called? This collection is kind of a retrospective on my earlier works and the whole process of my art career up until now. So, since I was 18 and drove across the country to pursue my dreams in art and fashion, I ended up in the desert. I did a lot of artwork there, and now I'm in LA doing NFTs. That's like my whole journey. And so a lot of these one of ones really show the artistic process. The collection doesn't have all of the artworks that I made, but it has a lot of the more memorable or interesting ones, or even the ones that I took pictures of, because some of them I didn't even get to take pictures of. So, and then there's Technical Stance Transformed. This was very mixed media. This was originally an acrylic with ink, but then I actually went over it with oils, just really messing around with these mediums and see how I could make it look unique. How can I come up with my own style? How can I create interesting texture? How can I create interesting detail and make things pop with these old-fashioned kind of art forms, but make something new? And I think that's it. I think we have like one more in here. Another one of one, yeah. So Mappa. Yeah, I like the texture in this one. This one also has shells in it. So if you look closely, there are actually shells embedded in here. And this is also very mixed medium with acrylic, colored pencils, acrylic marker, and maybe some other things that I can't remember. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys, for checking out my collection. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for checking out Renaissance City. I love this whole project. And yeah, I encourage you guys to ask questions. If you guys want to look at my collection, it's called Rider Classics on OpenSea. And if you want to come back in here and see the Tezos artworks, those are, if you are on a budget, that's the best way to collect my work. Otherwise, Rider Classics is my main collection with some swanky one-of-ones and also some polygon pieces. I want to say thank you to whoever bought my Enlightenment. Someone bought my piece during the show. I want to say a big thank you for purchasing Enlightenment. Really appreciate you. Yay! Yeah, I still don't know who that was, but whoever you are, you'll be getting an airdrop. from the Ryder exclusives collection. So make sure you keep your eye on your hidden folder. And yeah, thank you everyone. Let me know if you have any questions. And I think we have one more speaker.
Jimmy.
Yeah, man. Fiona, I love your work. We talked about this so many times. The reason that I resonate with a lot of your stuff is because you put in a lot of your ideas on, quantum physics and science and all these energies and different things. And it shows in your work, and the color palettes are freaking wild. The gallery looks great. And I'm just laughing at you yelling at your dog in between your little talks there while she's chewing your shoes. But yeah, man, great work.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, great mind thinks alike. I also see the quantum physics, spirituality, the how can I say this? Science meets Eastern mysticism in your work. So yeah, glad to know you. Thank you so much for enjoying it, and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Guys, am I audible? Because it's been ages now.
Yes,
that I've
you
been
are.
trying.
Yes.
I have been trying to. What happens is once I got rugged, I have on the screen it shows like I am the co-host, but on the bottom it says request to speak. So I don't know what was happening. I wasn't able to talk, but thankfully I am back now on right on time. Thank you so much, Fiona. That was beautiful. And everyone before that, I missed talking about so many beautiful art pieces today. As spaces you guys have made. But I am loving it. I was still watching on the Twitch screen and it was beautiful. And I still don't have my computer, so I'm not going to be able to be logging in. But I just wanted to show you what I've built as my gallery. So if you are in the museum, you would see only one voxel mecha suit in yellow that would be turning around. And you can click on that, or you can go on the website and click on Jigar or find me there and click on the same yellow rotating mecha suit. And you'd enter the space that I've built for myself. So I am Jigar Panchal. I am from India. I have been on this space for the last 9 or 10 months. And man, has it been a journey. Met so many amazing, beautiful people. Uh, and it gave me hope for humanity because I totally had lost hope for anything. And this space, the NFT space, has been awesome. Believe me. Crazy moments where I have had tears in my eyes. I've seen people cry with me, and that is a feeling that a lot of people die for, and I love that. At least I died for a long time, so that was beautiful. But I've been building after the NFT, even after getting into the NFT space. I started also building in the metaverse for people, and I started making wearables for people, and I think the fact that the person who owns I'm a bit rambling right now, but wait, let me take a breath. When you mint wearables on crypto voxels, or where the perpetual royalty goes to someone else, and it always killed me thinking that that my designs, why would someone else get a perpetual royalty? But I don't negate that. I think that really encourages me to get my own parcel and have my own wearable brand where I get the rights to the work. So this is a project that I've created 9 mecha suits, and I'm putting the digital assets on Foundation. And once the 9 get sold out or get collected from the money generated from that, I buy a parcel for myself. Those will be my first mints, and I give them out as wearables, and that'll be the only one in the world who would be flexing those mecha suits. And there, my brand starts as a wearable brand, and this is how I put in the project. And I hope you like it. Thank you. Thank you. But I would love to know what people have to say about the space that I built. It's still in process. Uh, Believe me, a lot of things have started happening in my life, and I've been working hard and trying to be everywhere, but at the same time, not able to finish a lot as well. But I'm getting there. But beautiful work. I think I'm so proud that this I'm a part of Renaissance City. Marina has worked her ass off night and day, and I've seen, but there was so much happening in my life also that I tried to be as much as I could, but it was nothing, I know. But yeah, would love to hear more work or talks about what you see on my space. Thank you.
So I'm
Man,
I'm sorry, I'm lost because I'm still learning how to navigate around and I really want to see it. Are we looking at your collectible segment here in Renaissance City, or are we looking at your own space?
Fiona, if you go to you can go to the website, the Renaissance City website, and click on his name. It'll take you right to his building with all his Megamex suits.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
If you're in the space, you just click on the Megamax suit on, on the meta box.
Yeah, Jigar, man, you know, your journey in this whole space, like, I mean, I remember way back, and then, you know, the coconut falling from the tree, and then, you know, all the things that happened since then, and it's just, dude, it's crazy how far you've come in this space, and like the moment you realized, you know, I could do what I do in my real world in this world. And the stuff that you created, man, is insane. Like, I can't even. I'm looking at these suits, and I just want to jump in one and like drive it around. These are crazy, man.
I can't hear anything.
Oh no, was I rugging, or you just couldn't hear me?
I can't hear you guys. I can hear you guys.
Well, I'm proud of you. If you heard that, then that's all that needs to be said. You're awesome.
I feel like I'm in an Iron Man warehouse. And this is where like the billionaire goes shopping. Like this is where Batman buys his suit and Iron Man gets his suit, his flight thing.
Yeah, that's what I always said about Jigar is the you know, Batman had this guy named Lucius Fox who designed all his stuff, and like Jigar is like the Lucius Fox of NFTs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chigar, this next level, mate. It's just this is so sick, and you know you're doing something really special and unique, actually, and you're absolutely killing it. And just massive hats off to you, mate. This looks really amazing. Absolute props, mate.
Yeah, I have to concur with that. I think, you know, as far as wearables especially, but also just architecture and pretty much anything that's voxel related, I think that Jigar is a force to be reckoned with in this space. And I think if it's not, see right now, like, yeah, people are using wearables, but it's kind of like he's almost a little early because, yeah, people are making wearables and stuff like that. But like wearables, as far as being the big like NFT artists, like that's not really the case right now. And like voxel ready architecture and stuff like that, it's, you know, I think that they're basically like too early right now. So I think in 3 or 4 months, you know, it's like you got Sandbox, you got crypto voxels, you got probably new voxel builds that are going to come out over this year that we don't even know about yet, that they got in the works. And I think that skill set of like people that can, like, I could pick up, I've used Magica voxels and I can build some simple things, but like I don't have the skill to like do what Jigar does. So I think that as this year goes on, there's going to be such a demand for voxel builders, and Jigar, like when he came into the space, he was dropping fire, like voxel builds. So like now that here it is, like 6 months after I met him, or maybe a little bit more, it's now his work has gotten as if, like, I thought when he came into the space that his work was like at a top caliber, and then now it's like the bar has been set even higher. And like these mech suits, I so wish I didn't blow my ETH on horrible projects, because this is like one of the best projects I've seen recently.
Hey, thank you so much. I got rugged in between, but I heard most of it. Thank you so much, Clip Dad. I walked in when Jimmy was finishing. Right, I couldn't. I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just trying to learn and grow every day. Is what I would say. Yeah. Thank you.
In Jigar, no doubt. And let me ask you a quick question though about these. So if somebody buys one, don't they get something like an additional voxel wearable, or isn't there something that goes with the mech suit if they buy a mech suit?
Actually, there is, but I have been thinking what all can I add. So I'm working on that as well. So to add to the whole fun, so that is why the maximum parts that you can wear as a wearable on one avatar is 9, and this has seven parts. So I still have 2 parts that I have left for a surprise at the end. But I think getting a parcel and supporting me and having a wearable one of one could be enough of a motivation to see that the NFT is like one of a kind, and seeing me grow. I think the person could see value in that if it's just for investment purpose or just for support. I think I've been, at least, I mean, that I think I feel that can be without the free things, but the other things that I can add. But I would really wanted that to be like something extra, so that it's not because someone bought it. It's something I gave from my side. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. But thank you so much.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think they'll sell. And it's just a matter of like if they're not going right now, it's like you just, nobody's going to stop you, man. It's like if they don't sell right away, it's like, let's just face it, I'm saying it's a good value actually to get something of that quality that you can rock around the metaverse. Like, it's like, that's not, of all the mech suits and shit, like I'd rather have one of yours, like, and I'm not just saying that because you're my friend. I'm saying that because they're the best fucking mech suits, like, period. You just walk around crypto voxels, you see people in mech suits, these are better. It's just, they're cooler. It's just that simple. So it's like, I think that, for now, people are giving away like little components and shit, like helmets and robot arms and things like this. And if they're cool, that's cool. But a whole mech suit is fucking badass. Like, that turns you into a whole different, like, friggin' like Pacific Rim, like, but on a smaller scale, like, character. You know what I mean? Like, so that's much cooler. So I think that nobody's, whatever, like, if you're selling, if you're not selling, I know that you're going to build anyways, like, either way. So I think that, the way that I've seen it work in the space for people is that once they just kind of get that ball rolling, which I think it's inevitable for you, once they get that ball rolling, it just doesn't fucking stop. And I think that, like I just said, I think you're a little bit early, and I think give it 3 or 4 months, and I don't think a parcel is like out of reach for you, man. I just think you might have to wait a little while, but like, hopefully not. But how much are they? Like $6,000, something like that? Like, they're quite a bit, right?
Up to around 2 ETH, 2 ETH, yeah. But believe me, see, it's not. It's also that I have a feeling that this, if I can do it the way it is. I haven't seen anyone who's done it the way I have done it. Like, put an NFT on Foundation and then airdrop the wearable. because these are NFTs, and I see if this somewhere works out, it really helps a lot of other wearable makers as well to try this way to to get a parcel, because I think if it's just not me, any wearable maker, if they're actually good and they're putting the time and effort, would really want to get the perpetual royalty. So it's not just me. I want to be an example at the same time where other wearable makers also have a new way to own their own rights IP. So yeah, that's. But thank you for kind words.
Man, they're so fresh. When I was a kid, I used to see. Sorry, just cutting over Galiano. Sorry, but I used to watch like Shogun Warriors. We had Shogun Warriors comic. I don't know if you're aware of it. It was really early, sort of Gundam style mecha stuff, and your work gives me that same sense of excitement I felt when I first saw them. Do you know what I mean? In the pit of my stomach, it's like, this is cool. It gives me that real excited feeling, man. They're brilliant, dude. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I didn't add this part that after getting a parcel, the plans are even more, not just the wearable brand, but it just goes to another level for them, which I'm not still putting out, but it's still in works. But thank you. I was a huge fan of Gundam, all these robotic techno things. When I was a small kid, I used to get boxes, cartons, KFC buckets from people's backyards and make a robot suit after that. Imagine me having a KFC bucket with two eyes. I used to do that, and this I remember just a couple of months back when I was talking to Marina that, what do you know? I used to do that. It never strike me. I still do it. After even before getting in the metaverse, 7 years, I made uh, real life wearables. If you see my Instagram, I made an Iron Man suit. I make Batman masks and the whole Scorpio things. This is what I've been doing for the last 7 months, and been shipping stuff all around the world to DJs and social media influencers. And it didn't make sense to a lot of people. It never made sense to me why I do things, because it was not always like a stagnant income, but I loved what I did. And it all started making sense when I came into metaverse. Everything changed. It was everything that I've done for the last 14 years started making sense to me. And I'm right here right now, and I'm not going to stop. That's one thing for sure. Thank you.
Well, Jigar, you've been every superhero's superhero.
Galiano,
Galiano wants to say something.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we all of us came from Clubhouse, and we don't used to take this hand rise. But I was with the hand rise with Fiona, and I must say, before to go to Jigar, thank you, Fiona, for your visit. Thank you for your colors. Thank you for your eye drops as well that I used to receive with love. For your daily love to the community and your help to any artist to spread their work. So thank you very much for your visit. I enjoy so much, and I am I I spent 3 months in Solana, and that makes you I'm so focused there, and that makes me out of the OpenSea or object. So when I came back to the collection, and I watch your and I see that your NFTs is something really cool, like the ArtSerge as well. So or any others that I got there, but when I see yours, Fiona, I remember the day your drop party with your mom there, and it was so very emotional. I think I will never forget your day in Clubhouse. And Yeah, Jigar, you rock, man. You always doing really cool things. Is thank you very much for your for teaching us uh, to how to build in CryptoVoxel. Is something that apart from the way you do or yeah, your creation in voxels, in Magic App Voxel, or your new collection that is something incredible, something yeah, it's unique. It's something unique. Apart from that, you go to the community and you say, hey, this is the way. So yeah, chapo, man, is brilliant. Thank you very much for your friendship, and I enjoy always with you in any room. Is something so cool. Apart, I repeat, apart from the art we can create, this is the best part of this. So thank you very much for being here, Jika. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Galiano. Yeah, and I am a community person without having to say fucking so many times. So you must like that. Thank you. But thank you. Yeah, about the CryptoVoxels build part, I think you have to thank Marina for it and all the hard work she's been putting in. But yeah, I think the journey has been beautiful, and I am not going to be. I do not feel let down by a lot of things, because I think what I've got here it has so much value that these little small things I cannot use them to negate the good things that have happened in my life. So I don't think I'll ever be able to. I will never be let down, and I have met such beautiful people over here. And thank you. I just love the fact that I know a lot of people over here, and they've given me love. So that's all. Thank you. All right, so that's the end of uh, the tours that we were doing. I know Marina, a large portion you were in the Matrix constantly. People were telling you in the Matrix, and still you had to talk. And I was right there. I want to talk. I want to. I, I just couldn't. I'm so sorry. But
You
lovely
couldn't
how you've
talk.
done it.
You couldn't talk. I was on the Matrix, and Stargazer is filming, so.
But
But we made it.
yes, I think that is what exactly. I think it was a lovely experience. Even though I couldn't talk, I was there on Twitch seeing uh, beautiful artworks, beautiful creations. I think this is something that can change a lot. That can be. And dude, it's I mean, it is a necessity, but I have seen the amount of hard work that you put in, and I see something beautiful coming out of this. So kudos to that. Kudos to Renaissance City. Kudos to everyone over here to come here and support us. And yeah, we'd love to have some feedback. If you guys have some questions or some, and how you could make others, because this was the first. You could take this as a test run, uh, and tell us how better we could do this. I think this changes a lot of things. In It won't be a shill anymore. Everything is more
Yeah,
curated.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's an exhibition. I like to hear Victoria's opinion on that. But it makes a huge difference than having to shill your work. There's a huge difference walking people through your work and sharing it with them. I mean, it's been wonderful. I really feel like I got to know so many artists I've been sharing a space with, and I thought I knew their work, and I really didn't. So it's been wonderful. We need to market it, because this is the kind of room a collector would really enjoy being in, to
See, you're
really
in the
get to know the
matrix.
artist.
You're in the matrix, but I am here to at least cover. Yes, but yeah, what what she meant is we really need to market this and make this voice loud, and we need all your support to be able to. We are coming out with YouTube videos. I am coming to you, Fiona. Just give me a second. We're making again the videos we shared with you on how we are building we're going to do that. We could try to give away these builds, that beautiful builds that Marina has made, to as many artists, reach everyone, in fact. But give us a couple days. We'll come
Yeah.
out with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we need to put everything on the website so that anybody
exactly.
that, and Victoria, if you have your photographers from your gallery that want to make their own galleries, then you can just send them to the page and everything will be in there, and the same for everyone else. Plus, we're trying to also customize.
I don't think, Marina, we got
Yeah,
back.
Marina.
I'm so
Marina,
sorry I had
definitely
to say that.
the next exhibition in Clubhouse, definitely for you.
But yes, go ahead, Fiona. Let's hear what you have, please.
So I was saying earlier, I think a great way to get more people in the room is through the correct title, because the algorithm will attract more people according to the title. So I would try to put hashtags towards the end. So I would have put Art Womp. I'm not sure I would have put the date, but that's up to you guys. And then I would put hashtag NFTs and hashtag metaverse. So I think if you guys use those hashtags, it will probably help a lot. And I do think that as you guys build this show, this exhibit, more and more people will come. More and more people will know the schedule, and people will remember it. But yeah, things take time. But yeah, that was my biggest thing, was the hashtag for the title, because people might be like, what's an art womp? Because there's going to be onboarding too. There might be people that don't know what CryptoVoxels is. Maybe they know what the metaverse is, but they don't know what CryptoVoxel womps are. So that's why they need that little pointer that this is NFT related and that this is metaverse related.
Yeah, I used them
Yeah,
on my tweets, but we need to move them to Renaissance City tweets. Yes. Thank
yeah,
you, Fiona.
definitely. Thank you. Plus, it was it. I did notice that myself, but it says that we started. We had a time fixed, and then we just realized today that there's daylight saving that happened last week, and everything was shifted like an hour before that was we thought into it, and it was just crazy. But yeah, definitely point taken. That it really makes a big difference, and yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, and the other thing too is I personally forgot to tell people to go back to the bus stop. So maybe you could tell artists to always take people back to the bus stop at the end, because I feel like had I remembered to tell people that, then I could have herded everyone back to go back to Jigar's place, because I was lost, I got distracted or whatever. So I feel like if I had brought people back to the bus stop, that would be easier to herd everyone.
Not all parcels have bus stops. That was on the part of the second design that we did.
Oh,
But
okay.
but also, there's I think, what is it? I don't know how it works for you, but Free Spaces launch a new page, don't they? If you
I'm
go to
sorry.
a from a parcel to a parcel, it'll just jump within the same space. But if you open up a free space, I believe it launches a new web tab. Jimmy?
Yes, that's right. It does. It opens up a new window.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Stargazers
yeah.
here. What's up, Stargazers?
He's
Would love
back.
to hear from you. You've been
You're
behind
back.
the behind the screen, but would love to hear what you have to say, man.
Yes.
I don't know. I think this is a great job, man. It was awesome. I enjoyed watching all these artists and going through their galleries, and I think this is going to be a great show. And thank you to all those people who came and artists. So definitely, this is really exciting to see this first episode go through. So thank you for everyone.
Very nice for collectors, right? To get to know the artists and their
Oh,
work.
definitely. I wanted this to become a regular show on YouTube and everything, so people get to know artists. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a great way to get to know artists and see their work, and even sell. I'm happy that Fiona was able to make a sale. So we need more
Yeah, thank you,
collectors in the space.
Gino's in the audience. Thank you, Gino. I'm gonna send you. There's a new airdrop. I don't think you have it yet. So yeah, look out for that. I'll send you a message. Thank you, Gino.
But yes, we should have the YouTube channel with all the WOMPs, so they stay there, so anybody can watch them and get to know the artist.
Matrix.
Yeah, Marina, we'll just edit your voice in later. We'll
Thank
dub
you.
it in afterwards.
Can I sound like this?
Sure.